AI systems making decisions about who lives and dies completely changes the entire frameworks on which we base war.
As AI redefines our world,
AI,
artificial intelligence,
a new type of warfare is emerging, and we're seeing it take shape on the battlefields of Ukraine. With superpowers battling for AI supremacy, many experts fear we're hurtling towards an unstoppable arms race.
The worst case scenario is that warfare is accelerated to a point where nobody can control what is going on.
Is it too late to rein in the rise of artificial intelligence?
Intelligence. I wanted to set the scene with these two videos that shows two different aspects of artificial intelligence that are currently debated. The first one that you see, the beautiful one, has been published at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. It's called Unsupervised. What is it? They've digitized the collection, at least part of the collection of the Museum of Modern Art, and then they deployed algorithm to produce art on top of the art that has been digitized. And whoever has been there, it's quite fascinating, and I let you judge if it's art or not art because it's produced by artificial intelligence, but it's nevertheless beautiful. The second is another aspect of the deployment of artificial intelligence. You've seen two things in this video, the second video. One is how you use artificial intelligence to plan the deployment of troops, notably using machine learning to see the patterns of your enemy and the patterns of your own troop. And the second element that you've seen at the end, where you have the swarm of drones, is how you can automate the deployment, because you can easily imagine there are no control towers to manage a swarm of drones. They are just autonomous and they have peer-to-peer relationship. And that's the context in which we evolve in artificial intelligence. As every time there is a breakthrough in technology, there is this discussion about the utopian or dystopian perspective of technology. And the answer will be about will it save or destroy the world? And the answer is neither nor. And for a simple reason that technology, ultimately it's a machine, and a machine produces tasks, and human beings are normally more than a collection of tasks. And that's why this debate always appear, but always come to the same conclusion. On a broader scale, this has been approached by Professor Carlota Perez. She's an economist, British Venezuelan, and she has worked extensively on the cycles in technology, and you see patterns with the usual expansion and contraction. And it has started long time ago, more recently with the steam machine, up to the microprocessor, and what we are just seeing with artificial intelligence right now. Just to contextualize and say this is an important breakthrough, no doubt about it, but no different, in my view, than the previous breakthrough we've seen in technology, and we will have to approach it in a meaningful way. To do this on the panel today, I'm very pleased to find all colleagues, new colleagues, on the panel. I will start with Professor Daniel Handler. He's a member of the Académie des Sciences Morales et Politiques, and he has just published a book called Intelligence Artificielle, Intelligence Humaine, la double énigme. I can only recommend, of course, the reading of this book in best libraries, including online, available. And Daniel will set the context. I think artificial intelligence is complex. There are different types of artificial intelligence, and Daniel will showcase this. Then we will move with Professor Kazuko Suzuki. He is at the University of Tokyo and director of the Institute of Geoeconomics as well, and he will cover the state of the policies regarding artificial intelligence. Then we are joined by Associate Professor Amina Al-Sumaiti. She's in the Electrical Engineering and Computer Science of the Khalifa University, and she will present us what she's working with the team about applying artificial intelligence, notably in transport system or smart cities, which is the focus of our work. Then to make the connection with topics we have discussed in technology before at the World Policy Conference, Toby Simon, who is the founder of Synergia, a think tank and incubator based out of Bangalore, active in the Trilateral Commission, will cover the cybersecurity aspect of AI. You have artificial intelligence for cybersecurity and the data protection, notably in artificial intelligence. That's what he will cover. And lastly, I thought it would be of interest to think, we have artificial intelligence as we know it, or as you will discover it today, but then there will be the turbo-charged artificial intelligence once we can deploy quantum technology, and that's what François Barrault, entrepreneur, well known from the team here and the World Policy Conference, chairman of the DigiWorld Institute, and also a board member of Sandbox, and he will tell us about his experience in quantum technology and how it will accelerate even further the deployment of artificial intelligence. So without further ado, Daniel, set the scene.
Thank you, Patrick. I'm very happy to be here. So, some people ask me how I could have written a 400-page book on AI when the topic is so new, right? It's been around for a year or so. As a matter of fact, AI wasn't born with ChatGPT. And the basic idea in rudimentary form has been around for at least 2 centuries, if we go back to Charles Babbage and Lady Lovelace, and even longer if we go back to Jacquard and Pascal, Hobbes and Leibniz. In its modern form, AI was launched by Alan Turing in 1950 and was baptized in 1956, so it's about 70 years old. How can a little history help grasp the present situation? Well, first, it dispels the notion that present-day AI systems came out of the blue, the outcome of a revelation that overnight changed the fate of mankind. Rather, it's the result of a long and windy process during which it ran into limits and was forced to abandon its initial assumptions and undergo a radical thinking. Instead of taking mental processes to be a kind of logic, it started seeing them as a kind of perception. Instead of trying to mimic the kind of thought that we entertain consciously, AI aimed for the sort of information that neurons can process, information to which we have no direct access. We don't know how we achieve such feats as recognizing our mother's face, for example, or how I can produce intelligible text that you seem to be able to understand. We just don't know how it happens. So instead of trying to directly turn to von Neumann architecture into a thinking machine, it chose to educate what's known as neural nets. Now, another reason for remembering the birth of AI is the name it chose for itself, which masked an ambiguity. Was it aiming for intelligence or something else? Do you put a hyphen between artificial and intelligence, or don't you? From day one, there were 2 projects behind the project. One was to create a computational system that would think like humans, a thinking machine, and be intelligent in the sense where humans are intelligent. The other project was to find ways to automatize the solution to as many kinds of problems as possible, from chess to translation, from pattern recognition to robot navigation and what we've seen on the video. On the face of it, these are 2 different things, 2 distinct goals. Yet the basic insight was that thinking is nothing really more than the ability to solve problems. A fully intelligent system would be one that could solve all kinds of problems. And conversely, the more problems a system could solve, the closer it would come to full intelligence. So AI set out to automatize one problem after the next. It turned out to be more difficult than expected. AI systems could not figure things out from scratch. They needed rich input, too rich to be spoon-fed by the human programmer. So they turned into neural nets that could learn by themselves from examples. And after a slow start, neural nets met with smashing success. But here's the thing. The systems that AI built, whether old-style reasoners or new wave perceivers, were special purpose problem solvers, a population of specialized algorithms that did not add up to anything remotely resembling human intelligence. So it seemed that one of the two goals that AI had set for itself at the beginning had been dropped. So the mainstream of the profession took that as a fact of life and still does. There are enough problems or tasks waiting to be automatized or to be automatized more efficiently to keep AI engineers busy. But the dream of a machine that would be genuinely intelligent, a true thinking machine, one that would possess what's known as artificial general intelligence, or AGI, or again, human-level intelligence, is alive again. The advent of large language models and of generative AI has tipped the balance. The ability to compose on command coherent and often relevant text and images of any kind and on any topic is not only, as everyone was quick to realize, a true game changer in terms of applications in countless domains, it also makes it more plausible that AGI, artificial general intelligence, might be within reach in just a few years. But now I get to be a little bit controversial. It is based on this idea that AGI is around the corner, is based on two assumptions that are implausible. The first assumption is that the current victorious trend is bound to continue until the entire repertory of kinds of problems which the human mind can solve has been conquered by AI. The second assumption is that once that happens, human-level intelligence will have been reached. As for the first, least implausible assumption, there are two grounds for caution. First, the current spectacular systems are far from perfect and far from fully understood. They're too fragile a basis for predicting future success. The second problem is that even if the present successes do herald further progress, which I grant, they don't support the idea that problems of all kinds are within reach. In fact, it's pretty clear that those which are obey some severe constraints. As for the promise that human-level intelligence is within reach, that's my second assumption, which I think is implausible. I claim that it is, in fact, completely idle. I can only offer two arguments today, the time remaining. The first is that the most visible scientific leaders of AI today all agree on the need for some new insight, in the absence of which AI will plateau. AI today may in fact be on the eve of a turning point similar to the neural net revolution, but it doesn't know yet where to turn. And the second reason I can advance is the observation that human intelligence, as Patrick was actually saying in his introduction, is only very partly a matter of problem solving. And I can't see how AI as presently conceived can do anything but solve problems. These two assumptions are not only implausible, they're also potentially harmful. They send the profession on a wild goose chase, that of artificial, fully autonomous thinkers, instead of sticking to what I take to be AI's major calling, which is to provide humankind with powerful, trustworthy auxiliaries that can help us overcome some of the present technical, scientific, social, and political challenge, as well as facilitate daily tasks for which help is really needed. And these assumptions also facilitated a major falsification, making mechanical systems pass off as silicon-based, genuine human beings. The irony is that some people worry about the so-called existential risk posed by human-level and, in short order, by superhuman-level intelligence. As I see it, the worry is misplaced. What does worry me, though, is the combination of the unfounded belief that AGI is around the corner with a misplaced priority given to the goal of having AI implanted as in many contexts as possible for the sake of making use of such a wonderful tool, regardless of the broader consequences. In my view, the central challenge today is to turn AI into a regular engineering discipline, one which produces, in a well-understood fashion, trustworthy artifacts with built-in guardrails against improper use. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Trying to summarize, but so what I understand, and we agree on the panel, today what we see is specific AI. We don't see the path to general AI, which remains a possibility, but not today. So why do we talk so much about artificial intelligence? Is because, as you described, there is this breakthrough. Before we could have input in artificial intelligence that became simple then complex, but the output was always simple. And in fact, with ChatGPT, we have complex output. What is a complex input and output is that you can take text, images, videos, sounds, and you can produce the same, which we couldn't do before. So that's the breakthrough. It has impact. It has impact not only when you play with your kids, but it has impact in the enterprise. And as we heard on the panel with Virginie Robert yesterday, it can interfere in the democratic processes. So it requires policies to accompany this development. And Kazuto, I'll let you give us the landscape of where we are in policies.
Yeah, thank you very much, Patrick. I think that's a very nice segue to my discussion about the policies and governance of the AI. I think this 2023 is the sort of a turning point of the AI regulation. For many years, the AI was shown in the first video that it's a creation as well as it's a risk for using for the military purposes. So there's been a long discussion about the laws, the lethal autonomous weapon systems in the United Nations, and particularly under the context of the Covenant of the Conventional Weapons, CCW. And there were not much progress in regulation because on the one hand, there are big countries like United States and China, Russia, try to use the AI for improving the military capabilities, while there are certain concerns that these AI will go beyond the human control. So the hot point or the talking points all the way is that how human can control the AI. The problem is, as Daniel has described, is changing because the context is now not only AI is used for the military purposes, but also the political purposes. The election interference we discussed yesterday, and also there are a number of occasions that there are fake news, the fake video, and the progress of ChatGPT and large-scale language model has made it possible to create the animations and the videos that is quite difficult to distinguish with the real ones. So there are discussions going on from starting from the May G7 Hiroshima summit, and there was a discussion about to start the AI Hiroshima process. And in June, the EU has set up the AI Act, which is to focus on the safe use of AI and the protection of and respect of the fundamental rights and values. And also in July, there was a Security Council discussion about the AI meeting, which is the first time that the Security Council takes out the AI as one of the threat to the international security led by UK, and the Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, has proposed the idea to set up the international institution for inspection of the inspection and verifying the AI products, and that may, well, we are still in the discussion what kind of system or the international institutions can monitor and verify those AI-generated information, but I think it is still very much in infant stage. And then in September, there was a G7 guidelines for designing AI. So all the AI designers should be monitored and reporting to the authorities to control the, to set a certain guidelines or guardrails to make sure that it doesn't go beyond the certain unexpected use of AI. And then October, the last month, there were a lot of initiatives took place. There are Internet Governance Forum in Kyoto to discuss under the UN flag to regulate AI use, and also until recently there was a UK AI Safety Summit where everyone's talking about the Elon Musk and Rishi Sunak talking about it, but there aren't much have come out. It was basically pointing out some of the issues for the necessity of international collaborations, taking appropriate measures, finding out the risks and the area of cooperation. So that was very general outset of the AI regulation. And I think the most powerful and a detailed discussion or detailed regulation has set out by the United States. The President Biden has issued an executive order which is to set up the new standard for the for companies to follow to design the AI, and also providing the test results to the authorities, protection of the consumers, and prevent the use of AI for which may involve some of the discriminatory algorithms, and also focusing on the medical AI, and also talking about the international partnership. And I think this is an interesting development because there are so much focuses on the use of AI, not for the military purposes, but also the civilian use, and also the danger for using AI for the life-threatening situations like medical situation, or the transport, or all these things that related to the safety and the security issues. So I think the discussion of to control and regulate the AI is now just beginning, but it is more or less focused on within the G7 or Security Council level, and it is not expanding to the wider scale. And what is interesting is that last month, when there was a Belt and Road Initiative Summit took place in Beijing, China also launched something called Global AI Initiative, which is in the context of the other three initiatives: Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and Global Civilization Initiative. So China is showing its interest to get along with this global AI governance, but there are not much details published from the China side. So perhaps this is a sort of a harbinger of the further confrontation of the G7 AI regulation, and also the Chinese regulation, which is based on the different values from the G7. And finally, I think there are a number of issues that is involved, but I think there are much less attention paid to the military use of AI. And I think this is one of the problems because the use of AI is so wide, the shift of the focus turns around every time that we discuss. So I think when we talk about the AI regulation, we need to set the sort of a sectoral regulatory framework for the military use, the prevention of the interference, election interference, prevention of the production of AI for the fake news, and
also support the operators of the charging infrastructure. And this will contribute to the management of the charging infrastructure in terms of the energy cost as well as the maintenance. And this will contribute finally to the economic sustainability of the charging infrastructure. Artificial intelligence will also support electric utilities in the form that it will facilitate the integration of electric vehicles into the power networks, which will reduce the strain on the electric networks and balance the load. And this is very important, especially during the power peak loads. Artificial intelligence will also improve the end user experience. And this is actually by providing him with information about the available charging infrastructure, the waiting time, and how to navigate to the nearest charging infrastructure. Artificial intelligence will revolutionize the transportation sector by considering the optimal planning of this sector. By leveraging data and algorithms, the transportation is going to be made easier, safe, sustainable, and efficient. In the Smart Operation Research Lab at Khalifa University, we have covered multiple projects focusing on how AI will revolutionize this transportation sector. We looked at the planning of the transportation sector from two scopes. One of them is the long-term planning of the transportation sector, and the other one is the short-term operational planning of the transportation sector. When we talk about the long-term planning, we're looking at two things. One of them is the allocation and sizing of charging infrastructure, and the other one is the predicting of the energy demand for these charging infrastructure. We looked at the predicting of the energy demand of this charging infrastructure, and we looked at the weather impact. So the weather conditions like the temperature, the humidity, and the wind speed will impact the energy demand of these charging infrastructures. In hot weather, the electric batteries will degrade very quickly, which will necessitate more charging. In winter, the battery will need to be heated up first before being charged, which is going to add more demand onto the power network. Now, artificial intelligence is going to help also in identifying the demand in terms of the energy from these transportation electric vehicles, and at the same time schedule the charging sessions. In the second project, we looked at the optimal allocation of the charging infrastructure and sizing them. We took into consideration the projection of the electric vehicle demand and adoption growth rate, the driving behavior, and the traffic conditions. And we're targeting finding the best locations and sizes for this charging infrastructure. Then we move to the short-term planning of the autonomous transportation. And in that case, we considered multiple projects as well. Now, autonomous cars are actually self-driving cars. And then when they operate in the streets, sometimes we have human-driven cars, such as, for example, emergency vehicles like police cars. And what we need to make sure is that both types of cars operate well in these roads, such that the human-driven vehicles, which are emergency vehicles, would reach their destination more quickly whenever they are needed. So what we did an emergency vehicle aware lane change model that used the power of AI to plan how these emergency vehicles, which are human-driven, would reach their destination fast by taking the benefits of autonomous vehicles given that they're going to give the priority of access to these emergency vehicles to reach their destinations. In the second project, we looked at the other side. What if this emergency vehicle is actually autonomous? For example, in the case of fire, or if we need an ambulance, every second counts. So we need to make sure that these emergency vehicles can cope with the other cars on the streets. So we have used the power of AI to plan these emergency vehicles, which are autonomous, such that they can reach to their destination by finding the optimal path, and as well as controlling the traffic, and at the same time, navigating through the traffic without causing a problem to other road users. Now, what makes it challenging for autonomous vehicles is the adverse weather conditions. Because if it's raining, for example, the roads will get wet. And in that case, we need to make sure that there are no accidents taking place. So we benefited with the power of AI to take the weather impact in our planning problem, and we made sure that no accidents will take place when we program our autonomous vehicles. And this has been really achieved in the Smart Operation Lab. Now I'm going to focus on one showcase where we considered actually the Dubai. Dubai is divided into 14 districts, and we want to investigate how AI is powerful in planning the charging infrastructure. Now, to plan the charging infrastructure, we consider two types of charging. One of them is the electric charging infrastructure, and the other one is the dynamic wireless charging infrastructure. But the question that may come up, why we should consider dynamic wireless charging? The idea here is that if we want to go fully autonomous, that means we want also the charging to be autonomous. And this is why dynamic wireless charging is really important. We considered two case studies. In the first case study, we looked at optimally allocating and sizing the dynamic wireless charging infrastructure and the charging stations infrastructure as well, without using the power of AI, but focusing only on the optimization. And then we have developed a novel AI model, which is a hybridized model taking of the benefits of multiple AI algorithms. And we did the same problem again. And we have found that we were able to minimize the government infrastructure cost by 2.2%. So this was an overview of the research that we have done at Khalifa University at the Smart Operation Research Lab. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina. Very insightful, showing both the potential of artificial intelligence to give insights, but also to automate. So, and I think this is quite comprehensive. It shows that we can tackle a complex problem. You show infrastructure. Yesterday we had a workshop on food, an immense amount of waste that could be addressed applying the same thing. One caveat just for the discussion is that it works well in machine-to-machine interactions where you can really apply. Unfortunately, when you put human being in the equation, there are some randomness that makes AI more difficult to apply. So that's notably the case with the autonomous vehicle, but of everything that was shown. So a huge potential. Thank you. So all of this is about exploitation of data, and of course, this data needs to be protected, so what do we do in cybersecurity?
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Thierry, for this opportunity. We live in very interesting times. The security aspect has become a bit compounded with many conflicts. And in the allotted time, I will speak about 7 distinct things. One will be the premise, second will be the threat, the third, the strategy as we see it. 4 will mention about quantum technology, but not quantum computing, which is what Francois would be speaking. AI and cyber, some examples in the future. The premise, let me lay down the premise. First, we may all agree that there are no air gaps in cybersecurity, be it perimeter, cloud, space, or edge. Number 2, the surface area of cyber vulnerability has expanded many folds with the adoption of IoTs and sensors. This is particularly true because we are living in the world where most of our critical infrastructures are connected. 3, encryption is everywhere, and securing our encryptions is the key to our digital future or success. Today, we are more an encryption economy. An example would be to look at digital signatures. Everything that we validate are based on digital signatures. And if there is a vulnerability on digital signatures, then we can imagine how our future might be compromised. Now, let me talk briefly about the threats. Global trends in cryptography are heavily compromised. Powerful algorithms like the Shors and the Grovers are using equally powerful computers that can crack down any encryption standard. They do that with quantum simulators, which are very powerful computers that can compromise encryptions. Quantum computers, that is something, it's like, we all know when there was the advent of Y2K, there was a date, but nobody knows when quantum computers will come in. It's knowing the unknown. Third, the majority of encrypted web data relies on an encryption standard called RSA 2048. A quantum computer with 4099 qubits will break it in a few minutes. This we don't see going beyond 2028. If not, it has already happened. Systems using today's cryptography for long-term authentication is at risk. Just look at your health data. If that is compromised, well, that's why many of these hospitals are being hacked, because their data has very long tail. And cryptography built on mathematical algorithms are vulnerable to brute force attack. Finally, the grid will become the first in the line of attack when nations conflict or there are other compelling economic narratives. This includes national defense systems, critical infrastructures, which most of what we have today, banks, financial institutions, healthcare, army, navy, they're all critical infrastructures. The strategy. Let me put out 2 or 3 of these broad strategies which are being employed now. The first one is hack now, weaponize now. So if you have the algorithm, you have the cryptography to break these encryptions, you weaponize it now, or you hack now and store it, and weaponize it later when you have the ability to break the encryption. So basically what we are now trying is to move from mathematics to quantum physics, which according to pure science it's much more difficult to crack. And this rests on 2 principles. One is the Heisenberg's principle of uncertainty, which enables the identification of eavesdropping. Actually, the pipe falls as soon as somebody comes into the chain. The second is the no cloning theorem. It prohibits copying of data from quantum states. These are 2, and there is a third one, which is the Bell's inequality principle, which prevents implanting attacks on physical systems. Now let me speak about quantum technology. I'm not going into quantum computing. See, this arises of the second quantum revolution. Incidentally, the first quantum revolution was much of the touted technologies that we have, nuclear, semiconductor, and laser. The second is more characterized now by manipulating individual quantum systems. For example, eavesdropping using quantum key distribution, quantum computing breaking the RSA code. I will now allude to AI and cyber. AI systems will be vulnerable to adversarial attacks from any domain where AI augments action, which means the moment you use AI, there is a vulnerability. It's like a boomerang, it can come back to you. Now, these attacks will involve evasion, data poisoning, manipulation, thereby rendering AI much ineffective. For example, let me give you a conflict scenario. Let's say the field used in AI is supercharged intel, which is ISR. The AI use case in this case will be object detection, which is asset, person, and weapon. And the AI attack in this case would be extraction and evasion. So if you look at what the Russians were able to do with their military fields, in this current attack, you will see a lot of this exploitation happening where they were able to mask most of their places where they had kept their aircrafts. Now, examples I would give of AI is the combination of AI and being used with HAPS. Using satellites would be a little more challenging, but you have a HAPS which operate at a much lower altitude, and these become aerial data centers. So tomorrow, when you are moving into autonomous areas of conflict, you would be using more of HAPS, and HAPS would act as aerial data centers, which will ensure quick communication to people who are on the field. And the second is, it's not a fiction, it's human enhancement technology, which is cybernetically enhanced human beings, which means that the human being has implants in his body, and he's able to connect to a HAPS, and he's able to take decisions much faster than having to call to a command center. Now, finally, I would look at the future, which is the AI-based neural systems. So you have AI, you have quantum, but the challenge of AI or the success of building quantum encryptions is based on how much complexity you can build. With AI, you are able to increase this complexity using a technology which we call ciphertext. Currently, the highest standard that NIST has agreed is about 2 raised to the power of 256. But with AI-based neural systems, you can increase this complexity of the cyberbit text to about 2 raised to the power of 2.6 million. So that's how the future of the complexity of AI encryptions will be. There are pluses, there are minuses, but this is how we see the technology evolving. There are, I have emphasized more on the military part of it because the earlier adapters of all these advanced technologies, we believe, are defense forces. And it is only after the defense and the military use, it will become much more applicable in the civil world. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. Good point connecting with what Kazuto mentioned about the need for distinctive policies. I would take 2 points here. When it comes to AI and cybersecurity, you describe the complex system and it increases the attack surface, what we call the attack surface. The more complex your system is, it increases. Notably, what you've seen from Amina and what Toby explained means a lot of identities will be created. All these machines will be identity. And in cybersecurity, one of the biggest points is manage the identity, and then the access based on the identity to the systems. So that's a big complexity. And also, you use AI for the attack, which is done. There is a kind of try to neutralize. Unfortunately, the parallelism is not yet in place, so we have a few challenging times ahead of us. So thank you, Toby, for this overview. François, it will get even faster.
I need to stand up a little bit.
Yeah.
So thank you for Thierry and SN for inviting us to this great conference. So Patrick gave me a challenge. He asked me to do in 7 minutes what I did in Stanford last week in 40 minutes. So one of the main things of quantum is speed, so I will try to be as fast as I can. So we've talked a lot about AI. AI is 3 pillars. As a matter of fact, I hate this word, artificial intelligence. Remember, Bergson saying the machine is the arm of the workers. I'm usually talking about augmented intelligence, shared intelligence, like Waze, but I don't like this artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence, augmented intelligence is 3 pillars. The hardware, you have then the transmission, and the software. Why do we talk so much about AI since 3, 4, 5 years? There is 3 reasons. The first one is technology has increased the power, the speed by incredible numbers. And for the first time in the industry, the 3 pillars has grown very fast. The second, we all experienced ChatGPT in December. And ChatGPT, now everybody talks about that. And you have letters or speech done by ChatGPT. Mine is not done by ChatGPT, by the way. The last one is AI. Nobody understands it. It's complicated, and it's a very good tool for journalists because nobody understands it, or the media, or the clickers. It can be fear, you have the Cold War. So it has been a material used by the media at length to scare us. So don't worry, it's not scary. As you said, artificial intelligence starts really in 1936, in fact. Then Turing team started in 1953, and the first outcome went in 1956. I've been involved in AI since 1982, so I've seen the evolution and the huge explosion of the power. So today I'm going to talk about quantum. So quantum, I would say, is the third revolution. You know what is revolution and evolution? iPhone 1 was a revolution. iPhone 15 is an evolution. There is not a lot of things. So the first story of quantum, this famous picture. You had Planck, Schrödinger, Einstein at the Solvay headquarters. The first meeting talked about what quantums, and then you have all the quantum physics, electrons, atoms, photons, and stuff like that. 1950s, 1970s, introduction of transistors, lasers, and other technology. Since 2020, a lot of labs are start to look at what is quantum, can it be applied, and how quantum and AI are going to transform the world. So quantum is easy to understand. There were three revolutions. The first was analog computers. Analog is from 0 to 100. Then we moved to 0, 1, bits and bytes. And now it's time to come back to a much more natural model, which is photons, which is electrons, and also atoms. The nature hates binary. In some country, you have Swiss and cheddar. In some other country, you have 365 cheese. We are moving to the 365 cheese technology because as a human, we are much more inclined to do analog, which is a very smooth transition from 0 to 1, than in the brutal 0 to 1. So quantum is going to use a lot of natural things where photons will talk to photons, atom to atoms, and there is a huge amount of energy available on this transformation. So what drives quantum timeline? My colleague Toby talked about post-quantum cryptography. There will be a huge revolution for quantum. I give you just an example about cybersecurity. I won the contract for the Olympic Games in London in 2012. We had 700,000 attacks per day. I talked to the Minister of the Olympics 2 weeks ago, and there is a forecast of 5 million attacks per day. It's huge. It will be robots all over the world. Imagine if you are a hacker, you're famous because you ask a ransomware, but also if at the final of the 100 meters everything stops, you're a hero. So it's time now to move to another steps, another technology leapfrog, which is a quantum. And post-quantum cryptography is a future of cryptography where you crypt, you transport, and you decrypt. And when the transport, it's impossible to attack. So at least we'll have soon a quantum-safe environment. So what is very interesting is quantum is power, is size, is energy, very low energy, and it's also sensing. As an example, many of you have this smartwatch which analyzes your heartbeat. The sensing, the quantum sensing will be able to analyze the magnetic field of your heart. So it's 1 million more accurate than anything else. So the power of quantum computing, quantum technology, and AI will absolutely transform the world. There is plenty of application. I was talking about sensing. When you look at medicine as an example, when you're sick, it's already too late. Because the weak signals you get, you're tired, it hurts a little bit, and then you go to doctor, and the doctor asks you questions, symptoms, pathology, and then have small talks. The quantum sensing will be at some point embedded in your body, for those who want, of course, nobody is obliged, will allow to do real-time analysis of your entire metabolism, look into the web through AI to the pathology. So when you go to the doctor, as an example, the 30 minutes slot you will have with him will be 5 minutes pathology and 25 minutes talking about the kids, the holidays, whatever. It's the intelligence, emotional intelligence, of the doctor will be at its best. Another explanation or application is drug discovery. We went through the COVID, and during the COVID, we were very late. You know, it's about 10 to 15 years to develop a drug. The quantum simulation system will allow to develop drugs in 2 to 4 years. So it's not one day, it's not 1 month, but that it will be a huge revolution so that you can, depending on new illness, you will be able to develop new drugs. Same for materials, for aerospace, or for luxury brand. Now there is lots of vegan rich people who wants to have a Hermes Kelly bag, not with leather. So it will help also some brand to manufacture new materials in a very short period of time. So in a summary, there is a lot of different things. I have a small film for you, and then I will be done.
Simulation solutions. Here, we leverage the groundbreaking power of AI and quantum. For life science applications, we're using algorithms to calculate the quantum mechanical interactions between drugs and their targets. This improves the odds for success when entering clinical trials, which affects how quickly and cheaply life-saving drugs can be successfully brought to market. Today, computer-assisted drug discovery is either too slow to use on large numbers of molecules or too inaccurate to trust. But our unique AQ tools use artificial intelligence as a coach, achieving high accuracy without compromising speed.
So, in a summary, the future is now, and be ready for this huge revolution after 35 years of evolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, François. So, before Thierry interrupts me, so I will open the floor for questions. But just a quick summary. So what we've seen, tried to show you today is that there is a breakthrough with so-called generative AI, or supporting large language model, that was explained. That's what put it on, draw the attention and put it on the top of the agenda, because there is a new future. It's already deployed to manage complex systems, and it can help solve some of our most pressing challenges. Another challenge that comes is cybersecurity. And if you like AI the way it is today, you will love it tomorrow with quantum. So if I may summarize the session like this, thank you. So we have a lot of questions. Maybe I take the first, yes? Can you get the mic? Touré.
Thank you very much. My question is, how would you use this to end poverty and to solve development issues? Thank you.
Yep. Sure, I have the question. Yep. Here.
Thank you. I had one question and a kind of an assertion. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Now, yes.
Okay. Listening to Director Andler and Mr. Suzuki, I got the impression, maybe wrong, maybe right, that the impending dawn of AGI is going to be far more disruptive and dangerous than anything else that you've seen before. There is real fear that it could alter the fabric of nation states and tear apart all that communities that we have seen across the globe. The point I'm questioning is, would this mean that social and economic inequalities will rise exponentially? Social anarchy will rule the streets, as is already beginning to be seen in some areas. Will it flood the country with fake content masquerading as truth? And will we see a total breakdown of trust as we have known all these years? Thank you.
Very good point. Thank you. Yeah, Thierry. Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to address the notion, first of all, it's any artificial intelligence outcomes are based on the content that goes in, the quality of the data. And specifically in the healthcare application, right now most of the clinical research is done on men and less on women. For example, can you address a little bit the notion of how we can correct for some of the data problems or the quality of the data content in order to achieve better outcomes?
Yeah. I take the questions and then we will divide and conquer. Yeah.
Thank you. We talked a lot about regulation. Thank you, Mr. Suzuki. What about ethics? What is the current state of reflection on ethics applied to AI, quantum physics, etc.? It seems that we're quite far away, and this has not been tackled so far.
I couldn't hear the...
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. So I'm going to speak louder. Sorry. We talked about regulation, but what about ethics?
Ethics.
What is the state of reflection on ethics applied to AI and quantum physics, quantum computing?
Hi, I'm an engineer from India. Now, there is a set of dangers inherent to AI. Some of them we discussed today. The other set of problems comes from the users or deployers of AI. I'm thinking rogue nations, I'm thinking other bad actors. Now, and to me, that incentivizes speeding up resolving global geopolitical and other conflicts. My question is, the regulatory framework being developed the world over, does that include policies aimed at making people aware of the dangers of AI? And the reason I ask this is that to the extent that civil society at large has a say in policy making, maybe we get some positive outcomes there. Instead of, sorry to say this, but talking in echo chambers or keeping the public not so aware of the risks. Thanks.
You, last one, and then we answer. Behind you. Yeah.
Thierry, come on.
Well, I am a Korean diplomat. I worked as ambassador, so I'm totally ignorant about this issue. But it was quite fascinating to learn about something about AI plus quantum. I am 75 years old. My target is to live up to 100 years because my mother turned 100, still in good health. How much AI plus quantum technology will, what age, you could say I could live up to over 100 years.
Okay. Last one, and then we start to answer, and then it might provoke other questions.
Training large language models and new models require a huge number of computational resources.
Yeah.
How can we really combine these new advances of AI with our carbon footprints and decarbonizing goal in the next years?
Okay, good. If I look, I will ask my colleagues, and I can volunteer for some of it. So we can, let's start with maybe the first one on the disruption on society, how we address the development problem. That was the first question. I don't know if one colleague wants to take it or I give it a start and then you can build upon it. I think we heard it in, yesterday in the session on food. We need public policy. Technology is always a mean to an end. So if the end is not defined, if you don't have the governance, technology will not fill the gap. I remember 20 years ago, I was with the International Telecommunication Union in Geneva, and we were, if you remember, already discussing, François has been working on it, on the digital gap, the divide that was creating. We could overcome part of it, but it requires the right framework. So now you've seen in the presentation of Amina that you can manage complex problem. You can eliminate corruption through automation. You can manage better the resource allocation with technology, but it requires the proper governance and the framework. I was on a workshop in another institution for reconstruction of Ukraine, and here, clearly, if you want to address corruption, for instance, you will use satellite images because you can know if 10 tons of concrete have been deployed at that place, and even the quality of the concrete, depending on what you have. And then you deploy blockchain, so you use token, because this is an immutable ledger, and then you know exactly what comes in, what comes out. So the tools are here. Now, is the governance the will to do it and deploy it? Technology alone, no, but all what we try to show you are means that can help achieve these objectives.
Can allow me here to add something to it. I'll give you an example. One of the challenges for the developing countries, for example, in some countries, that they're suffering from electricity theft. And we know that electricity is very important for our lives. Nobody can live without electricity. Now, through AI, we can also predict thefts. Because only with the people, like for example, in some countries, like for example, India, they have developed programs where they assigned volunteers from the villages to see if there is any electricity theft. But this is very hard. But with the power of AI, we can automatically detect if there is an electricity theft going in place, and where is that location. So in that case, with the power of AI, we can improve electricity access, and we minimize any issues relevant to the power interruption.
And then we move to the next one. And then there was a question, of course, awareness, education. That's fundamental. We need to understand. Otherwise, you cannot think that a few people will know what's best, and it won't happen. People will need to appropriate. What happened in the gap that I mentioned before with the ITU is that when mobile was deployed and people start to understand what can I do, and then I can improve my farmers market because I know how to handle it. Education is fundamental. That was your question. There was a point on ethics. Daniel, what's your take? Where are we?
Well, there's of course a huge interest in AI ethics or AI for good and all of that. As you may know, some of you may know, there are about over 100 charts and ethical codes put out by all sorts of organizations, and a number of principles. Roughly 5, 6, 7, 10 principles about transparency, respect of privacy, etc., etc. Very close, in fact, to the general principles of clinical medical ethics. In fact, the initial model for thinking about AI ethics is medical ethics. And what I just want to say in a very short time, because we're running out of time, is that I think that these general principles of AI ethics, just like the general principles of clinical ethics, are not enormously helpful. First of all, they are conflicting. You can have, say, privacy and also access to all the data that you really need to improve, say, medical research. And there are many sorts of problems, but the main point is that these general, overall, overarching principles are not really about ethics and are not really interesting. Things get interesting once you do exactly as my neighbor said, to divide things up. In other words, if you use AI in education, that's one thing, and it raises a whole set of really interesting and hard and important problems in ethics in education, similar for ethics in defense, similar for ethics in surveillance, etc. So you have to divide up, see AI as really a general tool, which interesting, sort of uninteresting general principles governing its use. And then things get interesting once you go into medicine, defense, education, and so on.
Thank you. So we have to conclude soon. So maybe I propose, Kazuto, Toby, François, you take the questions that you've heard as your concluding word, and then we can close the session. Kazuto.
Okay, thank you very much. I think some of the questions touches upon the demand side of the AI, and I think most of the regulations are now focusing on the supply side. So the ethics, how to apply ethics in the way in which that how to design AI, how to use AI. So it's basically the engineers and the suppliers are now being regulated. But because of such a wide use of AI, and as Daniel said, it's really complicated because there's no single principles can apply for the different use of AI. And I think that for the demand side, it is so popular and so easy to use. So ChatGPT and the other softwares are now available for everyone to use AI for generating the fake news or fake video or anything. So I think this combination of the spread of the software and the network, the social network, which delivers those products from the demand side, is now making it much harder to regulate. But I think one of the discussion I made was because since it is difficult to have the sort of a single one-size-fits-all regulations, we need to see the demand side and make sure that these demand side should be regulated in order to have the proper supply of the AI.
Yeah. There was two questions on health. When you take your car, you go in a plane or take a train, you will never take your car if there is no petrol or you have a flat tire. When you look at what's going on health, the only signal you have is you wake up in the morning, you don't feel good, but it's too late. The combination of quantum and AI will allow you to have some sensors in the body, for those who want, of course, that will allow you to have real-time evolution of, as an example, of a cancer by magnetic resonance. Those data will be aggregated, will go into the cloud. Into the cloud, they will analyze all the pathology and will give you a proactive signal on what's going on. If you do one blood test per year, you will have real-time blood test. If you do lots of tests on your body once every other year, it will be real-time. Same for, as an example, last example that will speak to everybody. After 50, there is not a lot in this room, by the way, you don't wait on the same 50-50 on your legs. It's more 60-40, 65-45. There is technology now that allows you to figure out how your weight is balanced between your feet, 4,000 sensors per feet. So if you do what we call linear interpolation of the balance of the weight through the sensors, it will go through artificial intelligence and tell you that in 2 months, 5 years, or whatever, you will have a scoliosis or whatever. So the main benefits of quantum AI and technology will do proactive maintenance of the body exactly as we do with the car, the train, or the planes?
I will just, 10 seconds. Just to answer the question about how does it impact society and protect. Just take the case of the next virus, the next pandemic. It's a game changer, it's a showstopper. Whichever part of the world we live, as you saw it in the coronavirus now. The ability for research institutes, science institutes to produce a counter drug or a vaccine will be much faster when we are able to use it. And I think healthcare will be one of the HCFs that we can start in terms of building this as a narrative. The upsides could be plenty, and as Patrick said in the beginning, it will be the challenge for us to discover what is the upside for every society. For example, when mobile technology was adopted, people said the big digital divide, as the ITU conference was there then, but you saw Africa adopted it. And you saw amazing success stories in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. They created a large number of entrepreneurs. So I think it's best, it's good. How good it is, I think we'll have to take a few steps to see how it will work. I think that's,
So, Amina, as the youngest, can you close?
Thanks for the very informative sessions and for the interactions with the audience. And I hope that the session was very helpful. And thank you for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bien, François, tu es là?
Plaisir. Eh oui.
Hey, good to see you. Hello.
Good morning.
Ouais. Handel is here. Hey, Handel. You can't see us, I guess. Good, very early morning, Handel. We can start? Okay. So very good morning to all of you, and very early good morning to our friend Handel, who is from California, who is joining us for this event. He couldn't be here in person, but I think that his presentation was a lot for the debate we are going to have. So you have been, listening on the first panel, and that was a beautiful introduction also for what we are going to touch right now, because you have seen that the world is going into new applications, very critical applications. And what we want to touch today is what is the industry behind it? I mean, how is it going to happen and why? And what are the forces that really drive these innovations? And you know that the complications today is not only technology, it's all about also the geopolitical around it. So we are going to touch this, and in the debate also we want to make sure that as we go into the discussions, we also talk about this part of the world, the Gulf regions. If you talk about innovation, if you talk about leadership, if you talk about sovereignty, it is very important that you understand also that it is a critical industry for this part of the world as well. So with that, I want to make sure that we will have first an introduction with Handel Jones, who is going to again talk from California. Helmut is on my left here first, and Helmut has been playing in the industry for more than 30 years in the semiconductor industry, and you have his bio into the documents here. With Max, I will only say that Max is traveling around the world. He is the innovation maker. He's one of these few people in the world who are really connecting the dots. And again, I make sure that you read his bio. It's very, very important. So with that, Handel, maybe I'll turn it to you, and we start into the debate just after that.
Today I'm going to talk about the underlying capabilities of AI, which is semiconductors. So if we're going to slide 2, I basically will give some background on myself and also the company. So IBS has been in business about 33 years. We work with most of the major semiconductor companies. We also work with financial institutions, but we also work extensively with governments. We worked with the US government on their strategies for semiconductors. I spent a lot of time in China regarding semiconductors in China. We've also interfaced with the French government. We actually had a high-level discussion with the French government last week. Also Japan, also Taiwan. Now we're also doing some work for India, and also potentially Vietnam. So we work on a global basis, and also a key part of what we do is focusing on the growth and evolution of AI, and then focusing very heavily on the semiconductor support for AI. And of course, the key part of the essence of AI is data. And in some ways, data has similarity to oil. But also I'm going to cover why semiconductors have become so important in the last few years. And one, of course, is now the governments of many countries are involved. Also the supply chain issues. But the third factor, which is that of the emergence of generative AI, which is going to change multiple industries. And I'll cover some of those points. I'll focus very heavily on the semiconductor supply that is needed to support AI. Can we go to slide 3, please? So we see AI today in smartphones. The camera functionality in smartphones is based on AI. And this is the beginning. Basically, we're going to see many, many new applications emerging. In the automobile industry, we see semiconductor consumption in 2030 at about $2,500 per vehicle compared to $500 in 2020. And of course, a key part of that is the self-driving capability that will emerge. NVIDIA, of course, has had very high visibility recently in terms of data centers. And we can think of data centers in some ways as equivalent to oil refineries. A large amount of data goes in, and the data is processed. And then, of course, the utilization of data is very widespread. And of course, the key building block function of AI is that of the GPU of NVIDIA, where they produce, where it costs them about $3,000 to make it, but they sell it for $50,000, and there are global shortages. So this is the beginning of what we call generative AI, and the impact initially is in the data centers, but we will see widespread use at the edge devices and the edge applications in future, which can produce major opportunities for countries in the Middle East, in Europe, in the US, and in other global regions. Can we go to slide 4, please? So governments are becoming increasingly active in semiconductors. And of course, the initial driver was that of supply chains. Cars could not be shipped because of lack of semiconductors. So we now see the joint venture between Global Foundries and ST Micro in Kroll. We see a fab in Germany for TSMC. We see a fab in Germany for Intel. The US CHIPS Act is producing some money. So governments are now actively involved in decision processes for semiconductors. This was not the case in the past. And of course, AI will increase the involvement of the governments. Let's go to slide 5, please. So the semiconductor market will be $1 trillion in 2030. IBS, along with SEMI, predicted this back in 2017. So of course, this is a huge industry with significant growth potential, but it's very fragmented in terms of many different products. Let's go to slide 6. So a trade war has emerged in the semiconductor industry, and so let's go to next slide, slide 7. Let's go one more slide. Let's go one more slide. Yeah, thank you. This is the one I want. So a trade war has emerged between the US and China in semiconductors. And of course, a part of it was supply chain issues. But US sees China as becoming a major competitor in terms of semiconductors. But the real emphasis right now is on artificial intelligence. The key building blocks for semiconductors in terms of the artificial intelligence are processors. And this is where there's right now a trade war between US and China regarding supply chain of processors. Also, the AI is increasingly important in the military applications. Drones rely very heavily on AI. And of course, software for military intelligence is a key factor in terms of the AI arena. Let's go to the next slide. So China, though, is moving rapidly in building semiconductor capabilities. And I've been there. I just came back just about a week or so ago. And this is my 3rd visit to China this year. I spent about 6 weeks in China this year. And we do see a rapid progress in a number of areas. And of course, China has a large number of highly skilled engineers, and Chinese government is providing large funding. The role, though, of Taiwan is critical. TSMC is producing approximately 60% of the foundry market and 90% of advanced feature technologies. Apple, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, all these companies depend on TSMC. What's going to happen to TSMC in the future? That's a question for another discussion. And basically, we do have significant visibility into what some of the potential options are. Let's go to the next slide. So generative AI is effectively a new capability within the semiconductor industry. Generative AI is the ability to develop software which then allows tasks to be addressed very effectively. ChatGPT can create content, but the real value of generative AI is development of software which then allows new applications to emerge. We heard in the last presentation about digital health. That's going to be one of the biggest growth industries in 2030 to 2040, and generative AI and semiconductors are a key part of that. Also, sensors will be a key part of that. And of course, sensor capability and sensor leadership is in Europe. And in generative AI, we think it's going to be important to have global collaboration, or collaboration between countries that have different skill sets, but also different requirements. So this is a new era for the semiconductor industry. And again, generative AI is a new capability which will revolutionize many applications. Let's go to the next slide, please. And let's go to the next slide. So generative AI basically is the ability, as I mentioned, to generate models. And the initial activities of generative AI is in data centers. And as I mentioned, NVIDIA, their revenue data centers in 2014 was 199 million. This year will be 40 billion. So what IBS has done is quantified the value of generative AI. And if we go to the next slide, let's go to the next slide, please. Yeah, basically, we looked at each product category and then looked at the value of AI. And this is what we have in terms of the impact of AI in 2030. Let's go to the next slide. So AI will represent $760 billion out of a total of $1 trillion of the semiconductor industry. This really has a huge impact in terms of semiconductor production, semiconductor supply, but also now increasing government control over semiconductors. Let's go to the next slide. This shows a similar perspective, but now based on a percentage basis. So this is going to change the semiconductor industry's supply chains, and again, it's going to produce many new opportunities. Let's go to the next slide. So what we see in the semiconductor market as a summary is the market will decline this year, but will grow next year, and then basically fairly strong growth between now and 2030. The trade war between the US and China, though, however, will become more contentious. We're seeing more restrictions being placed on China, and it's actually hurting China. China is trying to do some mature technologies, and that's going to be okay for a while. However, though, there's going to be a point where China will push back. And that's going to create potentially significant supply chain issues on a global basis. When will it occur? Maybe 2025, 2026, maybe 2027, but it's going to happen. So again, the trade war issues have some basis for national security. Other areas that we question. And again, but the end result is China is making huge investments in semiconductors. But as I said, there will be significant escalation of the conflict in the future. Let's go to the next slide. So the growth of the semiconductor market right now is driven quite heavily by smartphones, by data centers, but basically we're going to see edge devices being the key factor in terms of generative AI. So what are the applications? Well, it was mentioned earlier, digital health. This is revolutionary. I've been exposed to some activities in Stanford, in Harvard, and we will have major benefits in terms of reduction or decreased importance of diseases, longer lifetimes, more productive lifetimes. So this is going to change society. And of course, it's going to take large resources. It's also going to take collaboration. Food production is another area where there's going to be significant benefits from generative AI. The education system will need to change dramatically. What is being learned today will become obsolete with generative AI. What people will have will be what we call a virtual digital twin, which will have higher IQ in terms of data analysis than the human brain. We'll have autonomous transportation, of course. This will change logistics. We think China will actually be the first market to adopt generative AI and L5 ADAS. Maybe 2035, but it's going to come. So we're going to have major changes in society. Yes, we're concerned about the dangers of AI, but it's important to accept AI and try and accelerate the adoption, because the benefits will far outweigh the limitations of AI. So thank you very much. That is my presentation. I wish I could have more time. I wish I could be there, but again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Andel. And you stay with us if you can, right? So what we are hearing from the previous panel and what Andel is sharing with us is that we are going into a new era. I mean, we have been through the gold era, the oil and gas era, and now we are entering into this semiconductor era. I mean, this is a very critical phase, and this is going to be there for the next 30, 40, 50 years. So it is clearly an opportunity to, for some government also to get into the game, as Andel was sharing. But is it really true? I mean, Max, what do you think about this?
Well, first of all, good morning to all of you. Salaam alaikum. It's always good to be back in United Arab Emirates, and my gratitude to the organizer, committing Monsieur Montbrial, Madame Kwan, and the Cillian partners, founders, Helmut and Paul, for allowing me to be on the stage with them. It's a distinct honor and a privilege to be here with you. It's really interesting because semiconductor industry, let me give you some dates for backdrop. The first transistor, which is the genesis of integrated circuit, was invented in Bell Labs in 1947. 10 years later, in 1958, Jack Kilby created integrated circuit, which was basically assembly of a bunch of transistors to create functions. Over the last 40 years, semiconductor industry has contributed so immensely to our lives being enriched, to the society being the way it is today. And unfortunately, majority of the people don't know the contribution of the semiconductor industry. But the last 40 years and $500 billion worth of revenue will be dwarfed in the next decades on what contribution semiconductor industry can bring and what economic value it brings to countries that they participate in the semiconductor industry, that and innovation it brings. Probably all of you have a cell phone in your pocket. The last 40 years, semiconductor industry has transformed computing and communication industry to the point that today you take your phone out, you can FaceTime your friends and family without even understanding how all of that has become possible. Single-handedly, our industry owes a debt of gratitude to a gentleman who was the founder of Intel, which you probably all know because the sticker is on your laptop, by the name of Gordon Moore. Gordon Moore's law, which became known as Moore's law, dictated that every 2 years, the number of transistors on a chip to grow to become double, and as such, the semiconductor industry has followed that pattern and created more efficient chips every year at same or reduced cost. And as a result, it has made possible innovations that has created the communication and computing industry that you see today. Those devices that you have generate data. Data is the genesis, and I hesitate to mention AI again because everybody talks about AI, but it's important to understand why AI has, I think the professor before us explained it very eloquently, that AI is not new. It is actually a very old idea, but the advent of semiconductors and the computing architecture today available has allowed AI to flourish. And again, I like to focus on the positives of the AI, such as ability to be able to detect tumors that professional doctors with 30 years of experience couldn't do. So there's plenty of opportunities. And if you look at where the chip industry is today, give you a frame of reference, which is quite honestly for me, for all of us in this industry that we've been around for a long time, it's still hard for me to wrap my head around it. The NVIDIA, the AMD, and Intel's Ponte Vecchio each have somewhere between 100 to 150 billion transistors in it. So if you look at the genius of these devices, that they are crunching data and the ability that they are bringing to the society, it's mind-boggling what will be happening. And you saw Hendel's eloquent analysis of where the industry is headed. In the last 40 years, the industry has become a $500 billion industry. In the next 7 to 8 years, the industry will double its size and become $1.1 trillion industry. Now, why is CHIPS Act so important? Why is every country and every society trying to have a control over semiconductors? Because from one side, if you look at it from advanced agriculture to drones and to computing AI platforms, it is the genesis of the new industrial revolution. Semiconductors are what makes it happen. But from the other side of it, it's part of sovereign protection of individual societies. Each country needs to have access to the technology for their protection. So semiconductors have a dual use capability these days. And in all honesty, I am so happy that after the pandemic and shortage of cars because of semiconductors, at least now my family knows what I'm doing. Because up to that point, they didn't know what I was doing.
Thank you. Yeah, this is true. I mean, this is not an industry that is really marketing itself, but this is really the foundation for most of the innovations that we see today. And these innovations are going to basically continue to spread over time. So we have built, over time, we have built this computing capabilities that you are talking about, Max. We also built these communication capabilities really that really drives, 4G going into 5G, and tomorrow it will be 6G. So it's a lot of also different type of applications, but it is needed. So the Lego itself, I mean, the constructions, the architecture is now ready to the next step, because we have these high-level computing models that are running with these capabilities. We have this ability to really go fast and move the information very fast. We still have a lot of problem to fix, okay? And power is going to be a lot of these situations where the industry is going to continue to focus. But as Andol is saying, we want to bring these models close to the applications. We want to make sure that this, whatever we call it, artificial intelligence or ability to do more with less at the point of use, this is what the industry is going to bring in the future. So if you think about that, you understand also why US versus China is going on right now. I mean, this is clearly a sovereignty part of the discussions. We understand the policy makers that you guys are here for, and this is so important for this industry. But Helmut, back to you. I mean, what do you think? What do you think about Europe in this race? I mean, how do you see Europe acting, and what are the potential strengths and weaknesses that you see in Europe?
Well, that's two questions. Well, good morning, everybody, first and foremost. Also a pleasure for me to talk about my favorite subject, semiconductors. I've spent all of my professional life in semiconductors, and I'm as happy as you are, Max, to the fact that finally a large portion of society recognizes how relevant it is. And that's one of the reasons why the tensions between US and China have gained so much attention. Because in Taiwan, there's a super high concentration of semiconductor manufacturing, in particular advanced semiconductor manufacturing. Handel showed some numbers on that. Why is that critical? No car, no phone, no internet would be possible today without that particular manufacturing in Taiwan. Now, what have people thought about that? Two things. We want to regionalize manufacturing, diversify the manufacturing landscape. It's got to be in other places. And Handel also said, well, TSMC is venturing into the US, into Japan, into Europe. Intel is bringing their manufacturing into Germany, for instance. Many things are happening at this point in time. And change is always an opportunity for those who are courageous enough to drive it. So it's the opportunity, I think, for many countries, for many companies, to participate in that change and make a fortune out of it. It doesn't come by itself. And as I said, I do believe it takes quite a bit of courage to do that. But there's another point that is relevant. When we are talking about Taiwan and this particular strength and concentration in Taiwan on this particular capability, the semiconductor industry is a lot broader. We are talking about a very relevant, specific point. But the 600 billion or whatever the number was in 2022 of value that was created or revenue that was generated is on the so-called device level. These devices have to be manufactured. For those manufacturing, we need to have equipment, and for that to run, it needs material. If you add all those different steps of the value chain together, you are at $1 trillion already. Already today you are. And these other areas are way more diversified. The concentration of capability in Taiwan is focused on manufacturing of leading edge technology only. There's a lot of other things that are being manufactured, designed, and value created in other regions. For instance, in Europe, and you were asking about the European angle to this, besides the benefit of Europe now getting from advanced manufacturing being brought into the region, Europe has its own strength in certain areas. One is automotive. I'd say 50% of the semiconductors for automotive are being designed and to a large extent manufactured in Europe today. So it is a very great strength. We also talked about equipment. There is this famous company, everybody has heard the acronym, meanwhile it's called ASML. Why is ASML so critical? Because they're the only company in the world that can enable so-called leading edge technology. But again, leading edge is only a certain portion of the semiconductor industry, a critical one that has a lot of focus, also because of potential dual use to it. But again, there's a lot of other things that are being done in Europe right now, today, where Europe is leading the global effort in certain areas. And material is a third one, and Paul has been running a company called Soitec for many years. Again, a capability in Europe that is unique to this industry and is very critical for development of certain specific areas. So if you go a level deeper in trying to understand what semiconductors are all about, you recognize that each region, US for instance, owns design automation. No chip can be made, no chip in this world, without the certain capability that resides in the US only. Japan owns certain areas of wafer capability and some materials. All of this leading edge lithography would not be possible without chemistry coming out of Japan. So this is a truly global industry. And yes, it is changing as we speak. And yes, we can take advantage of it. Every region has to look at what are the particular capabilities. And if you're brave enough to take advantage of the current change, you can bring this industry or a portion of this industry into this region as well, and we'll talk about that soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And but that comes. I mean, for me, everything you said makes sense. And yes, Europe has very strong capabilities and niches that really bring this, part of the world in terms of into the club. By club, I mean if you want to enforce policy, you have to have something to say. You have to have also the ability to play a part in this technology world. And but what we said before is that everything starts with innovation. So, is Europe slowing down on innovations? What is, Max? What is the situations when it comes to this industry, semiconductor industry? What do you think about innovations? You are the first, you are the right person to talk about it, by the way.
So I think Paul refers to the fact that I am fortunate enough to represent an organization that has been the driving force behind innovation in the semiconductor industry. Our organization is called IMEC. It's located in Belgium. We are truly global. We have over 5,500 of the brightest minds from 95 nationalities that they use an infrastructure that is in excess of $4.5 billion. And we are fortunate enough to collaborate with pretty much any company that is successful, including, I think we have a colleague here from Volkswagen, including Volkswagen and car companies and sequencing, DNA sequencing companies, besides the semiconductor industry. Semiconductor industry has different segments to it. There is the logic segment, there is the memory segment, there is sensing and actuate segment. Europe has been a prominent player in the sensing and actuate, which, as you can see, is driving the autonomous driving segment. And the company that Helmut was on the board is one of the pioneers in creating chips for this automotive industry, Infineon, a German company. So if you look at innovation in Europe, quite honestly speaking, I would have to be forgiven because I am part of IMEC and I get a paycheck from IMEC, so I have to defend IMEC. But if you look at the talent that the universities in Europe create, innovation is what has created semiconductor industry and has driven it forward to the point that the chip today has 150 billion transistors on it. Every aspect of the industry has been innovating, and quite honestly, the ecosystem has worked together, and the driving force of the ecosystem is the talent, is the innovation behind the industry. And Europe has played a significant role, because if you look at the universities in Europe, the access to the universities, it has a wealth of universities that they can still continue the innovation in the semiconductor industry. For us to continue to grow in the semiconductor industry, if you look at AI, for example, or if you look at many of the applications, quite honestly speaking, if AI grows at the rate it's growing, the computing platform, the power that is required for that computing platform, the world doesn't have that much power. So we need to continue to innovate in order to reduce the power of consumption of the chip. We need to continue to innovate in order to increase the performance of the chips. So I think each region needs to bring something to the table, but underlying part of the participation and the price for participation is to create workforce and talent that they can innovate at least part of this value chain.
Thanks, Max. I think it's clear. That this is the new era, and as part of it, if you think about post-COVID and the current China-US tension, this industry is thinking about regionalizations. We have been building this industry for the last 30 years, thinking about globalizations. We are now thinking about regionalizations. If you think about the footprint, every single region in the world is trying to really get into this industry. They are trying to really attract and build on this industry. So Handel, I mean, there is a question for you. I mean, is it a good time? Is it the time? Is it the moment in life where collaborations between Europe and the Gulf regions should materialize? And is it possible?
You know, the semiconductor industry has different levels. We have the foundry level, and Mubadala has made a significant investment in global foundries. And it took a while, but now the situation looks very positive. But the manufacturing at the foundry level, also for memory, is one level, and that is very capital intensive, and it also requires a lot of skills. The next level up is out of products. And of course, products need markets. And the markets, smartphones represent 35% of the market. The other level, though, is the applications, the software, and the solutions that can be brought to the market. So if you look at generative AI and where growth opportunities exist, as I mentioned earlier, digital health is one of those areas. So if you are going to collaborate, if the Middle East is going to bring up its own industries related to AI, for me, digital health is one of the key areas. And why Europe? Well, Europe has leadership in sensors. The sensors developed by IMEC, Cialetti, Bosch, Infineon, ST. These are leadership on a global basis. So there can be collaboration in terms of the sensors that you can get from Europe. European companies also have some reasonably good processors. You can build industries like the digital health based on collaboration. So you can utilize the infrastructure that is being built. You can utilize the billions of dollars of capacity that is being built, but then develop new industries. Agriculture is another one. Basically, pharmaceuticals is another one. So to me, the collaboration should be based on applications that benefit society, and where the benefits are tangible. And of course, there can be significant investments, but the payback will be huge. So I see significant synergy between Europe and the Middle East. And frankly, I think the emergence of generative AI, capabilities like ChatGPT, this is the perfect time to build new industries. And as has been said, as Paul mentioned, basically we need to collaborate. No country can do everything by themselves. And again, I think right now is perfect timing to look at generative AI and then look at who the potential partners can be. And of course, they do involve political stability in relationships, as well as economic factors, as well as innovation, and of course, also the need for end markets. So to me, this is perfect time to focus on generative AI because it's at the early stages of emergence, but the applications and opportunities are very clear.
So Helmut, what is your view on that? And maybe if you want to get into what can be done in also to get into win-win situations. I think it's an opportunity, but the train is moving, right? And this is an industry who doesn't stop. I mean, clearly, it is about speed and it is about also long-term vision. So, what do you think about potential collaborations? How do you see that as being someone who has built this industry in Europe, but also what can be done? And maybe I will open that questions to Max and Handel as well. What can be done to create these win-win situations with this part of the world?
Yeah, I think Max already described it very well. Innovation is the DNA, the core DNA of this industry. And to create an innovative environment is what you have to have in mind if you want to be successful longer term in this industry. Now, the chicken and egg question is always, how do you create an innovative ecosystem? How does it begin? Does it start with an institute, with a research facility? Does it start with manufacturing? Frankly, my experience, what I have seen many times when you wanted, or when somebody ventured on setting up a semiconductor activity in a new country or in a new place, it usually starts with true business. You have to start with somebody who has all the ingredients to bring business to a marketplace. Once you have that, the ecosystem grows around it. It doesn't grow overnight. You can do a lot of things to accelerate that, and you probably have to do that. But once you do that, the ecosystem is going to grow. It begins with one first start, one company that is willing to set foot on a new ground. And the question is, how do you attract that? In my experience and what I've seen lately, subsidies are no longer differentiating. Probably have never been, but now as every region wants to bring semiconductors to their region, they want to have or participate in the fact that you have to have semiconductors to have a future, no matter what economy. It's no longer compute and consumer. It's in automotive, it's in industrial, it's everywhere. So if you want to participate in the oil of the next era, then you want to have semiconductors. So you have to attract somebody. What does a semiconductor company need in order to come to a region? Well, when it's manufacturing involved, it needs infrastructure. It needs electricity, stable, cost-effective, and it needs water. Okay, you can provide that, but you have to provide it, of course, at competitive level. The second thing, you want to have political and other societal stability. You plant this, or you plan this factory to be there for at least 2 decades. So you have to have a vision. Is stability in the region, in the place, something that you will have with very high likelihood? The third thing, and that becomes critical more and more, is do I have skilled workforce and talent, and can I attract it to be in that region? That's very critical, and that's actually something where a lot of areas are struggling with right now. In Germany, it's a big talk because of Intel and TSMC coming, and Infineon and others investing heavily. Well, we're getting short on talent, and creating that talent is essential. And for that, you need to probably invest early in building research facilities and making a workplace attractive. So when you have all of this done, then you basically need a partner, and we might be a partner to help with that. We've just founded Celia and Partners and working with Ardian very closely on the first ever private equity semiconductor fund that's fully dedicated to the semiconductor industry, in order to help with finding those companies and building those bridges that are necessary to bring a company here. And when you do that, then I think the rest can fall in place if there is the vision and the I'd say entrepreneurial spirit of the leaders in that region to drive all the necessary environment. So yes, it's possible. Yes, it's a good time because there's a lot of movement in the industry, and but there's also a lot of competition. So it's not a given that you can bring this industry to any country in the world where it's not yet.
If I may, since this is the World Policy Conference, and quite frankly speaking, I'm not qualified to be making any policies, but I think President Macron has a forum, which is Tech for Good. And if you look at the positive aspects that our industry can create and solve so many challenges in the society that we are going to be facing, from climate change to food shortage to challenges for curing cancer and health disease, Honestly, yes, I'm the ambassador for the semiconductor industry, so I should speak good about it. But I think it's incumbent to all the leaders that are gathered here to have a policy about semiconductors because of the good that it can bring to their societies, besides the economic and the sovereignty issues, the value that it can bring by educating the workforce to have a stake in their future, because the future more and more is being mapped by technology and by the way semiconductors are changing different applications from agri-food to life sciences. Hendel very well mentioned. I think between genomics and proteomics, we are getting a complete map of the human body, and honestly, without semiconductors, that would have never been possible. So I think it's incumbent to all the leaders to think and craft a policy that is holistic for innovation and semiconductors. And not too many people in venture and financing are as versed in semiconductors as the two of you. So I'm glad that we are loaning some of our talent to the finance industry to help.
Thanks, Max. I think it's a very good transition to maybe open the door for questions in the floor. I mean, I would like to stop here a little bit and see if you have questions that we could take on.
Good morning, Stan Cozon, Capgemini. Yesterday we heard about China and Taiwan. This morning we heard that TSMC is an important player in this industry. So two questions. What would be the potential consequences on your industry, on this industry, should China take control of Taiwan, number one? And number two, what is being done to anticipate?
Number two is?
I didn't hear number two either.
Number two is what is being done to anticipate that potential scenario?
Okay. So who want to start? Endel, you want to start? Did you get the question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. I hear the question. The reality is that if something negative happens to supply chain from Taiwan, the consequences are dramatic and drastic. And the reason is that if you look at the advanced technologies, TSMC has 90% of the market. And yeah, we do have attempts right now by Intel, by Samsung to build capacity. But if you look at the total capacity of TSMC in 5 nanometers and below, it's 300,000 wafers a month. 300,000 wafers a month. So CHIPS Act will not solve that problem. The activities in Europe, frankly, will not solve that problem. So there's really nothing significant being done today if there is drastic reduction in supply chain from Taiwan in the next 3 to 5 years. And that's a problem. And we think that the cost of addressing that can be up to $200 billion. But again, we think it's important to prevent it from happening, which requires diplomacy. And we do see lack of diplomacy in many areas at the present time, unfortunately. So since this is a World Policy Council, maybe there you have some smart people that can actually address this problem and provide diplomatic solutions, because there are really no solid economic solutions in place at the present time.
Yeah, I think I want to add to that question. Leading edge, what's so-called leading edge technology, about 15 years ago, there was 10 plus companies who were competing for who's the first on leading edge. And the semiconductor technology develops in so-called nodes. It takes steps. And every step of the way, 2 to 3 of the companies fell off the wagon. They weren't able to keep up with the speed of development in the semiconductor industry. And that has led to the point where now it is 3, or some say 2.5, I don't care, 3 companies left that are really fighting for leading edge, and TSMC is clearly leading the pack. Why do I say that? If somebody would have wanted to prevent the current situation, somebody would have needed to step in 20 years ago, at least 20 years ago. We haven't done that, and that's why we are where we are. Now a lot of things are done. Probably the most effective one is bringing TSMC's capability into several other places. Several things are done, but it takes years, 3 to 5 at least, to be somewhat less dependent on the current, as compared to the current situation. So that's just a matter of the fact, and all we can do is do whatever we can to really grow our independence or become less dependent from the current situation. And a lot of efforts are done, and I agree with, I wouldn't probably formulate it as drastically as Handel does, as to the CHIPS Acts are not going to cut it, but they will be a contribution, but they will not be sufficient. It needs a lot more than that to really grow that independence. Or you can formulate it more positively to strengthen the capability of the rest of the world in comparison to what is in Taiwan.
My 2 cents, first of all, I encourage you to believe in the good of people. I am a naturally optimistic person. Even though bad news sells better commercials, I hope you can focus on the good. Yes, if you're going to scenario plan and scenario for the worst case scenario, if there is a disruption in supply from Taiwan on the most advanced nodes, considering that the most advanced node production in Taiwan sums up to 80+%, yes, we will have globally a problem. That said, I agree with Helmut, the CHIPS Act's intention is to remedy that. And let's hope that that's a remote possibility, that the CHIPS Act just remedy that. Furthermore, you have to realize, how did we get here? Semiconductor industry was maximizing cost for the last 40 years. And as a result, you wake up in the United States, I live in San Francisco, the birthplace of integrated circuit, and we found ourselves with absolutely zero manufacturing in California. Well, it was because we wanted to optimize for cost. Today, the optimization needs to be based on other factors. And the industry, with veterans like you guys, are working on reshifting it without truly sacrificing the cost and the benefits that it's brought with it. So we are working in the industry very diligently. I just came from Handel and I were in Honolulu 2 days ago in a conference of CEOs. We are, as an industry, focused on making sure we plan for the worst case scenario, but we are also conscious that some of the geopolitical tensions are outside our control.
Thank you. Maybe there is another question in the middle. Yeah.
Good morning, Jean-Pierre Cabessin from Hong Kong Baptist University. I have a question to the whole panel, but maybe more to Handel. Do you think the restrictions introduced by the Biden administration in terms of semiconductors transfer to China will help the US to keep an edge over China? That's my first question. The second part of the question is about the EU or European manufacturers or designers of semiconductors. How much Europe can stay away or stay outside of these restrictions, and what the EU is doing to prevent China from catching up?
Handel, do you start?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think the US CHIPS Act has some positives. It basically does now recognize the importance of semiconductors. the amount of funding for manufacturing is like 39 billion. There are 500 applicants though for funding. So I think it's really good that the leaders understand the importance of semiconductors. We see the same thing in Europe, basically again, an understanding of the importance of semiconductors. What China is doing is accelerating development of mature technologies and trying to do what companies do in advanced technologies in more mature technologies. An example is the Mate 60 of Huawei, which was done pretty much with full China technology. It's 7 nanometers. Apple right now is at 3 nanometers, so 2 or 3 generations behind. So China is putting big emphasis into trying to be as self-sufficient as possible. And we think over the next 3 or 4 years, that's going to work. Longer term, though, there will be problems. So I think it's really good that the world really understands the importance of semiconductors. And what we do see in Europe, and we actually do work with some European companies, we do see high level of innovation. I mean, right now, ST Micro is the leader in silicon carbide. And this is for autonomous vehicles. And they're actually a leader by a significant amount. I mean, the difference between number 2 and number 1 is pretty big. Maybe Infineon might dispute that, but again, that's our opinion. But Europe is also very strong, as I said, in sensors. And sensors are really important in terms of applications. So I think it's really very good that we are getting this political attention, but the costs, though, of participating in advanced technologies are so high. An example for you is that to put in capacity of 50,000 wafers a month in 2 nanometers cost $30 billion. For 28 nanometers, 10 years ago, it was $3 billion, 10x. So the cost of participation is going up. The rewards, though, also go up because, of course, you get big revenue. So I'm very positive in the fact that we are recognizing the problems, and there are specialty areas that do not require advanced technologies that basically have very high growth. In addition to silicon carbide, we see gallium nitride having high growth. Basically, the sensors, as I mentioned, have high growth potential. So, yeah, I think the recognition, and I agree, you know, we should have looked at this problem 20 years ago, but we are looking at it now, and hopefully we can not have significant political supply chain disruptions, because frankly, if there is disruption from Taiwan, it's going to be bad for China as well as for the US and also for Europe. So it's going to be bad globally. So hopefully sane minds will not result in catastrophe. But again, I think when you plan certain things, you have to look at different options: the optimistic, realistic, pessimistic, and very pessimistic. So again, hopefully we won't have catastrophe. But again, I think, as Helmut said, we should have planned this 10 years ago or maybe 20 years ago. But we are now doing things. And so maybe in the future, we'll be in better shape.
Thank you. Maybe the last questions. Yes, the last question.
Yes, we are talking about a semiconductor, but where are we with a superconductor? Are we still very far from, or are we almost there?
Well, first of all, as it was mentioned before, this industry has been, it should get the Nobel Prize for genius inventions over the last 40 years. So we are diligently working on new materials. I was with the CEO of Intel 2 weeks ago, and he was not joking, saying that we are using only 1/3 of periodic table. We still have 2/3 to go. and we will definitely go there. I think supercomputers goes, as Francois is working on it, is quantum computing platform. Right now, the latest and the greatest is about 100 qubits that is being produced. But quite honestly speaking, I think Francois' team is counting on 50 to 100 qubits, and Sandbox is one of the best out there. We are working as an industry to bring supercomputers because right now what Sandbox is doing on drug discovery, what would have taken a number of years, it's being done in less than 4 hours with that number of qubits. So the industry is making humongous progress, but what is needed for the progress is to have an environment that innovation can happen, and the geopolitics is only getting in the middle of it, creating redundancies across the globe, getting in the middle of it, not being able to collaborate with the best minds gets in the middle of it. But as an industry, since I'm an optimist, I would say stay tuned to this channel.
Yeah, and maybe as a quick conclusion, I mean, I think that you all understand that this industry is really supporting the next 20, 30, 40 years in terms of applications that will be around us. And we have all these verticals that are really supporting by semiconductors. And clearly, innovation is at the bottom of it. Innovation brings leadership. And there is a new parameters today. I mean, this leadership is also equivalent to sovereignty. So if you want to play even in the policy world, I mean, it's very important now to be very, very active into this industry. There is room, okay, there is room because this industry is now, as we said, transforming itself. We are moving from globalizations to regionalization, and we believe that the Gulf region has a big place to take on this race. So that's the end of it. Thank you very much for attending this. Thank you, Andrew.
Oh, Andrew's gone. Oh.
like us to sit?
Sam is on. Good. Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this last session before lunch. We've heard during the previous very interesting session how innovation has been driving in the semiconductor industry. We'll try to focus in this one on how innovation can also help on climate. So following the COP27 Paris Agreement, countries now representing about 90% of world GDP have pledged to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. Carbon is also very high on all corporate boards' agenda, following pressure from investors, but also customers, and increasingly stringent regulation. More and more corporates are publicly stating their targets to net zero and are actively working on their decarbonization plans, which, by the way, very often translates into investments to modernize their industrial estates. But actively reducing the CO2 emission will not suffice. A gap estimated to 10 gigatons of CO2 per year is estimated that will have to be removed from the atmosphere moving forward via nature-based solutions like reforestation or via technology-based solutions, namely carbon capture and sequestration solutions. As a result, energy transition and decarbonization require massive investments. And as outlined and stressed by IMF recently, there is so much that public budget can fund on this front. So many countries like Canada, Sweden, or Singapore have been imposing a tax on carbon emissions. And to foster proper behaviors, systems like emission trading schemes, are implemented in regions like Europe, whereby corporates are allocated based on their carbon intensity a given number of free quotas per year, and overperformance can trade them on an exchange. The voluntary carbon market comes on top of these mandatory schemes or compliance markets. Issued on the back of carbon avoidance or removal projects, the carbon credits are purchased by corporates eager to accelerate their path to net zero. So they are a way to channel and fund projects and project developers that otherwise would be very hardly bankable under traditional project financing criteria. So some refer to carbon credits as to the currency of decarbonization or the net of net zero. A few weeks ahead of COP28, this session is aimed at providing a little color around the voluntary carbon market value chain, and it is my pleasure to host today panelists representing innovative startup solutions, starting with Mariam Al-Mansouri, General Manager of Rebound, Sam Atwood, Founder and CEO of Air Capture, Christine Inge Larussen, Head of CapFix Development, Business Development and Commercialization. On Visio, we have Sam Gill, co-founder and CEO of Silvera. And we will start now with a video interview of Annette Nazareth, who is the chair of the board of the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Markets, actively working on the foundations foundational principles of this market, which by nature is totally bottom-up and today unregulated. Let's listen to Annette Nazareth. It is my pleasure to open this panel about how can carbon credits contribute to net zero at the 2023 World Policy Conference with you today, Annette Nazareth. You are chairing the board of the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. What would you say are the main challenges of the voluntary carbon market right now, and how is the Integrity Council role in that context?
Well, first, thank you so much for inviting me to speak with you today. I'll speak of the challenges first. I'm very excited about the possibilities, so I'll get the challenges out of the way. I think it's very, very clear that we have an enormous challenge in fighting climate change. We have a shared goal that really transcends markets, sectors, portfolios, and geographies. This is a critical moment in our history. And so the scale and urgency of the crisis really demands that we use every available tool. And as you know, we have emissions reductions as a centerpiece of this, and that is entirely appropriate. Decarbonization by corporates of their own operations and supply chains must be a priority. But unfortunately, it's too late now just to rely solely on corporate internal emissions reductions or even government action. And that's where the voluntary carbon market comes in. We have to accelerate our transition to net zero by using every tool in the toolbox. It's as UN Secretary General Guterres has said recently, we need everything, everywhere, and all at once. And so the voluntary carbon market can be a really important solution. But, and we're very, very focused on this, only if it is rooted in high integrity. It holds the power to unlock urgently needed finance that would not otherwise occur or otherwise be available for projects without voluntary carbon credits. And to quantify the opportunity, the World Economic Forum has projected that the voluntary carbon market could remove 2.6 gigatons of CO2 by 2030. And Morgan Stanley projects that it could reach almost 100 billion in volume by 2030. So the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market is an independent governance body committed to establishing high-integrity voluntary carbon markets that can deliver real impact at speed and scale. And as I said earlier, it has the power to unlock private capital for projects to reduce and remove billions of tons of emissions that would not otherwise be viable. The other exciting thing is that it can channel funding to countries in the global south and help develop vibrant green economies. And it will support sustainable development goals by requiring all new projects to make a positive contribution to sustainable development, as well as having robust measures to protect people and the environment. But we know that today it's a relatively nascent market. It's unregulated. And if it's to scale and to deliver on its climate goals, we need to address some of the critical issues that have arisen. So today, the quality of credits in the market is at best inconsistent. Trading is fragmented and opaque, and not all carbon crediting programs impose consistent, high-quality standards. So ultimately, it's fair to say that the voluntary carbon market today doesn't consistently meet the expectations of purchasers or the urgent needs of our planet. And this is a significant problem that limits the full potential to meet our climate goals. So we think we need to address a number of things. One is certainly standardization. Carbon crediting programs each have their own methodologies. They have differing rules of engagement and highly bespoke transactions that don't provide an environment for liquidity and transparency. Indeed, they create challenging market impediments. So we've created a global benchmark for high-integrity carbon credits.
The Integrity Council recently published the CCPs. Could you give us more color about the CCPs?
Sure, I'd be happy to talk about the CCPs and, importantly, how they underpin integrity. There are 10 core carbon principles, and they fall into 3 categories. Those that relate to emissions impact, to governance, and to sustainability. You know, it's really important that buyers have confidence that carbon credits are making genuine impacts on emissions. Carbon credits must fund reductions or removals that are additional, meaning that they would not have occurred in the absence of the incentive created by the carbon credit revenues. They have to be permanent. They have to be measured robustly and conservatively, and they can only be claimed by one party, which means there's no double counting of the credit. Programs that issue the credits also must meet high standards of governance to ensure that the overall quality of carbon credits is high. They have to provide comprehensive and transparent information on the projects, issuing the credits so that people understand their impact on emissions, society, and the environment. They have to use a registry that uniquely identifies and tracks each credit from issuance to retirement or cancellation. And they have emissions reductions or removals verified by independent third-party experts. And importantly, the CCPs also break new ground by requiring programs to ensure that high-integrity credits come from projects with robust social and environmental safeguards that also deliver positive sustainable development impacts. That is, they make sustainable development a central part of the mitigation activity, not just a co-benefit. They must also support the transition to net zero and not lock in fossil fuel emissions or technologies. So in July, we published our CCP rulebook, which sets out the rigorous criteria we use to assess whether programs and categories of credits meet our high integrity threshold. Programs that we approve will be able to use the CCP label on credits, provided they have come from categories that we have also approved.
So what do you see also on the corporate side, right? On the demand side, what do you see on the critical path to improve the voluntary carbon market?
Well, on the corporate side, you know, it's important not only that we offer a supply of very high integrity carbon credits, but that corporates are using carbon credits appropriately. And so the demand side of the equation is also critically important. And we're working very closely with what we call our sister organization, the Voluntary Carbon Markets Integrity Initiative. And VCMI is focused on the appropriate use of credits. So basically at the Integrity Council, we're focused on the supply of credits and also on the ensuring that the markets on which they trade are high integrity. And of course, we're looking at market mechanisms such as transparency and trade reporting and settlement issues. But VCMI is then focused on the demand side. So we like to say that together we are creating end-to-end integrity in the voluntary carbon market.
No, that's important because that's working from supply to demand. So when looking forward, what would success look like for the Integrity Council? How will you measure it?
Well, of course, we're very interested in seeing the market scale up. As I've said, we don't want to scale the market unless it is rooted in high integrity, but we believe that there's enormous potential. And so, and in fact, we know that there's demand for high integrity products, and thus we expect them to trade at a premium. And trading at a premium, of course, would create powerful incentives for project developers to enhance their practices to come in line with our core carbon principles. And we expect the CCPs to drive continual improvement in the quality and impact of carbon reduction projects, ensuring that the market's contribution to emissions reduction aligns with the urgency of the climate crisis. I think the CCPs will also establish standardized criteria that will drive a shift towards increased transparency, but also exchange-based trading. Because when we have greater standardization, I believe a larger proportion of carbon credit trading will transition from what we have today, which is uniformly bilateral agreements, to transactions conducted through exchanges. And this transition would not only enhance market efficiency, but will also provide a platform for buyers and sellers to engage in transparent and fair pricing, which would drive broader market participation and liquidity. I mean, I should note when we talk about standardization, I've often been asked, well, what are these CCPs to some extent? You know, what can you analogize to that I understand? And I like to say that the CCPs are akin to listing standards. It's as if we've imposed traditional regulatory principles onto the voluntary carbon market. So if you think of these CCPs as listing standards, the other element of them is that they also require not just a focus on essentially self-regulation of the product by the listing standards, but also self-regulation of the programs that issue the credits. And so bringing those principles to the market, I believe, will create greater confidence in the market, just as we have confidence in other high integrity, robust capital markets. And that's what we're seeking. We're seeking confidence, justifiable confidence based on high integrity. Frankly, we also expect robust trading of futures on voluntary carbon markets as the markets become more standardized. And that, I think, will create very important price signal because it will improve hedging mechanisms for market participants. It will provide important price signals. It'll also give project developers better ability to manage their exposure to price risk. And this, I think, will make it less risky to launch new projects, again, particularly in the global south. So by implementing the core carbon principles and encouraging market participants to embrace these high integrity credits, we're creating an ecosystem where the value of emissions reductions are appropriately recognized and rewarded. And this will unlock, I believe, greater capital flows and drive innovation and catalyze the development and deployment of truly impactful climate solutions.
Thank you, Annette. This is really very insightful, and no doubt we're looking forward to the success of this entire ecosystem effort, because that's what we're talking about for the benefit of course, climate change and in general mankind. Thank you very much for your participation.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, so now let's move to pragmatic examples of carbon capture and sequestration solutions, and we'll start with you, Matt. Thank you for having made the trip out of the US to be with us today. So you have founded and you are the CEO of Air Capture, a nice name, by the way, for a carbon capture solution. Can you tell us what the solution is about?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thank you first very much for having us here today. So Air Capture is a company that develops direct air capture technology. And what we do is we build machines that have a fan, and the fan pulls air through the machine, and the CO2, carbon dioxide from the air, is collected on the surface of substrates that are inside the fan. In about 15 minutes, we collect all the CO2, and then we inject heat in the form of typically waste steam or low temperature steam that releases the CO2 from the contactor surface, which we then collect and try to do something useful with. So we're selling the CO2 into various different markets and converting it into different products, such as fuels, beverage carbonation, agriculture, and building materials.
Interesting. And Matt, so at what stage are you in development of the solution, and how fast can you bring it to industrial scale?
That's a great question. So at present, what we are doing is we're commercializing the technology. So we've built several commercial machines based on a large-scale development platform, and we're working on selling the CO2 into a variety of different markets. What I like to say is that the world's economy runs on carbon. Carbon is in all the products that we use and many of the products that run the global economy. So we're primarily working in beverage carbonation. We're producing dry ice for the cold chain. CO2 is used very predominantly in agricultural purposes. We have projects converting CO2 into chemicals and fertilizers, plastics, even battery materials for the energy transition, and fuels and energy products.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll come back to you in a moment. I'd like now to move to Christine. Christine, with CarbFix, you're downstream in the value chain compared to carbon capture. So what is CarbFix about?
So thank you for inviting me over here. So CarbFix, what we do, we are simply imitating Mother Nature's way of storing CO2. So with that in mind, our mission is to significantly contribute in the climate recovery by continuously innovating and by ways of improving how we can actually store CO2 by mineralization. How we do that, I'm drinking here Pellegrino sparkling water. So what we do, we simply dissolve CO2 just like this, and we inject it into the ground where it starts to mineralize into the bedrock itself. So we are not injecting gases, we are injecting sparkling water that has the ability, Mother Nature's ability to mineralize into the bedrock. So if you move to the next slide, please, just as a simple chemical components in the bedrock itself. In our case, we need 3 ingredients. First, we need CO2. The second, we need basaltic rock. And the third, we need water. What we do here, we dissolve the CO2 into the actual, dissolve the CO2 in water, and then we gently inject it into the bedrock. Once it reaches the bedrock at a very, very low depth, somewhere around on average 500 meters, it starts to mineralize. So the cationic ions in the bedrock itself, they get released, and the mineralization process takes place. The easiest way to explain it is that the water is the means of transport. So we can say that the water is the train and the CO2 is the passenger. And once the train reaches the bedrock, the CO2 jumps off the train and the water carries on. So we are borrowing the water for a few minutes, but the mineralization, this happens in less than 2 years instead of what usually happens in millions of years. And this is a permanent solution.
That's impressive. So first of all, congratulations. In the previous slide, we've seen that CarbFix has made the cover page of National Geographic recent issue. This is great.
Thank you.
And also recently you've signed an important contract with the European Union to sequestrate carbon in Iceland. Does it mean that CarbFix can only operate in Iceland?
No, Iceland is we are an Icelandic company. So obviously we have been piloting this and demonstrating this for quite some time. So originally CarbFix was a research project between 3 universities: US, Columbia University in New York, Iceland, University of Iceland, and CNRS of the Toulouse in France, with the ambition of replicating Mother Nature's way. This is based upon basalt. Basalt is not only limited to Iceland. It covers approximately 5% of all land on Earth, but approximately 70% of the ocean floor. So it definitely is not limited to Iceland, but Iceland is the origin of the research project and the company. So we are now exploring the globe, as we can say.
Okay, worldwide ambition then. Wonderful.
Well, we have it's not a problem that's limited to UAE, US, Japan, or Iceland. It's a global problem. So we have to address it like that.
Absolutely. So carbon capture, sequestration, you are so-called in the value chain project developers. Let's now turn to the third-party assessor with Silvera. So Sam Gill is co-founder and CEO of Silvera. We've heard from Annette Nazareth how the principles are important to set the basis for proper qualification of projects from a carbon credit emission standpoint. So, Sam, with Silvera, what's the role of a third party? How would you feature your role in the value chain?
Thank you so much. So yeah, just to introduce Silvera, and maybe we move on to the next slide. Silvera is a company that's providing data to the whole private sector, but also the public sector to try and power the transition. So giving data that's actually showing the impact and the climate impact of various investments that are made by the public sector or the private sector. And so when we're working in the carbon markets, what we're trying to do is empower participants with data to show the real climate impact of any projects that they're investing in. And what we produce is essentially a ratings product showing the relative quality of each carbon offset project, so the individual project that a corporate or a public sector participant might be investing in. And so the difference there when you compare our work with the ICVCM is, as Annette says, that essentially the ICVCM is trying to produce listing standards, so almost a quality floor. And the ICVCM is applying those CCPs at the program, the crediting program, and the methodology level. Whereas what we do is we actually assess at the project level using very similar pillars of assessment. So, for example, our ratings actually assess the CCPs that relate to climate integrity, but we're doing that at a project level. And so the three key pillars of quality that we look at are the carbon performance of the project, so assessing the carbon accounting that the project produces itself. So if it was, for example, a direct air capture project, we'd be looking at the life cycle analysis of the project, looking at the displacement effects of the power consumption. Or if, for example, we were looking at a forestry protection project, we'd be assessing, using our own machine learning and satellite data, we'd be assessing whether the reporting that the project's produced is accurate. So looking at has the project actually protected the amount of trees that it's claimed, how much carbon is stored in those trees, how much carbon is stored in the soil around it. And so we're essentially using an independent technological stack to assess the claims of the project. The second thing we do is we look at the additionality of the project, so looking at the counterfactual the project's based on, and again, assessing at the project level whether the methodology has been assessed and applied in an appropriate way, or whether there's been an overcrediting risk that's been introduced. And then the third thing we look at is the durability of these projects. So essentially what we're doing, again, is using a methodology, a technology stack to assess independently the claims of the project at the project level so that we can give, with a high degree of accuracy, an assessment of the quality of each individual project. So it's a very complementary approach to the methodology level assessments that are being applied by the ICVCM. Yeah. Yeah.
Great, and definitely you're bridging corporate demand to the project at the project level. So we've heard efforts on the ICVCM's front. What would you see as the key factors for boosting the voluntary carbon market moving forward, given your position in the value chain, Sam?
That's a really interesting question. In many ways, that's the million-dollar question. I think, I spend a lot of time with C-suite executives in the private sector, but also policymakers around the globe who are kind of wrestling with this. And I think, Annette really helpfully split the problem into two sides. You've got the supply side quality problem, and then you've got the demand side integrity problem. On the supply side, I think we're very close to getting to an answer. The data sort of approaches that are being applied by folks like ourselves, Silvera, and others are allowing us to get to, with quite a high degree of accuracy and granularity, an assessment of the quality of any individual project. And we're also increasingly strengthening the methodologies that they use to produce these credits. But I think what the world needs to agree on is what is the paradigm that we're working to. We're not going to be able to get to absolute 100% certainty on the accounting around any of these projects, frankly. And we also need to come to a clear paradigm around the permanence or durability requirements that we're going to ask the market to meet. So, for example, if we were all to agree that if a carbon credit needs to be storing carbon for 100 years, for example, to be acceptable, that would allow the market to start engineering, for example, horizontal or vertical stacking approaches to allow different types of carbon to be used in portfolios. And it would allow us to start regularizing and standardizing the market. But at the moment, there's no clear consensus there on what the actual quality paradigm we're working towards is. So I think there needs to be a clear accepted consensus around the quality paradigm we're working towards. And then on the flip side, Annette referred to the work of the VCMI, which is the demand side integrity body. But again, what is needed is a much wider consensus around what are we asking corporates to do in terms of compensation. So where they're not able to reduce their emissions to absolute zero, what are we asking them to do? What do they get to claim if they compensate their emissions with carbon credits? What benefit will they actually receive for that? Are they going to get tax breaks? Are they going to get preferential treatment in the capital markets? Are they going to be rewarded in some way? Because the private sector can't act as a charity. So I think that those consensuses on the supply side integrity and the demand side integrity paradigms are completely necessary to allow the market to now move forward in scale.
Clearly, a typical market dynamic between supply and demand. So thank you. That's insightful, Sam. I'd like now to move to another area which is important for climate in general. And Mariam, you're leading a Rebound, which is an exchange for a recycled plastic. Clearly, the overwhelming development of plastic production is deeply contributing to CO2 emission, but also is a massive waste issue for the planet, and pollution is also bad for our health. So how is Rebound helping on that front?
So first of all, good morning, everyone, and it's my pleasure to be between all of you here today. Regarding Rebound, what we want to solve is the plastic pollution problem. And given that virgin plastics is a valuable commodity, we believe that recycled plastics is just as equivalent. There is no scientifically and environmentally proven, and as well as economically proven material that can substitute plastics today, mainly because it's a very versatile and useful material. Now, while there are certain types of plastics and additives and chemicals that need to be, let's say, deleted from the chain, there are many other precious types of plastics which can be recycled and have a market for it. However, just like carbon markets, the recycling market of plastics specifically is very opaque and fragmented. So how do we build trust and transparency today between businesses, directly between buyers and sellers, globally around the world, to be able to facilitate the trade of recycled plastics in a quality assured and regulatory compliant manner? So that's exactly what we do and what we address. And of course, no better way to reach a global audience and a global market than through a platform. That's where digitalization comes in. That's where marketplaces come in. And that's where I believe a neutral facilitator such as ourselves helps facilitate this trade in a way where the private sector fulfills demand and supply gaps, but also the public sector is comfortable in the type of non-hazardous materials we're creating a market for.
Wonderful. And by the way, you are the only Gulf startup having been awarded the label Tech Pioneer by the World Economic Forum earlier in the year. So congratulations. That's awesome. So definitely plastic waste collection and recycling comes with a cost. And this is very important. And this is why some are promoting the notion of extended producers' responsibility and also the notion of plastic credits to make the value chain affordable. So what's your view on that?
So definitely, the recycling plastics market today faces a challenge of, typically this is an economy, and I have a background in finance. So I need to look for the dollar sign. And when I started Rebound, I came to understand why there's a pollution problem, because financially, companies won't pay more to introduce recycled plastics in their finished product if the virgin plastic is cheaper. And we cannot just sit and wait for regulations to kick in and policies to enforce, because how much can law enforce at the end of the day when it is applicable in one region but not applicable in the other? I also come from a government and policy background, having worked for the Cabinet of Ministers, so I am aware of up to what can the public sector kind of lay on the ground, but then how will the private sector start to react? So when it comes to credits in the plastics recycling space, it's important to offset that barter and negotiation price that buyers want to drive down. For instance, if today virgin PET is being sold at around $900 a ton, recycled PET is being sold at around $1,100 or $1,200 per ton. So that roughly $300 difference, the seller of the recycled plastics cannot drive the price as low as 900, because that means that they'll be operating at a loss, and unfortunately that's why a lot of recyclers cannot stay in business. The opportunity that credits present here is that it's an alternative revenue model. So instead of just benefiting from selling off the tangible material, they can also benefit from selling the credits that are generated. And while some people might push for extended producer responsibility only on the producer side, or pointing the finger at just one entity or one company will not help solve the pollution crisis. It's that entire value chain and stakeholder value chains, including governments and municipalities, that will help capture this material being separated at source, generate that collection credit, beyond that moving it to an ethically responsible and environmentally capable company which can recycle these plastics, and then put it back into the market, such as our marketplace, where the buyer and seller can deal directly, and there's that ultimate level of transparency when it comes to quality too.
Interesting, and clearly we see that solutions exist and technology is already here that can be used. The question is, how fast can we deploy and how fast can we enforce adoption? So funding is on the critical path, and affordability of these investments is also, plastic is also a perfect example. So Christine, it looks to me that the cap-fix solution of carbon sequestration into soil is pretty universal, right? You're talking about that there is a large component of oceans where we can apply this solution as an example. So can it be used also at point source solution? And how your solution is also, in my view, eligible to both compliance markets and voluntary carbon markets. So a dual source of financing. So what will it take to enforce wide adoption of your solution in particular?
Yeah, very good question. I don't have the silver bullet, but I mean the magic answer here. But in regards to how we are approaching things, yes, this solution that we are offering, we're not saying it is a silver bullet, but as was mentioned before by Annette, we need all the solutions. This solution can be applied on the voluntary market, yes, and it can also be applied on the mandatory market. If you look at my closest examples are European market. You have a trading scheme, ETS, where you have the government that has the stick on the companies. If you don't do this, you have to pay a certain tax or pay a certain fine. However, in the US, you're looking the carrot, where if you do this, you will be incentivized. So it doesn't really matter which method it is, and it will most likely be a combination of both. You mentioned before, yes, we have had the privilege of, let's say, starting this research in 2006.
We incorporated the company 3.5 years ago with the ambition to scale up and commercialize. We did receive a huge grant from the European Commission earlier last year, about 115 million euros, to build the world's largest mineral storage site, which will be done in Iceland. So it is a combination of subsidizing or grants, but at the same time, the uniqueness of the Gargash technology, it is already economical. If you look at the entire value chain that we have 2 commercial operations in Iceland, the capturing, the transport, and the actual mineralization, or the storage by mineralization, is less than $25 per ton. That's a very, very low number. But at the same time, it's a totally different aspect than others have. We need all the technologies. This is one of them. And our main objective is now to scale up on a global basis and let's say, be available, because we don't have time.
Definitely, we don't have time. That's also a question for you, Sam. The air capture solution is a deep engineering solution. So certainly it's capital intensive to develop, long cycles. And how do you match these long cycles with the financing available on the market? Is it easy? And how do you see affordability moving forward? In other words, how costly is it for companies to remove carbon? How do you see your solution addressing this in a cost-affordable way?
That's a great question. I mean, I think it comes down to initially the question between avoidance and permanence. One pathway is to avoid carbon emissions, but that could also be counted as taking post-combustion emissions and sequestering them. But permanent removal is different. So what we're focused on is permanent removal of CO2 from the atmosphere by capturing the CO2 and then trying to do something useful with it. But when you come to the question of scale and time frame, this, I think, really focuses us very much on our thesis, which is solve for scale. If we take a look at the latest IPCC AR6 report, and we look at the required timeframes that are necessary in order to avoid 2 degrees of warming, and we take a look at how much capacity addition of negative carbon infrastructure technology is required to have a reasonable confidence interval of avoiding the worst existential threats of climate change, it is quite significant. We're talking about needing to scale this technology to the point where we're at about 1.5 to 1.8 gigatons of new capacity year over year by 2045. And that's only to have about a 90% confidence interval of avoiding 2 degrees of warming. And I'll say here now that 1.5 degrees, avoiding 1.5 degrees is totally impossible. We will not achieve that goal. So our focus is how can we develop and scale technology as quickly as possible and get that technology to work and get on the learning curve. So we're focused on kind of 2 pathways. One is direct CO2 capture to sequestration, where we're working with injection sites like CarbFix is doing. And we're developing projects in the US, here in the UAE and in Oman, where we're capturing CO2 from the air and injecting it. But these are long-tail projects that are high capital intensity and require specifically offtake agreements for the carbon credits. And the tenor of those offtake agreements has to match what it would require to finance those projects. That's a big problem. Right now in the market, especially within the VCM space, those offtakes are not necessarily bankable. And we have to find a way to convert those carbon credit offtakes or bilateral agreements into scalable project financing and to move into that project financing as quickly as possible to get on the learning curve as quickly as possible. So I think the other side of the coin is where I see this technology having huge impact is in industrial decarbonization. Corporates can choose to inset this technology within their value chain and use the carbon dioxide directly within their products or to convert it into other products. And this, in many cases, has a larger impact than even in permanent removal or storage, because the carbon intensity of the incumbent CO2 supply is oftentimes 2, 3, or 4 times the amount that's consumed. So one of the things that I think is challenging is as we move forward to the VCM and we think about how do we create new standards, new practices, and core carbon principles, it makes a lot of sense on the nature-based side. But as we develop new engineering and hard tech solutions, and as we figure out how to deploy these solutions and get them financeable, we have to be careful not to box ourselves in too much. So issues around the question of permanence is a major issue, because there are certainly examples where this technology can be used to offset existing emissions, and it will have a bigger impact than taking that same molecule of CO2 and putting it into the ground. It may have a 3-to-1 or a 5-to-1 impact, but that still wouldn't meet the permanence requirement. And then the question of additionality is very important, because it should not necessarily be the case that a project the project economics requires there to be a carbon market offtake in order to finance this infrastructure. That does two things. One is it makes the projects much harder to finance and less bankable. And two is it slows down the scale of adoption. And the scale of adoption is, I think, the most critical part of getting the costs down, particularly as it relates to CDR technologies. Wright's law says if we double capacity, every doubling of capacity, we get about a 15 to 20% reduction in costs. So you can pick a random number right now in terms of how much it might cost to pull CO2 out of the air, call it $600 or $500 a ton. And you could say after about 60 plants that one builds, you could be well down the cost curve of well under $100 a ton, which we think is well within target of the technology we're developing. The question becomes, how do you deploy that technology as rapidly as possible, get on that cost curve, but do it in a way that's financeable and bankable so that we can get to scale quickly?
Definitely corporate adoption for their own industrial usage, and we see that both these solutions could be dual track, right? Both on reduction, avoidance, and removal. It's a way to channel more funding, and this is absolutely needed to accelerate pace and wide adoption. So this is very insightful. Thank you. Maybe we have a couple of questions, a couple of minutes for questions if there are in the rooms before we break for lunch. Is there a micro?
Yes.
Well, Friedbert Pflüger from Berlin. I just want to say this was a fascinating debate. I learned a lot. And my question is to Mariam. We have the COP in front of us, before us. So aren't these topics important enough to be placed in the very heart of the COP agenda? I mean, we heard yesterday Monsieur Fabius, talking all the time about renewables, which of course we all know is very important. But the potential of getting CO2 out of the atmosphere or store it underground is so tremendous that we perhaps should put a stronger emphasis on CCS and carbon capture use in the COP process. And that would be fantastic if your country could pave the way for that.
Of course. Thank you so much. And as per what I'm aware of within the COP28 team, I do know that carbon is a very prominent topic. I think it's going to have the major focus of the conversations which will be driven. Given also the space of business that I'm in, I'm aware that a lot of carbon capture technologies, trades of carbon credits and exchanges are going to be coming soon. So I commend the COP28 team ahead of time, but I'm sure we'll all be happy and satisfied with the results once COP is over in Dubai. So inshallah, more positive news soon.
Sorry, additional question. Matt made this suggestion of financing startups in the direct air capture field, for instance. Isn't that also something where you should engage? We heard Mrs. Al-Mahiri yesterday saying that you want to put an emphasis on financing tools. So I think this is a wonderful idea of Matt, and if that could be part of the agenda of COP, it would be a tremendous success.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so those are all very exciting solutions. The question is, how do you scale them, and what percentage of the overall problem do you think you could solve, you know, each of you in your different areas, of course?
I can start. So from Carpex's point of view, we are commercial. So we are operating 2 projects in Iceland. The third one is about to start next year. The matter for the technology, it's not, we are replicating exactly how we're doing things. So it's a matter of injection wells. So it's a matter of finding the right subsurface, the right geology. The cost for us is already there, the cost benefit. It's about policy. It's about regulations in each country, in each state. They are different. I mentioned before, I cannot emphasize timing is something we don't have. We don't have time. So coming here and educating people about the possibilities, that's the most important. But policy is the biggest obstacle, absolutely.
Matt, on your view?
I would second that notion, but I would also add that really I think project finance is at the core of the scalability issue. It provides 2 functions. First is the project development itself. So figuring out how we can make these projects bankable and scalable, independent of what the costs of the removal is or the product is at this point in time, is on the critical path. Because as we scale the technology, even in the earliest stages and highest cost, highest risk of the technology, we are still able to beat the incumbent industrial gas or fuel companies on price parity by pulling CO2 out of the air and making the exact same product. That's without counting carbon credits and things like this. So if we can start banking these projects and scaling it, that will then enable us to start scaling the manufacturability of the facilities. And getting manufacturing up is what we're focusing on right now. So our vision is that these machines should be built like cars are built today. And how do we get from here to there? Once we achieve the automobile scale of manufacturing, our analysis is, you asked a question about what size of the problem could it solve. If we made enough direct air capture machines that's roughly equivalent to the total number of automobiles manufactured per year today, that would solve 100% of the problem. Now, of course, direct air capture is not going to be 100% of the problem, and there's a question of the solution, and there's a question of energy costs and capital costs and all these things. But if we look at it as an infrastructural investment, we have to keep in mind that these negative carbon technologies are additive over the lifetime of the project. It's very different than renewables, where you build a wind or solar plant and it doesn't produce carbon. Every year over the 20, 30-year lifetime of these assets, these are removing carbon dioxide. And so I think we have to take a different approach and a different policy approach to thinking about how we can backstop these financings, how we can provide technology performance guarantees, and how we can provide credit-worthy offtake agreements that are bankable.
Wonderful. Any other question? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Randy Coty. I'm the head of the Regional Economic Service in the south of France. So I'm also going to advertise for my country. We're investing a lot in carbon capturing, so reach out if you want to invest in France. My question is, Christian, you mentioned $25 per ton. Matthew, you mentioned something like 500, 600. Can you give us a ballpark estimate of where the industry is right now in terms of cost per ton captured? And how far down the line can we go on that cost optimization that you mentioned as well? Thank you very much.
I will start from. So we're looking at, I mean, we support one another. So Matt is starting by catching, I'm taking and then getting rid of it. So together we jointly do this. So from the storage part, this is a public paper we have published. So there's no secrets there, and transparency is of course very important here. So we do have our proprietary capturing technology to capture using water scrubber. That cost is approximately $20 per ton, but that's taking directly from geothermal steam. We transport it and then we inject it into the ground. So the rest of the cost is less than $5. But this is a scenario in Iceland. So we are working on this large project we call the Coda Terminal, which is 3 million tons will be mineralized every year, transported from mainland Europe to Iceland in a liquid form. The cost there will probably be, I would say, around minimum 25 euros per ton. That is just for the storage part. But this is a first of a kind. So by scaling up and by having it closer to the source, the cost will be lower, just like it is in Iceland.
The costs associated with direct air capture, kind of where we can get to. We're well on the target of getting below $100 a ton of CO2 captured from the air. But pulling CO2 out of the air, it's like, pardon the way I'm speaking, but so what, who cares? That's not useful. The CO2 has to be a liquid or a high-grade liquid or a supercritical fluid. So we have to integrate systems in order to get the CO2 to a saleable form or to an injectable form. And that requires putting more systems together, and that requires additional energy cost and additional capital cost. So when you break down what the overall costs of atmospheric CO2 removal via direct air capture is, today there are some companies that have published results of where they're at, and it typically ranges in the $600 to $800 per ton range. But this cost is heavily dependent upon the cost of energy. So as we scale up manufacturing and cost down the technology, we see no way where the capital cost contribution of the technology over a 10 or 20-year amortized project lifecycle can't be in the $20 to $30 to $40 per ton range. And then if you take the energy cost associated with moving, we have to move 3,000 tons of air for every 1 ton of CO2 that we capture. So if you take the energy cost required to do that and to convert the CO2 into a saleable product, we can estimate that that's about 1,000 kilowatt hours per ton of CO2. So at 10 cents a kilowatt hour, that's $100. So we are well within the range, even at market priced power that's retail price power, to be in the $100 a ton range over time. But that assumes that we take good progression along the learning curve. And so the question becomes, how do we iterate on that as rapidly as possible? But I see no technological reason why we can't achieve $100 a ton direct air capture within the next 5 to 10 years.
We take that as a promise, and I believe with this, yes, Matt, yeah, it's on stage. So I think we'll close the panel because it's time for lunch. We thank you for your attention, and I thank all the panelists, and Sam, thank you for having made the time very early, London time, to be with us in Visio. And thanks again, and have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch in the dining hall. We will reconvene this afternoon at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much. Precisely 2 p.m. Thank you. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be set to begin our afternoon sessions at 2 p.m. We look forward to seeing you at 2 p.m. in the plenary hall. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, la première session de l'après-midi commencera à 14 heures.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the first session of the afternoon very shortly. We ask you to please find your seat in the plenary ballroom for the 2 p.m. session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel discussion on the West after the Ukraine war. I'm Thierry Martin, a journalist and TV news anchor based in Berlin. I'll be your moderator for this session. We have a remarkable group of speakers with us here today who will share their views on implications and lessons of the Ukraine war, a war that has shaken Europe and the world. I'll introduce them in a moment, but first I just want to say how delighted I am to be here. This is my first World Policy Conference. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me and extend my warm thanks also to Abu Dhabi for hosting this event. Now, this session is focusing on the Ukraine war, a topic that has already received some attention at this conference. The Hamas-Israel war may have bumped Ukraine from the front pages, but as we heard yesterday from Ukraine's foreign minister, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is continuing with brutal consistency. Now, what we're dealing with today is a very difficult topic. We have to be very honest about that. Mr. Kubela gave us an update on where things stand from his perspective in the Ukraine war right now as his country fights for its survival. In this session today, we're going to be looking at the conflict from a broader, longer-term perspective, and that, of course, is no easy task because, as we all know, the war is ongoing. Nobody really knows how it's going to end. Plus, the geopolitical context is rapidly changing. And what is the West anyway? That's in our title. What is the West? So for the purpose of this discussion, let's think of it mainly as liberal democratic societies, not limited to the geographical West, who claim to value a rules-based international order. Okay, that's what we're going to work with as our working definition of the West for this session. So a tough brief for this session, but we'll do our best to get a sense of where the West might be when the Ukraine war is over. Now, fortunately, we have a distinguished group of speakers who are extremely well qualified to reflect on this, and I'll introduce them in order. On my immediate left, Elbegdorj Tsakyagin.
Yes, that's right.
Working on that Mongolian pronunciation. He's the former president of Mongolia. He played a key role in leading the Mongolian revolution, democratic revolution. He created the Elbegdorj Institute and is a commissioner of the International Commission Against the Death Penalty, a topic that you've spent a lot of time working on. Next is Bogdan Klich. He is a senator in the Polish parliament, currently serving as the chairman of the Foreign and EU Affairs Committee in the Senate. He has served as Poland's Minister of Defense and was a member of the European Parliament as well. Yep. Beyond that, we have Zaki Laidi. He is special advisor to Josep Borrell, the EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security. He was formerly strategic advisor to the French Prime Minister. He's been a professor at Sciences Po for 20 years, over 20 years, and he's written numerous books on global affairs. And someone who I've been familiar with for a long time, Norbert Röttgen, we both live in Germany, is a member of the German Parliament, the Bundestag. He sits on the Bundestag's Foreign Affairs Committee, which he led as chairman from 2014 to 2021. He has served as Germany's environment minister, and I remember being in background talks in Copenhagen with you at an important COP a long time ago. You may not remember that. And he is co-chair of the European Council on Foreign Relations. And joining us from Paris, I hope you all can see him if he isn't on our screen just yet, Hubert Verdrien. I hope you can hear me. Hubert Verdrien was going to try to join us remotely. His flight, I understand, from Paris had a problem, and he wasn't able to join us. He was trying to be here, but perhaps he'll tune in a bit later. I hope so. But I will go ahead and give him a quick introduction. I mean, not that he needs much of an introduction. He's the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of France. He's the founder of the Hubert Verdrien Consul, a public affairs consultancy. He's written over a dozen books and served as president of the Institut François Mitterrand, a French president he was very closely associated with. So, enough introductions. Keeping with the WPC format, we'll hear some introductory remarks from each of our panelists, and then we'll get the discussion going, hopefully integrating some input from the floor. So as we're discussing up here, please reflect on any questions you might have and save them for, I'm hoping to bring you in during the last third of the event. So without further ado, let's get going with our opening remarks. President Sakyagin.
Thank you very much. Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank Thierry de Montbrial and his wonderful team, and also people in government of UAE, and for hosting us and extended this beautiful and having us here and giving us this opportunity. And this is really timely and informative gathering of world community and the experts, and I'm learning a lot. I think Ukraine, since the start of the Russian aggression, they are conducting a textbook example of diplomacy for a long time. And I'm one of the concerned global citizens, and particularly from the global south, I may say. And now this Ukrainian conflict coming to the new stage, I think. Yeah, now Ukraine is a little bit fading away from the front page because of the new conflict and new war. And because of that, I think Ukraine should do more. And everything depends on Ukraine, first of all, and Ukraine should have, in this war, final say, because they are suffering a lot. And one thing we have to think about that what Ukrainians are really saying. Before that, I would like to say that I'm in a relation with Ukraine, I'm involved in 3 issues quite deeply. One is environmental damage, and also I'm one of the elders which was founded by the Nelson Mandela and others, and I'm the youngest elder, and we are involved with that, and we visited several times Ukraine and met Ukrainian leaders, and also we are involved with the crime of aggression and humanitarian mission. What Ukrainians are talking about, I think last year in November 2022, Ukrainian President Zelensky introduced his peace formula. That peace formula, if you see, they have 10 issues. But first 5 issues can be discussed now. Still they are discussing. They discussed in Jeddah and Malta, and the first issue from the first 5 about the first issue is the nuclear safety. And they are talking about the Zaporizhzhia issue and the Zaporizhzhia power plant. Second issue, of course, food security. We can talk, and the all world community, main players should pay more attention. Third issue, of course, energy security, and Ukraine energy power plants, almost half of them damaged, and they want to restore that, and that's an issue, and we are working with that very closely. Fourth issue, of course, prevention of ecocide. because of the blow of the Kakauqa Dam and all those things consequently happened there. That's really big environmental damage and also land mining issue there. And we are working very closely with that. And I think other interested parties also following this very closely. Fifth one, of course, release the prisoners and also deportees, including those children. I think it should happen, and we have to talk about that around it. But the second part, of course, there are 5 issues related with the Ukraine's territorial integrity and withdrawal of the Russian troops, and special tribunal, and also the security structure and confirmation of the war's end, including the signing the document. Those are the Ukraine's peace formula. And also President Zelensky raised the issue to have peace summit in Ukraine, and before that they are conducting international diplomacy. With that, I will stop here for the sake of time, and I hope next time you will give me a floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad that you mentioned that 10-point peace plan from Ukraine, because that represents Ukraine's perspective, and we don't have a representative of Ukraine on our panel, and it's extremely important that we include Ukraine's perspective in our discussions today. We did hear from their foreign minister yesterday, and his words are still echoing, I'm sure, in this room. So let's move right on to the next speaker, Bogdan Klich.
Thank you very much for having this chance to talk about the Ukrainian challenge. The Ukrainian challenge for all of us again. I do remember our conversation last year when we were talking about first conclusions that we could have after the first phase of this Ukrainian resistance against Russian second invasion on its territory. There are not so many good news from Russian-Ukrainian front, but there is at least one good news from Ukrainian neighborhood. And I'd like to underline that because it refers to my country. I'd like you to know that Poland is back. That Poland is back. Poland is back after recent elections in which 74% of Poles decided to return to the community of values that for many years we attended and we were proud of. I mean, this community consisting of democracy, liberal values, political freedoms, the rule of law, of course, and the rights of minorities, and the government that was responsible for undermining this understanding of the West in Polish eyes and also in international public opinion will be soon removed from power. So our full integration with European Union will be continued. Our cooperation with our main partners and good relationship with our neighbors will be recovered, and of course our contribution to let's say to support Ukrainians as those who are fighting for those values will be continued. So after this declaration, important declaration from my national point of view, I can move to the topic of this discussion. Once during this conference, I described the situation after 2014 and the first invasion of Russian troops on Ukraine, together with the creation of the Islamic State, as a crescent of fire surrounding Europe from the east and from the south. Now, unfortunately, it exists, and the scale of this fire is much bigger. The challenge is much harder for us, I mean for European and Euro-Atlantic community, and the responses to that should be much wiser than after 2014 and 2015. So from that point of view, I would say that the results of NATO summit in Vilnius, recent one, were a good sign, you know, for implementation of those decisions that were taken 1 year before, I mean, during the Madrid summit. We should go this way to implement the new model of forces that was established after the Madrid summit, the new model of forces responsible for reinforcing those countries that would be attacked in future, and the eastern flank of the alliance belongs to this group of countries. Secondly, the number of forces, I mean, this huge increase of forces from the 30,000 to from 40,000 to 300,000 response forces that would be responsible for this reinforcement should be achieved as quickly as possible. The new model of deterrence, this shift from deterrence by punishment to deterrence by denial, should be also implemented as quickly as possible. And fourthly, the decision concerning regional plans, regional defense plans, responsible not for reinforcement of a country or a group of countries attacked, but for defending every inch or every square meter of NATO territory, should be also implemented. Those four major decisions of Madrid summit, repeated by Vilnius summit and implemented to some extent this year, are of major importance for security of Euro-Atlantic community. As for the European Union, I believe you know that Russian invasion on Ukraine created a completely new space for the EU, and the EU carried out a kind of Copernican revolution in the sense that it was the first time engaged in support, military support of a country not belonging to the European community. Secondly, that it decided to allocate such a huge amount of money for macroeconomic injections into this country budget. As far as I remember, it was 11.6 billion euros only by the European Union last year. And for this year, we estimate around 18 billion euros, when for the military purposes, we were able to allocate last year 5.6 billion euros, not counting allocations, not counting financial supports coming from particular member states of the European Union. So this is the huge change in activity of the European Union, and it should be continued.
Great. Thank you very much. Important points being made there, both in relation to the European Union and NATO. Also, I'm sure that many people will be glad to hear that Poland is back, and I'm certain that Ukraine is glad to hear what you just said regarding the pledge of support, continued support for Ukraine, because Poland has played a crucial role in strengthening Ukraine as it seeks to repel Russia's ongoing invasion. Very good. Zaki Laidi. The floor is yours.
Okay.
Laki, is it Laki? Sorry,
Zaki is my first name, Laidi is my last name.
Of course, okay. My apologies.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here once again with virtually the same panelists to discuss the same topic. So I'd like to introduce a kind of dynamic interpretation. And in a nutshell, I will tend to say that nothing has changed since last year, but virtually everything could change. Nothing has changed because we are confronted, and Ukraine is confronted to a violent Russian aggression, which will unfortunately enter its third year next February, which is probably longer than we all expected. The second point, and it had been mentioned by Bogdan, the European support is stronger and is stronger than ever, and this point should be stressed. All in all, we have committed, I'm talking about commitment, not disbursement, which are lower, but in terms of commitment, we are around 80 billion euros for Ukraine. Through different mechanisms, I'm not enter into detail. And for the first time, our commitments are higher than the American ones. And I would like to insist on this, because I had many distinctions with the Kiel Institute, who constantly insisted on saying that the American commitment was much more important than the European one. And at the end of the day, they realized that our commitments were extremely important, and they actually corrected the figures, and they came to the figure that the European commitments were the higher. Of course, I'm not comparing the United States with Europe, because virtually we are absolutely on the same line, fortunately. But it's important to say that we are on the forefront. And this idea matters if some unfortunate changes take place in the United States in the next future. So the other achievement is that the level of consensus among Europeans is still very strong, important, with, of course, some caveats, but by and large is extremely strong. And the reason why it is strong, it's because all European states see in Ukraine a challenge to their security and see in an unfortunate success of Russia, which I cannot imagine, a huge blow to our security. And even countries of Europe which were, let's have well, south-oriented, are now changing their views and, let's say, pivoting towards Central Europe. So this is a huge change which will take place in the two next decades. So Russia, unfortunately, is and will remain a security threat to Europe, and this view is now shared massively by the European. Two main achievements from the European side which have to be mentioned and reaffirmed. We succeeded in putting an end to our energy dependency vis-à-vis Russia, which is a huge achievement. And second, we are probably now on the verge of transferring the frozen assets, Russian assets, to Ukraine. I hope that we will be able to give them the 300 billions of Russian assets which had been frozen. So in a sense, everything is fine. But, there are buts. The first, and we have to confess, and even from my personal perspective, the military situation is difficult, and much, much more difficult than what expected, compared, for example, to last year. The costs incurred by Russia are absolutely huge, huge. And by Western standards or European standards, they are unbearable, unbearable. And if you see the last months in October, the casualties on the Russian side were absolutely huge, and among the most important casualties within a month. So they are losing. They are losing. Now, what is unbearable by European standards is perfectly bearable by Russian standards. And we have to take this into account. And you need, in this regard, to read the formidable piece written by the Chief of Staff of Ukraine, General Zelensky, in The Economist, which is not extraordinarily optimistic on the evolution of the situation. And in fact, Putin is following, unfortunately, what Stalin said in the past, when he said that to a certain extent, and I'm sorry because the sentence is terrible, quantity becomes a source of quality. But that's the way Russia behaves. So people are killed en masse, but they are killed and new waves of soldiers arrive. And the problem is that the Ukrainians cannot work on the same footing. So there is an inequality. To stop on this, so just to say that's going to be a long war, much probably longer than expected, and there is no doubt that, of course, a kind of fatigue may appear in Europe, but also in the United States, where the news are not terribly good, but which will put the Europeans in front of their responsibility. So I will come, if you allow me, later on the interaction, which seems to me extremely important, between what's going on in Ukraine and what's going on in the Middle East.
Thank you very much. It is important to point out that the European support has been extraordinary. U.S. support as well. I think Ukraine has emphasized that as well. The interview that you referred to in The Economist, I highly recommend if any of you are interested in this topic, reading further into it. The term that's used in that interview quite a bit is stalemate, and I was rather surprised to hear the Chief of Staff referring openly to that. But we'll hope to come back to those points you were making. Thank you very much. Norbert Röttgen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure and honor for me. Perhaps let me start by reiterating the most important thing, in my view, that has not changed. And this is the meaning of this war of Russia against Ukraine. And this meaning is that the outcome of this war will determine the fate of Europe for decades to come. Because this war is about whether the return of war in Europe as a land war will be accepted and rewarded as a political instrument in the 21st century. If that were to happen, if war turns out to become a political success, war will remain in Europe, and of course the world will and would draw a lesson from the success of war as a political instrument. And in a way, the world already is learning, because the geopolitical struggle between China and the United States in a way functions as a protective umbrella for regional actors to just apply war as a political instrument, which we have seen in the Southern Caucasus and which we are now seeing in the Middle East. So under this umbrella, war is coming back in regional conflicts. What we have seen so far is, so the consequence for the Europeans and for the world, I would say, is that it's a definition of victory. Victory means that there has to be a victory over war as a political instrument. This is really fateful. This is crucial and decisive, that we beat war as an instrument. This understanding of the historic dimension of this war has unified, I could even say reunified, the West, has injected a historic sense again, has contributed members to NATO. So this really has constituted a new West in responding to the return of war into the 21st century and at least into Europe. What we have seen is, I slightly disagree. I think we have seen that again in the situation of a European land war, the US, against all the intentions of the United States, which intended to pivot to Asia, was drawn back to Europe and is acting as the #1 security power in Europe. The European security power is the United States of America. We could say we are lucky to say this, and we should also say it's embarrassing for Europe that we have to say that. However, the war in the Middle East is possibly changing also this role of the United States. It's not only distracting public attention from the war in Ukraine to the Middle East, which is good for Vladimir Putin. There's also mounting pressure on the president from the Republican Party, and influential elements, for example, now the Speaker of the House, are mounting pressure not only to reduce support to Ukraine and replace the financial and military support of the United States from Ukraine to the Middle East. So there are increasing doubts whether the United States will serve in this role as the #1 security provider for America. This is only one reason why we are not going to see an end of this war until the presidential elections. My view is that Vladimir Putin, irrespective of this event, is neither willing nor able to withdraw from Ukraine. I think he is beyond this point. He will stay in, and he has to stay in, because this war, which started as a war to re-establish a Russian empire in Europe, has become now a war about his very personal political survival, at least as Russian president, perhaps even personal survival. So he is not able to withdraw, even if he wished to withdraw. At least he will wait until the presidential election. And if Trump gets re-elected, we will see how the strength of the Europeans are. I doubt that we have become the #1 security supplier. I don't talk about commitments, but I would talk about supply and delivery. And there, of course, America is far ahead of the Europeans. If Trump gets re-elected, and even if he not only were to reduce military support, but perhaps strike a deal with Putin and start an economic war with China, then we were to see where Europe is. And because this can't be excluded as a possibility, at least, the Europeans should start to prepare for that. My lesson now, after more than 1.5 years of this war, is that we really have to wake up to appreciate and recognize, not appreciate, to recognize this war as a European war, and that the demand and the necessity that Europe enables itself to provide security for our Europe has become ever more urgent, and we have to urgently prepare. The clock is ticking for that, and if we are again unprepared for the events we can't exclude, but we can clearly foresee, we will wake up in a disastrous situation, and then we will contribute to the re-establishment of war as a political instrument, even in Europe.
That was one point.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I didn't relate
the point about a victory for Putin would be a victory for the notion of war as a political instrument. That helps define a little bit what success would look like in ending this war. I've been told that Uba-Vedrin we can't get the connection up to Uba-Vedrin. I've seen a sign on our monitors here across the front that there is a stable connection could not be formed. And so I'm afraid that we will have to proceed without input from Uba-Vedrin. But if you can hear me, we hope to see you maybe next time. In any case, we'll proceed with the panel that we have, which we've got a lot on the table already. We've already explored quite a bit of territory, important territory, for thinking about the trajectory of the Ukraine war, because while we cannot talk about how it will end, we can talk about how we might want it to end, and we can talk about how Ukraine, of course, wants it to end, and what the principal factors are that will determine the trajectory as we move along. The commitment from the European Union, other European players, also players abroad, not just within the European Union, but the United States is absolutely critical within the context of NATO. So I want to get the conversation going, and then I'm going to bring in some input from the floor as soon as we can. I want to just first put a question to Ebek Dodge Tsakyagin, because you look at this from outside of the European Union. Mongolia has a special geographical and political location in this discussion. I want to ask you first about not the future, but where we are right now regarding the West and this war. The West's leaders failed to anticipate and prevent this war, Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. How much has that in itself damaged the West and its standing in the world?
I think this war is not between West and South. I mean, between the global West and the global South. I think this war is actually a long-fought war between autocracy and democracy.
That's a pretty popular view, actually.
Yeah, personally, I was, when I was in office, I was very closely working with Putin, and I think I really regret that Putin started this war. I think one of the main reasons, if that free Ukraine, if that democratic Ukraine, if that Ukraine with Europe, integrated with Europe, if Ukraine became more successful, it would be that successful Ukraine would be bad example for Russia, for his rule. I think because of that, Putin started this war to punish. And my country, actually, since 1990, between Russia and China, circled by Russia and China, only democracy, only surviving 33 years, democracy there. Means that between us, there is only one country. Free democratic Ukraine, free democratic Mongolia. In terms of that, I think this war has global implication. If we lose, I think we means the free world lose in Ukraine, those autocrats will be encouraged. If Ukraine prevails, free world prevails, I think those autocrats will be discouraged. Even in Russia, even in Asia, even in Latin America, even in Africa. Because of that, this war has really big global implication. Of course, this war has a regional implication that European and all we are talking about, and we call Ukraine is a gate to the Europe. I think Europe as a regional structure and continent, they don't want to keep their enemy inside their gate. I think that enemy should be outside of gate. I think because of that, Ukraine also fighting for that. And I think since the start of this war, actually world community was very supporting Ukrainian cause and also blaming Russian aggression. And we all know that at the United Nations, 141 nations actually blamed Russian aggression. Only 5 countries, including Russia, they supported it. Only 5. I think it's still this kind of support, hard, solid. But there are some cracks. And because of that, I started that. Ukraine has brilliant diplomacy, and they have to do more. And also, I have, for the Ukraine, I have one idea that Ukraine should be more engaging, less reactionary. And also...
So, more engaging in what sense?
Yeah, more engaging with all over the world, with the all countries, you know. They have to rally, they have to push for the new diplomacy. Yesterday we heard the foreign minister. I think his answer was brilliant, and question was, of course, brilliant questions, and his answer was really good. And Ukrainians are feeling that something is changing there. Even in Europe, there are some countries. And because of that, I think Ukraine needs more engaging. Also, Ukraine should be more graceful. Also, Ukraine should be more thankful to the world community, even including the global south.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to bring in some, if you have any questions, start thinking about raising your hand. I'm just going to put our critical question, basically our headline question, to the panel before we bring in that from the audience, and give each of you a quick opportunity to respond to this. And that is, the West. The West. We talked about. We even defined it at the beginning of this program. What about how this war is, in the way that it's being prosecuted, and the way the support that it's being the Ukraine has been getting from Europe and the rest of the world, and the United States above all? How is this war affecting the West's status?
Okay, I have to disagree on, first, the way you are framing the debate, and to disagree respectfully with our Mongolian friend for the following reason. I think that it would be a terrible mistake to frame the conflict in Ukraine in terms of the Western world against the rest of the world. It's a terrible mistake. It's a terrible mistake. And the High Representative, I'm very proud to work with him, is doing his best not to frame the problem in those terms. Why? Because the crux of the matter is the respect of territorial integrity of an independent state, which independence had been recognized by the United Nations and by a large number of big powers, including Russia. So you start saying that only democratic states are liable for that is a terrible mistake. All attempts aiming at putting the West on one side and the rest of the world are doomed to failure, and this is one of the worst mistakes. So I will never, ever talk in terms of the West against the rest. That's the way some people would like to see us framing the problem. But we are actually, I'm surprised because you are constantly talking about the West. And
It's in the title. I didn't make it up.
You're not
Sorry.
I'm referring to Europe. Sorry, I'm introducing a sort of debate. I'm talking about Europe. The less politically speaking, I'm talking politically speaking because I'm in a sense a political actor. The less we frame the problem in terms of the West against the rest, the more we gain support. But because when you are in front of the countries from the global south, okay, I can tell you the objections they are making on Ukraine. And it is independent from the nature of the government, okay? I mean, we talk to hundreds of governments all over the world, democratic, non-democratic, leftist, and non-leftist, and virtually they have the same view. What are their views? There are different views.
I'm sure they do. I mean, this is an important debate and important points that you're bringing up, the whole question about the global south and how it's perceiving what's going on. And I take your point also on the West. Is it a useful term or not? I'm not one to really say that it's a wonderfully useful term, but I think it's also important to point out that we're not necessarily talking about a binary opposition here, the West and the rest, but rather, as I defined the West just for the purpose of our conversation at the beginning, a group of mainly liberal democracies who hold principles of a rules-based international order, which includes territorial integrity as being very sacrosanct. Anyway, there's that part. But when we can define it as in terms of autocracy and democracy, as that sort of conflict. But the point I think we're trying to look at here is whatever you want to call those countries that Ukraine and those countries supporting it represent, whether you want to call them, I don't know, I'll let you use whatever term you wish to use on that side, Ukraine's side, to use a neutral term, and whatever Russia represents. In this terms, as Norbert Röttgen described, a threat to the notion of, how did he put it, of using war as a political instrument, that this is that idea coming into conflict. So just to make sure that we're not really setting up a false dichotomy here with the West and the rest in our discussion. We have 27 minutes left. Okay. I do want to get input from the audience, and I hope perhaps they'll direct some questions to you. But before we do that, Zaki Lady has indicated Bogdan Klich has indicated his wish to intervene.
I wanted to underline that according to my understanding of this conflict and another, Hamas aggression against Israel, we can talk and we should talk about the West, because we are united not only by our similar interests, but we are a community of values. And those values are in the basis of our political systems. They are introduced into the Washington Treaty preamble. They were introduced into the Lisbon Treaty, Article 2. So they express, the unity and cohesion of our community. That's why this war of Russia against Ukraine is also the war against the West. We were threatened by Russian President Vladimir Putin on the eve of the second aggression when ultimatum was presented to NATO. Let's not forget about that, because it was in effect the attempt to reverse the history of recent 20 years. Yeah. Secondly, we shouldn't divide let's say, the involvement of the United States from the involvement of the European partners, because the basis for this coherent reaction of the West after the 24th of February 2022 was the meeting by President Biden with European partners in June 2021, when he visited the first time Europe with this message, America is back. So it was the, let's say, reconstruction of the cohesion of NATO, the role of the United States in Europe as a major provider of security to European partners, and thirdly, the cooperation with the European Union by the United States that was not at this level before. United States in June 2021, recognized the European Union as an indispensable partner for the security issues. Not only security, but many security issues. So those three factors should be taken into consideration, because they were, let's say, undermined by President Putin's aggression against Ukraine. And very briefly, Ukrainians are also dying for Western democratic liberal values. They decided in 2013 belong to the community of to this community of values, and it was the beginning of their problems with huge problems with Russian Federation. Let's not forget about that Ukraine fights also for democratic set of values.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to bring in Norbert. Okay, great. All right, because I would have brought you in here with a question anyway.
Yeah, but
questions from the audience. I see 1, 2, 3 hands. We're going to collect 3 questions and then move from there. We'll begin here in the front.
Well, my name is Friedbert Pflüger. I'm German. I've been a colleague of Norbert Röttgen in the German Bundestag for 20 years. I would first of all say to Bogdan, he was very modest because not only Poland is back, but he is back. He was re-elected by 71%, which is a wonderful victory, and we should mention that.
Bogdan.
Bogdan, I want to address that, what you just said. You said NATO has been strengthened by this war. There is new unity. US is back stronger in Europe than ever. And Europe has lived up to that challenge. But if I hear the undertones in this discussion, I think we have to put some question marks. And I would like to be advocatus diaboli and point a picture, and I'm hopefully that you can bring forward the counter arguments. Well, the West is pretty weak. You are right, NATO, pretty good, but look to the United States, and we see this enormous polarization, and we don't know whether Mr. Trump will win next time.
Sir,
look
if
to
you could formulate a question.
I'm coming very short to the question. EU, the same thing. Look to Israel and the war in Israel and the EU position to that. So the question is whether we are not well advised to follow Mr. Zaki Laidi's position, not to say it is just the West. If we want regulations in foreign affairs, we should not say it is only the West who is asking for that. If we do that, I think we found ourselves pretty much isolated in this world. Look at this BRICS meeting that we had. People are fed up with this polarization. They want regulations. They do not want that war wins, as Norbert has put it. But if we put it as this is a Western value or a Western point, I think we are not doing the right thing.
Thank you very much. This obviously is feeding into the whole discussion about the global South and the West in these terms, whether they're useful and what the perceptions are around the world, and whether we need to maybe come up with new terms. So we're going to take 2 more questions. We'll allow you, of course, to answer to that in a moment. But first, the gentleman in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4th row, I believe. And then we'll take 1 more question from that side. I think I see a hand.
Thank you, Hiro Akita from Tokyo. So definitely defeat of Ukraine is bad scenario, but maybe worst scenario is simultaneous war in Europe and Asia. Obviously, there are many focal points like Taiwan Strait or Korean Peninsula. So my question is, how should we avoid the same scenario of World War I or World War II, in which war in Europe spilled over to Asia, especially World War II spilled over within 2 years after Germany invaded Poland in 1939. Then 2 years after that, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. So timeline was very fast. So my question is, how should we both win both in Ukraine but also deter China simultaneously? Thank you.
Okay, so we've got the whole question about the West again, emphasizing that, but we've also got now the question of spillover. How do we avoid that? And there's a gentleman there in the hall. We'll take that question, and then,
Thank you very
and
much.
then we'll move over to the front here. Sorry, just a moment. Yeah.
Volker Pertes from Berlin. If Norbert Röttgen is right, and I think he is, that Europe has to prepare itself from now to provide security for fellow Europeans threatened by a power that doesn't respect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of its neighbors. If that is the case, what does it mean? And I would like you, Norbert, and probably your fellow Europeans to further elaborate. What does that mean for the institutional development of Europe? What does it mean for budgets? And what does it mean for the narrative which your party and others will have to pursue in the coming European elections? Thank you.
Boy, that's a complex question. We could put together a whole panel on that. Thank you, Volker Perthes. And we will take one additional question. Thierry Montbrial had drawn my attention to a lady in the front.
Well, thank you, Elisabeth Guigou from France. I'm very happy that at the beginning of the discussions, Bogdan and Zaki and Norbert have given us some signs of optimism in this very gloomy and worrying context. So I want to come back to the European Union, as they did at the beginning. After the war, and of course, it depends on how long this war will last and on which conditions it will end. But after the war, supposing that what we hope here is that Ukraine wins the war and can negotiate on acceptable terms some kind of peace. What should be, in the view of the panelists, what should be the degree of autonomy, strategic autonomy of the European Union vis-à-vis the United States? And given the fact that the European Union obviously will support the massive cost of the reconstruction of Ukraine.
Thank you. So there's a lot on the table here. Much of it is institutional, focused on the European Union, concerns about that and the whole question of strategic autonomy, which has been around a big discussion for a long time. But what we get a feeling for here, and also the broader global debate, because this does plug into the global debate about the West and what it is, and what it stands for, and what's at stake here, but also the questions of this possibly spilling over. There has been a great deal of discussion about any lessons that maybe other countries are taking from the Ukraine war about how to pursue its own foreign policy interests by violating another area's territorial integrity. So let's get some responses from the panelists. Again, from the panel, a lot on the table. Who would like to begin? Norbert Lüttgen. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And perhaps I would pick the question of Volker Perthes. He asked if what does European security mean in terms of institutions, budgets, and narrative. And I would answer these questions in reverse order, because when you start with a narrative, the answers follow out of the response to the narrative. Yet I think there is space and room and necessity for a European narrative. And only if you think about the possibility of an election of Donald Trump, which I consider as the nightmare as such. We have the war in Europe, we have the war in the Middle East, but this implosion of the West from inside, this is the real threat to the West, not from the outside, but from the inside. So if you just consider this for a moment as a possibility which can't be excluded, then the narrative is absolutely clear. We have to provide, as Europeans, for the security of our Europe. And security has become also in other areas, the new paradigm. People feel scared. They feel not protected in different areas, in the economy, but also in this area of physical military security. So I think this is the core narrative we have to develop, and we can sell because it is the truth. It is what we are facing, that we have to provide and care for ourselves, and we can't rely only and solely, as we have done in the decade of the Cold War, on America. And I say, and I add, even if Joe Biden were to be re-elected, there will never be a time, as we have seen in the Cold War, when Europe was only the receiver of European security. He will come back at some time to the new priorities of American policy, which is the reconstruction of the American economy and, of course, the competition with China. So either way, we will have to face this necessity. And if once we have made this clear, that this is the historic challenge of our time for Europe, then the ensuing questions get the answer. Of course, the budget has to follow the essence, what is necessary for our time, and the institutions will adapt to a policy which is necessary. So I'm not scared about that.
May I ask you, though, just to intervene, do you see the political will among the European Union member states to come up with the agreement and the resources to create to strengthen those institutions, particularly on the military and defense side? Because right now, the European Union does not even have that identity outside of NATO.
Yes, so what we can say that we have remarkably developed. So the state of mind and the state of policies after the war compared to the pre-war time is fundamentally different. For example, Germany, I really can say our society, our attitudes have as profoundly, as quickly changed as it has never occurred in the post-war period. However, I admit, not sufficiently. If you measure it with the past, profoundly impressively. If you measure it against what is necessary, insufficiently. So my answer to your question is we could act out of insight and foresight. I do not expect this, unfortunately. What I fear is that we will act and more react out of necessity. We could avoid it, we could be better prepared, but I think it's not hard to predict the circumstances that Europe has to bring itself to a level to a level of responsibility, because we are forced to act. And then Europe is acting quite convincingly.
I would just point out at this point that the need that many see for reforming institutional reform in the European Union, also in terms of its decision-making process when it comes to foreign and security policy, if it's going to be only unanimous decision-making, that's going to be a difficult ask. Okay, we'll bring in Zaki Lady, please.
Yeah, I'm always amazed in such a debate to see to what extent the European Union is constantly underrated, okay? And your comments, which are coming from a non-European view, but it's perfectly acceptable, are the perfect illustration of this.
I've lived longer in Europe than anywhere else.
You started talking about the limited effort, but I think that Mr. Rodgan made it very clear. I mean, the changes which took place in Germany are absolutely impressive. At the beginning of the war in Ukraine, people were laughing at the Germans because they had in mind to just send helmets to the Ukrainians.
5,000.
Now, Germany is the first provider of military aid to Ukraine behind the United States, okay?
Huge change.
And the quality of the German equipment is outstanding. So I, as a European, I'm very proud to defend what the Germans have done and the changes which took place. And even in regard to their energy dependency, what Germany did is absolutely formidable. So I remember meetings of the Gimnik just before the beginning of the war, and journalists coming to the HRVP and telling him, but how can you expect having a common position of Russia whereas you are all divided? But he told him, wait a minute, wait the end of the meeting and you'll see. And what happened after the meeting? That was the decision to take very harsh sanctions against against Russia. So in terms of military effort, a change is taking place. But of course, it's not going to happen within a year or 2 years. It's a sea change. And let me just come to 3 questions. But in fact, I don't see a lot of disagreement among us.
This sea change, just to intervene,
yeah, but
the
very
word
briefly,
Zeitenwende, I believe, is something that has been put out there now that in a result of this.
On the EU-US relations, I think that we do agree that this relationship is absolutely crucial, fundamental. Nobody's putting into question the importance of this relationship. But I think that we do all agree now that we need to make a European effort on our side, and because we cannot foresee what could happen in the future. Now, the point on which I disagree respectfully with you, it concerns the Global South. I mean, if you go to the Global South and tell them that in Ukraine we are defending Western values and you need to share the values, you are going to face a huge opposition. So you should certainly not bring to them the Ukrainian issue through the lenses of democracy, because you have to put the emphasis on the territorial integrity of nation states. And in fact, you have democracies which are going to tell you, well, that's your problem, it's not yours. And if you take Latin America, why? I mean, is it part of the West or not? Is it part of the West or not? Okay? So if you take Latin America, I mean, most of countries, almost all of them are democratic countries, but their narrative and their interpretation of the conflict is not very different from Asian or African countries. They tell, okay, there was an aggression, but there are so many aggressions in the rest of the world. And secondly, it's an aggression, but don't expect from us more than condemning the aggression, because we have our own agenda, and we don't want to see the Ukrainian agenda hijacked by other issues which are much more important for us. And this narrative and this perception is widely present in the world. And it doesn't matter if countries are democratic and non-democratic, African, Latin Americans, or Asian. It's simply not the truth. I mean, you have to look at the reality of the world as it is, and not as you expect it to be.
Thank you. Bogdan Klit, perhaps you can pick up on some of those points, and also maybe speak to the question that was raised concerning the risk of spillover in this, because that's a quite great concern.
Together with Robert Gates, the United States faces more serious threats to its security today than it has faced in decades, perhaps ever. It has not before faced 4 allied adversaries at the same time: Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, whose combined nuclear arsenal could be nearly twice the size of the US within a few years. This is Bob Gates. Of course, this is the specific situation of the US, responsible not only for security in Euro-Atlantic area, but also engaged in other parts of the globe. But let's not forget, that to some extent, this is also our problem, because the West consists, as we know, of 2 parts of the Atlantic Ocean. That's why I'm absolutely aware that there is a difference between those threats coming from the East and from the South. Mm-hmm. From the East, we have traditional, conventional threat in the form of military aggression, full-scale aggression in the neighborhood of Europe. When in the South, we face more asymmetric threats, because nobody can predict that even the bad evolution of Hamas-Israeli war can create create a military danger for Europe. There can be massive migration flows. There can be a next wave of terrorist attacks on our soil in the European Union. There can be various cuts of energy supplies to Europe, but those threats are different. That's why we should be prepared with different responses to those threats. When we speak about the US possible policy or strategy after new elections, presidential elections in the United States, yes, this is one of the main challenges for us, for the West, and nobody can predict what will happen in the US. So we should be prepared to keep Americans in, as we kept Americans in during the first Donald Trump's presidency. Of course, political cohesion of the alliance was undermined because of Donald Trump's approach. But thanks to the commanders, great commanders of the US armed forces, NATO cooperation, military cooperation was going ahead. What we should do, what should we do in Europe, referring to what Elizabeth asked about? This is the Spanish presidency right now that concentrated our thinking about strategic autonomy only on social economic issues. We abandoned this political military aspect during last month because of this good cooperation with the United States, because mainly of the Russian-Ukrainian war. We should keep thinking in those categories, social, economic categories, about the European strategic autonomy.
Okay.
Not forgetting, only one sentence, not forgetting about the security and defense union that could be achieved according to the existing treaties. Because there is no mood for changes of treaties in the European Union, but we can go farther with the European Defence and Security Union within the European Union. This is one of the possible directions.
Thank you. We only have 1 minute and 30 seconds left, so I'd like to give Epic Takajin a chance to intervene.
Yeah. You know, I think to live free, it's a universal desire, not the Western or Eastern or Southern desire. This is universal desire. Why we choose freedom? I think because of that. We want to live free. And in my country, freedom is non-negotiable, because freedom equals to our independence. Freedom equals to our right to exist. And I know in West you may see some socialists or even communists, even friends of autocrats. I think it's not new thing. But desire to live free is very important. That's a universal thing. But other thing I really concerned that this Middle Eastern conflict, and also there are flash conflicts in Asia, South China Sea, Taiwan, and Korean Peninsula. And also North Koreans are delivering that arsenal, that weapons. They say almost 1,000 containers of weapons, and I read that. Those things, concerning. And maybe if there is more flashpoints, it may next in Asia. If that this war or conflict become more global, I think that's nightmare. Because of that, we have to talk about more issues related with the global things. Of course, we have to pay attention regionally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee. You ended directly on 0-0. Congratulations for that. We are out of time. It's obvious that we could continue the discussion for a long time. You said there's much need for discussion. Fortunately, we are at a place where we have some brilliant minds and some really experienced policymakers and analysts to help us put things into context. I really appreciate your input from all of you. I was hoping for a frank and open discussion. We got that. It's a really, really difficult subject. I hope we can follow it up perhaps bilaterally at some point. I want to thank our audience for being with us today, and please feel free to to continue our discussion maybe in the later on. Warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, I can't think of any more languages to go in. My name is John Andrews, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to this session. And it's quite a long way, I suppose, from the current obsessions of the news headlines, because this is the Indo-Pacific region. We are going to pivot to the Indo-Pacific region, not quite in the way that Barack Obama may have imagined, but anyway, I think clearly whatever the current crises are, the medium and long-term questions, geopolitically and economically, will be in the Indo-Pacific region. Now, I have a wonderful panel here, which I'll introduce in just a second, but let me just say a couple of words about this Indo-Pacific region and about the title of this session. This session is about security concerns and economic opportunities. And there's a lot to be said about both. I mean, if you take the region, it has, I could argue, far too many nuclear powers. You've got the US, you've got Russia, you've got China, you've got North Korea. You have some real flashpoints. You've got Taiwan, obviously. India, China, they may be members of the BRICS, but actually they're often not quite at daggers drawn, but pretty hostile relationship. You've got plenty of maritime and territorial disputes, which I think include almost everybody, actually, every country in the Indo-Pacific region. Let's just take security first of all. There are so many acronyms and initials that we can festoon over this subject. You've got AUKUS, Australia, UK, US. Sorry for France there, but France wanted to sell its submarines to Australia, and Australia said no, and it came to the Brits and the Americans. So there we are, but we'll put that behind us. So there's AUKUS. You have US security treaties, actually with Australia, with New Zealand, with Japan, with the Philippines, Thailand, South Korea, and you've got non-treaty partnerships with the US, with India, with Indonesia, with Vietnam. So what, if you think of that as one particular block, what is the, let's say, anti-Western? The Zaki lady may not like this sort of anti-Western idea, but you've got China and North Korea. I suppose that's the only mutual aid and cooperation friendship treaty that China has, apart now from its no limits strategic partnership. I'm putting no limits in inverted commas with Russia, with Putin of Russia. A lot of acronyms and initials for the economy. We've got the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which I think actually became really from Central Asia rather than the Indo-Pacific region itself, but does now include lots of players from Indo-Pacific, including India. You've got ASEAN, and ASEAN expands. You've got ASEAN +3. You've got RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is ASEAN plus China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand. They can all see the economic potential of this region, and therefore they see the virtue in collaborating and cooperating. And of course you have the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. 11 members so far, not yet China. And rather unfortunately, in my opinion, America decided not to go for the TPP way back in the days when Hillary Clinton was running against Donald Trump. And finally, you've got IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. I know nothing about this, but perhaps someone else here does. And that, I think, was launched by Joe Biden in Tokyo last year. Will it amount to anything? I don't know. But clearly, we have lots of security concerns, and we have lots of economic opportunities. So really, I'm going to ask the panel to talk about them in that, almost binary fashion. Now, let me introduce the speakers. To my left, Jean-Pierre Cabestin, who speaks much better English than most English people, despite being a proud Frenchman. And as he revealed yesterday in a question to the former chief executive of Hong Kong, is now a permanent resident in Hong Kong. I hope that this panel will not get you chucked out, but you never know. Jean-Pierre Cabestin is a professor emeritus at the Hong Kong Baptist University and was a senior researcher with CNRS in France. Yuichi Hosoya is the professor of international politics at Keio University in Tokyo. Kim Chang-bum from Korea, South Korea, because I realize it is in North Korea as well. Has a very distinguished career as a diplomat, not just ambassador to Indonesia, but also to the European Union, and now representing the Korean Federation of Business. Is that, I got the right title, I hope. Hervé Mariton, very distinguished career in French politics. And he's also a very important man, chairman of the Franco-British Council. And really my plea to you, Hervé, is to try to get back my rights as a European citizen. Why you allowed Brexit to happen, I do not know. But anyway, that's my problem. And then M.K. Narayanan, the former senior advisor to Manmohan Singh, who was a very, very successful and influential Prime Minister of India. Long and distinguished career in Israeli intelligence. Sorry, Israeli. That's a slip of the tongue. Forgive me. Indian intelligence. Although I think perhaps they needed you in Israel.
Yeah, exactly. You took the words. I said I think I would have done a better job than what they did when Hamas attacked.
And also former governor of West Bengal. And then last but definitely not least on this panel, Douglas Powell, who has been a very influential diplomat, he's been a very influential academic, and quite a rather successful businessman. So, larger than life almost. But I think from this particular panel, one should actually underline that he was once the American head of the American Institute in Taiwan. That means that in the real world, you were the American ambassador to Taiwan. So I'll introduce you as that. Anyway, that's your platform, your panel. I think they're all tremendous. Jean-Pierre, the floor is yours. 7 minutes.
All right, as you look at the time.
And there's a clock here.
Well, thanks a lot for this very kind introduction. Thank you to Thierry de Montbrial and Ifri for inviting me again to this August conference, in which I've learned a lot on other topics like AI and semiconductors, which are very much related to the topic we're going to talk about. We are located actually at the western end of the Indo-Pacific region, a region which is very vast, which includes maybe 2/3 of the world population and maybe more than half of the world GDP. So it's a very, very important region of the world. Even in Europe, sometimes, of course, we tend to, I wouldn't say neglect Indo-Pacific, but we are so focused on Europe and Ukraine for good reason, and also on the Middle East for obvious reasons as well, that the Indo-Pacific maybe is not at the top of the agenda of a lot of most European leaders and governments. However, I think there are a number of things I would like to tell you about very briefly to start with. Since I'm based in Hong Kong, which is part of China, as you may have realized, I would like to say a few things about, first of all, the new environment in the Indo-Pacific, and in particular the economic environment in which the region is developing today. It's a much slower economic environment than before. The economic growth of China has slowed down to 3%. The Chinese economy is facing a number of issues in the housing sector. Local governments are in the red. And the post-COVID recovery has been quite disappointing. It worked well in the first term of this year, but then it has slowed down and there are some concerns. There are also some concerns about employment in China. The unemployment rate officially is around 21%, maybe it's much higher among young people, maybe 40%. And there's a sense of malaise. If you haven't read an article by Evan Osnos in the New Yorker, which is a very interesting magazine, and the article tells you quite a bit about the mood of quite a number of Chinese today. And I can see that among my many Chinese students in Hong Kong itself. So that's the first thing I would like to say. The second thing is, of course, geopolitics is having an impact on the economy of those in the region, particularly the Chinese economy. It's not disrupting everything. I don't think we're witnessing a full decoupling of Chinese and the economy from the US economy or Western economies, but it's disrupting. It complicates the trade flows in a number of sectors. Semiconductors has been mentioned, but also China has retaliated against the sanctions imposed by the US and has started to use also some economic and tools in order to put pressure on the other side, including restricting the export of gallium, germanium, and graphite to the US and to other countries as well. Now, what is interesting in this new context is you see both trends taking shape. One is some kind of reduction of some countries dependent upon China, and one of these examples is South Korea. We may come back to that. And on the other side, we see countries like India, despite the tensions you've alluded to on the border, they still do a lot of trade with China. And actually, the trade deficit between India and China is huge and keeps growing to the point that now India trades more with China than with the US. So we're not really witnessing any decoupling. If you look at the trade figures between China and the US, or the EU and the US, is still very, very strong. And then the slowdown has had also in China has had other consequences. The fact that the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, now has less steam, less, I mean, in its engine, less money has been involved invested in the BRI today. I think it gives opportunity to other players to play a bigger role in the Indo-Pacific region and the global south as a whole. I'm alluding here to a number of initiatives taken by the US, like the B3W, Build Back Better World, or the Global Gateway of the European Union, or the G7 infrastructure project. So there are a number of opportunities here, which is also shouldn't be neglected. But I think there are security challenges. And here I will be brief because we can come back to those challenges. It doesn't mean that every country is aligned to this new bipolarity, with new bipolarity which is emerging in the region between the US and China. I think there's still a lot of leeway for a number of countries. And the best example maybe is India, which is at the same time a very active member of the BRICS, while being much closer to other partners in Asia through the Quad. If you've never heard of the Quad, the Quadrilateral Security Forum between India, Japan, Australia, and the US. So we see India playing a very diverse role in the region. But what dominates in the Indo-Pacific region now is really a growing bipolarity and growing tension between the US and China. The question, of course, is for other players, including the European Union, whether they can, how can they play a role in that new context. Now, the good news in the sense that is that there are tensions, but for the time being, China is playing what we call the gray zone within the limits of the gray zone strategy, which is to put pressure on the other side, on other players, including the South China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, even in the East China Sea with Japan around the Senkaku Islands, but doesn't go beyond the threshold of war. So the gray zone strategy is not without risks. I think there are growing risks of incidents, of military crisis, and the military crisis needs to be managed. But I think we have precedents. One of the best-known precedents, the EP3 incident in 2001 between the US and China, which was, negotiated, managed, and negotiated by both sides' foreign ministries. So even if today one of the issues, and Doug will come back to that, I'm sure, is the lack of military-to-military relations and contacts between the US and China, I think those meal-meal relations will be sooner or later resumed. And if there is a need to communicate because of a crisis, I think they will find a way to communicate. So that's the background. Now, of course, quite a number of people have alarmed about the growing tension in the Taiwan Strait, and for good reasons. And now, I don't think that the TSMC and the semiconductor industry in Taiwan is an efficient shield against any attack from China. The so-called silicon shield is not something which I would really invest in or believe in. But what I think is that a number of factors have also led China to think twice about starting a military venture against Taiwan. The war in Ukraine is playing a role, clearly. But I think at the end of the day, what is very important to bear in mind is the fact that both China and the US are nuclear powers. And it's very likely that in the case of a Taiwan contingency or crisis in the Taiwan Strait, the US will intervene. So it raises the stakes, clearly. But the fact that we have two nuclear powers and nuclear weapons, in a sense, are factors of peace rather than factors of war, because it will compel both sides to think twice before starting a war in the Taiwan Strait. So that's what I would insist upon here at this stage, and maybe we can come back to those issues later.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. Yuichi, the floor is yours, and I should, of course, in the acronym, have mentioned the Quad, but fortunately Jean-Pierre mentioned the Quad, and the Quad was a Japanese initiative, so the floor now is yours.
Well, thank you very much indeed for having me in this session, and also thank you very much for maintaining attention to the Indo-Pacific region, the most dynamic region, as well as the largest region in the world. So that's why we have the largest number of speakers in this session. Of course, thank you very much for mentioning about Quad. It's a Japanese invention as well as a concept of the Indo-Pacific, which is generally regarded as the invention of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe for some reasons. Many things have happened in the last 1 year in the Indo-Pacific region, while we are seeing two wars. One in Ukraine, of course, and the other one in the Middle East. So we are now asking whether another war would happen soon in Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific region, of course, around Taiwan. So I like to focus on 4 points in my initial talk. First, the possibility of contingency around Taiwan has been repeatedly discussed in the last 1 year. Last month, the Chinese government sent fighter jets to monitor and warn a US Navy aircraft that flew through the Taiwan Strait. Many observers naturally sensed the possibility of the outbreak of a military conflict between the two powers. In Japan, we have been generally saying that the possibility of war is quite small because China is not Russia. China would be more rational and more restrained. That's why the possibility is limited. But still, we can see some elements of the outbreak of war. So we have to be careful about how we should stop the happening of the war in the region. This is one thing. The other thing is that secondly, on the other hand, both China and the United States have been searching opportunities to talk at the highest level. It is now reported that the President Xi Jinping would soon visit San Francisco to attend this year's APEC meeting. This would be undoubtedly a valuable opportunity to ease the tension between the two greatest powers. So this is good news. Thirdly, Japan, the number 3 largest economy in the world. Japan decided to double its defense budget to enhance Japanese deterrence in the region. This is largely because of the fact that the US government has been repeatedly asked Japan to do so. There are so many uncertainties, and the regional powers must take more responsibilities than before. Of course, the United States is becoming much more inward-looking, and next year, we do not know who will be chosen as the next president. That's why Japan must play a larger role in stabilizing the region. Thirdly, fourthly, another good important thing is that Japan and South Korea have been improving their relationship. This is a good news during the time of great concern and wars. I think that this is essentially important trends for some reason. One of them is that the United States government has been trying to persuade the two governments to improve their relations because US forces in Japan and the US forces in Korea cannot work effectively without the cooperation between the two governments. So finally, the missing puzzle can be found. I mean, the United States can effectively increase deterrence in the region with much more enhanced ROK-Japan relations. So this is a good news. The US government has been trying to create a cooperation among the like-minded partners, and the Quad is one of them. So at the time when the multilateral cooperation is really difficult, we need to rely more upon the cooperation among like-minded partners as well as multilateral cooperation, multilateralism, which means, of course, AUKUS and the Quad as well as the G7. So these are the cooperation among the like-minded partners. By enlarging that cooperation, I think that we can remedy the so many problems that we are now facing. So in the sense, Japan can provide many things to bring stability in the region by enhancing deterrence on one hand. But on the other hand, Japan is providing inclusive regional concepts such as Indo-Pacific. This is a huge inclusive regional concept based upon the free and open Indo-Pacific strategy, which has been driven by Japanese government, and also CPTPP as well, the largest free trade area in the region. So with these inclusive visions, I think that Japan can do something to bring stability in the region.
Thank you very much. Interesting that, in a sense, America's policy in the region overhangs everything. And one does wonder if Donald Trump were to be the next president, how policy might or might not change. I mean, in a sense, Biden has continued much of Trump's policy towards China. It's interesting you brought up the question of the need for Asian powers to take more responsibility. It's very important. Kim, John Mann.
All right. Thank you, John, and thank you, President Thierry Montbrial and his team and all the organizers for the World Paris Conference, especially including Sang Yim. I think this is an excellent occasion to be joining this wonderful team of panelists. It's my first time to attend this World Paris Conference, but it's really enlightening and informative. I think that's something that I just want to make highly of what I've been seeing. And I'm representing the Federation of Korean Industries, so I would like to share with you all some of the business perspectives, especially in relation to the increasing geopolitical risks and uncertainties across the Indo-Pacific. And increasing geopolitical uncertainties precipitated the return of so-called economic statecraft. Every government is putting economic policy priorities linked to long-term national security interest. Intensification of US-China strategic competition is leading us to be put under increasing pressure to choose between the two sides, particularly in relation to high-tech industry investment. And secondly, the shift has been necessitated by various forms of economic coercion from China and other countries, as well as examples of unilateralism that has been exhibited by the United States. And there are two very fundamental questions that CEOs in the boardroom ask themselves at a deep psychological level. One is, what kind of geopolitical risks is most relevant to business decision making? The first one. And the second one is, does economic security, which is a kind of the buzzword in these days, to make the business environment become an even safer or more stable one? That's two questions. Let me first touch upon the first question. I think this, first and foremost, the most fundamental threat or risk that they are feeling at the business dimension is the US-China rivalry. It's no doubt. This, as US-China rivalry intensifies, the economic security, whether it's as a policy or the initiative or the defensive reaction to what is being charted out within the context of the hegemonic competition, the governments of big powers and even middle powers are trying to adopt more kind of protective and sometimes kind of fortification of his own the economic structure. And economic security is bringing not only just limited to controls on sensitive technology such as high-end semiconductor production equipment, but also it is also extend into value networks, especially critical minerals and rare earth minerals securement. It could also expand into building a broad industrial base, including products with relatively few national security implications, such as electric vehicles. Let me just cite one example, that is Samsung Electronics. Samsung has been enjoying quite a significant kind of share of the market in smartphones up until 2016. It has been on the top of the market share. Now it has been gone down to almost 1% of the market share in China. And Samsung has shut down, withdrawn its production plants in two important cities in China. And they have shut down the TV manufacturing plants in China as well. So most of these plants have been relocated to either to Vietnam or to India. So India is now having the largest manufacturing plant of smartphones to be run by Samsung Electronics. So it's kind of the general relocation and realignment of the whole manufacturing facilities within the Indo-Pacific area, especially when it comes to a certain specific company. And the second question is related with, is economic security really making this business environment a safer and stable one? My answer is not really. Actually, economic security is causing a lot of increase in input prices, and also instability is also stirring up social and regulatory pressures on business. Widening geopolitical schisms are leading policymakers and regulators to structure and administer their respective economies and business environments differently. Businesses are increasingly navigating administrative, logistical, and brand reputation risks. So rapidly inflating input prices are creating cost issues for business, and reduced labor flows are also forcing business to spend more on these workforces. Lastly, I just want to touch upon what Professor Yuichi Osoya has mentioned, especially on the improvement of bilateral relations between South Korea and Japan. I do echo what Professor Yuichi Osoya has mentioned. It's a bit of game-changing effect upon the regional structure, not only in the security and political realm, but also in economic and trade realm as well. So one kind of the landmark example is the Camp David leaders meeting among South Korea, Japan, and the United States that was hosted by President Biden in August this year. So that is the first time ever standalone trilateral leaders meeting among three countries that has been enabled by the warming up of bilateral relations between South Korea and Japan.
That's a very encouraging point to end on, actually. Yeah. Yes, indeed. I was thinking, when you talked about how, the spread of manufacturing from China has gone into Vietnam, etc. I mean, do you think that decoupling or de-risking actually is just words which actually don't really have much practical effect, except to make things perhaps more difficult at the political level? Is it a sort of an empty phrase that industry and your the Korean businesses can simply ignore?
I will get back to you later when the first round is complete.
All right, fair enough. Hervé, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Thierry, for having the Indo-Pacific as an issue again this year. And I'm just proposing to share a French point of view on the Indo-Pacific. France has its stance on the Indo-Pacific, and actually it has its stakes. French overseas territories in the Indo-Pacific, Pacific and Indian Ocean. That's more than, well, if you get it roughly, it's about 1.5 million inhabitants, a little more than that actually. And we boast of the second largest maritime domain in the world, the first one being the US. The French one is 10 million square kilometers, the US is 12. Actually, the Australian one is 9 and New Zealand is 7. So I wouldn't say New Zealand boasts as a major strategic power, although it has 7 million. But the French, we do actually boast of our 10 million square kilometers in the Indo-Pacific, mostly, at least. That's 10 million in the world, but most of it is in the Indo-Pacific. The first thing I would stress is that we did not necessarily define the concept of Indo-Pacific exactly the same way others do. I remember last year having some discussions about this, and as probably most of you know, the Americans mostly have defined the Indo-Pacific in a more northern and eastern way than we've had. The French would insist, actually, that the Indo-Pacific is the Pacific, but also the Indian Ocean. Actually, if I get it right, American organization, particularly American military organization, takes the word of Indo-Pacific, but actually concentrates mostly on the Pacific and tends not to look very much on the Indian part of it, although it has bases in cooperation with the UK in the Indian Ocean. The second point is that the US look at it is mostly northern, although AUKUS and all this, and since our territories are mostly in the southern hemisphere, the French look on the Indo-Pacific is mostly southern. So there is a difference in concept, not only between France and the US, but between the US and some other countries. France defines itself as a balancing power in the region. We had a short discussion with Jean-Pierre this morning. The French term is puissance d'équilibre. We're not quite sure that balancing power is a very good translation, and we're not quite sure the concept is exactly the same in French as it would be in English. But the French insist on puissance d'équilibre. We're not actually the only ones in the region, but the translation I propose to share with you is a balancing power.
So, well, I think Thierry would agree with you. This is a very nice phrase to have.
So I propose we discuss on these two aspects, actually, balancing and power. France would boast of being an Indo-Pacific country through its doctrine and its influence. First, the doctrine in itself poses a status. Saying we're an Indo-Pacific power, however balancing power, does put us in a position of being amongst the major powers. Not quite the size of the US and China maybe, but a major power. This is important for us. And obviously geography and history helps us, defining us as that sort of power. We do understand we're not quite in the same position as the major powers in the region, neither as the small Pacific Islands, for example, thus the very convenient definition of a balancing power. The status is underlined as being aside, beyond the antagonism between the US and China. This is French tradition of defining itself as a sort of third-term power in many circumstances. But actually here stems a first difficulty in the fact that there are many balancing powers, small powers or medium-sized powers in the region. The Pacific Islands would not acknowledge any sort of alignment with China or the US alternatively. Neither would Asian countries. Indonesia itself defines itself as a balancing power. What about India? Its size is considerable in the region, its economy not quite yet, but it does not acknowledge, as far as I understand, any alignment with neither with the US nor with China. So when we define our position as being particular as a balancing power, it's not that specific as it supposes it is. Actually, the US themselves, being part of many forums and cooperation and dialogue schemes in the region, also play on that. I mean, in some circumstances, they're looking for some sort of alignment between powers, but in other circumstances, understanding the subtlety of the positions of different countries, they play their role in different forums that do not necessarily require any form of alignment. Okay, you do have the Quad, you have AUKUS, but the US also, for example, has organized what is called Partners in the Blue Pacific. And this is a cooperation with the very many island countries you get in the midst of the Pacific that does not require any necessary alignment. Neither does actually the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, the IPEF, which in a lower level comes to succeed the TPP retreat in 2017. So France, in this frame, particularly with the US, is an ally with many reserves. And in a way, we pay the price to it. Obviously, we're not in the Quad, which is US, Japan, Australia, and India. We're not in AUKUS. And as you underlined in your introduction, I mean, AUKUS has to do with the way we lost a contract with Australia on nuclear submarines. And so the problem is that being a balancing power is a positive definition in itself, but it is also a negative definition in the way that it defines itself as participating in many forums that others share, but having decided not to participate in some of the important forums that are aligned to the US. Assertion. France actually has enhanced the assertion of Indo-Pacific as such. For example, we have been very much the driving force with the definition of a trade policy for European Union in the Indo-Pacific. And for example, we've simulated Europe's engagement in 2022 with a ministerial forum between Indo-Pacific countries and members of government from the European Union. Our assertion is not only about overall discussions and forums, it is an actual military presence, although we tend very often to present as military presence and military cooperation what is very often humanitarian presence and humanitarian cooperation. Military means being used for humanitarian missions, which is fair and useful, but you should not confuse both terms. We purport to have reality on the ground and at sea. France as an Indo-Pacific country through its presence and connections. The presence, as I was saying, several territories in the Indian Ocean and in the Pacific and more than 1.5 million inhabitants. But one must remember that most of the connection from these territories, be it French Polynesia or Mayotte between Madagascar and Africa, most of the connections are with mainland France, and obviously there is a deficit so far on regional connections. We may have no choice in the future, actually. We remember the slides that were shown yesterday by the chairperson from the BCG, presenting what everybody knows as the regionalization of globalization. And this, for example, weakens the maritime routes on which we are very dependent. All the trade that's organized between Europe and the French territories in the Pacific depends on maritime routes that are extremely fragile today because they are reorganized, understanding the evolution of globalization. So we have a concern, a direct strategic concern shared with our allies on the security of these routes, as everybody understands in the Pacific. But we have a more direct interest in the fact that they obviously are changing today, and this should stimulate us in turning to new opportunities in the region. There's a gap to bridge on our regard and connections on shared interests. There are political connections with all the forums we're a member of. The many I could say are the South Pacific Community, the Pacific Commission, the Pacific Island Forum, the Indian Ocean Commission. But there are some difficulties, for example, in articulating roles and positions, the fact that our local governments in all these regions and territories are frequently members of these different groupings, and sometimes they yield real power, influence, and, for example, trade responsibility concerning the Pacific French territories is not the responsibility for national government, but responsibility for local government. And so these local governments actually have economic responsibility, although today they mostly understand their Pacific role or Indo-Pacific role as a political one, obviously underplaying their role in the economy. We need to build up more economic connections. Economies, as I was saying, are very much linked to Middle France today, but there are some realities. For example, I will be concluding.
Let me cut you short.
Yeah, sure. Some realities, for example, in oil supply to these territories, coming from Singapore, for example, concerning Réunion, tourism as well, which is very strong from Australia or Japan in New Caledonia, or from the West Coast in the US to French Polynesia. We didn't play, or did not succeed in a role to be regional hubs, which usually other territories have better succeeded than we did. This is history, but France is taking a very prominent role in renewable energies, for example. Many companies in renewable energies in Australia are French companies, Neoen, Accur, for example. But they develop in the region not from our territories, but they develop from Australian bases. And so, obviously, we have to reconcile tomorrow what is the political assertion we're on today and the economic developments we may succeed in the future.
I've given you far more than 7 minutes, but thank you very much. You've flown the flag for France extremely well. Thank you. And now, MK, I should, by the way, MK Narayan, congratulate you on the performance of the Indian cricket team, because I know you're a keen fan of cricket. And
we have devastated Australia and England.
Well, I'm afraid England have played terribly in the World Cup. We were the champions, but no longer. India, I think you will be the next champion. So congratulations. The floor now is yours. 7 minutes.
Maybe a couple of minutes more, if you don't mind. Okay, thank you, Thierry, I think he's left, for this opportunity to present an Indian perspective on Indo-Pacific security concerns. I apologize at the beginning for being a mere practitioner of security rather than being an expert like the other members of this panel, but I do hope you will still give me a worthwhile listening. I begin by making a controversial statement that notwithstanding the conflict in Ukraine and the war in Gaza, the Indo-Pacific, I believe, is the pivotal theater of interstate contestation. And it is important that we realize and recognize this fact. Listening to the debate, the previous debate, one got the impression that the war between Ukraine and Russia is the centerpiece of world history. I dare say that it's important, it's critical, all nations are important, but I think it's important for us to recognize that the Indo-Pacific has to be maintained in a manner that this area does not become a part of China's backwaters, because China is the emerging power in the region and is able to do a great deal, notwithstanding some temporary hiccups that they're facing today. I would begin by saying that there's another controversial statement. I mean, with apologies to the Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe made a statement regarding the quadrilateral in the Indian Parliament in November 2007. And I think it caught on. Went on. I feel proud that I was present on that occasion. So with your permission, may I set the record straight about that. But more to the point, I think there's a great deal of controversy that surrounds what is India's role and what is India's degree of support to the Indo-Pacific. Many see India's partnership in the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, which goes by the acronym QUAD, as indicative of India's willingness to be part of a military pact to contain and checkmate China. Definitely as far as the Pacific is concerned. I do think that this would be reading too much into India's intentions. India has joined the Quad, but I think its intention is not that it would be a dedicated partner in a military confrontation with China. Dedicated partner along with the US, the United Kingdom, Australia, France, and Japan in a military confrontation with China. I think it's important to stress this point at the very outset, that there is any misreading of where India stands. I know that many non-Asian countries find it difficult to comprehend India's stance, or its unwillingness to be part of any anti-China military and defense pact. I do say this because, as I was explaining a little while ago to John, I've been around for a very long time, and the history of Sino-Indian tensions and conflicts has a long one. But nevertheless, while we have occasional shooting wars, I would regard them as skirmishes. Both countries believe that their war or conflict is civilizational rather than territorial. We have an undelineated border, and therefore there are skirmishes. But I think that we don't have any major conflict, etc. There's this struggle for influence rather than a struggle for territory. I think that's important, and people don't understand why are we not part of Quad, or why, if AUKUS is willing to include us, why are you not part of AUKUS? Because there is this basic issue. I know this is changing to some extent because China had confined itself basically to the Pacific and India basically to the Indian Ocean. India's interests were always in the Indian Ocean area and the Indian Ocean littoral, whereas China's was in the Pacific. Lately, China has started intruding into the Indo-Pacific, but it is, into the Indian Ocean, but it has not yet altered India's perspective. Whether India would change that perspective in the days to come, I cannot say. But at the moment, I think it's important to set the record straight that India does not believe in a military confrontation with China on the seas as of now. Yet, I agree that there are many and differing interpretations on how we should achieve the objective of containing China to some extent and not allow it to run riot, if I might say so, in the Indo-Pacific. But I temper all that by one particular reason, saying that there is a tendency of, when you talk of China, to talk of extreme competition with China. I mean, it's this or not. It's not this or nothing sort of thing. I think that is something for which I think India certainly, but I'm aware that many Asian nations do not quite believe that this is the answer as to how we should go about dealing with China. As I said, India needs a strategy to contain China, along with other Asian nations. But we do not see that the only way to achieve this is through an anti-China military pact. There's a lot of debate, but there's a great deal of sober realization as well that a war could have disastrous consequences, both for China and India. China will not provoke a war with India because its target of 2049 becoming the world's #1 power will go up in smoke. India cannot also afford a war with China because we've just heard how the rest of the world, if Samsung is coming to India, we are the world's granary today, etc. All that will also go up in smoke if we have a conflict with China. So both China and India have reserves of strength and also reserves of beliefs as to what you need to do. So India is now strengthening its relationship with many of the Asian countries, particularly those who are part of the Indian Ocean littoral, but more so with Vietnam, Indonesia, Japan, for instance. Japan and India have now ties of friendship which are almost like a military relationship, but short of being called a military pact. So I think that we will collaborate with the United States. We will avoid a military sort of a pact with the United States or with other countries on that, or with other countries of the West. But we will be, in that sense, anti-China. But if you are expecting that India will join forces to wage a war against China, I think we should be careful. Give me a few more minutes. I want to spend about it. In this context, I would say, and given the state of disorder that exists in the world over, India, in the discussions that are taking place in India, I'm not part of the mainstream today, but I still have reasons, ways and means of knowing what's going on, that many Asian countries are not very comfortable with the concept of, if I might say within quotes, righteousness. I mean, it is becoming part of, I would say, the foreign policy, particularly of the United States, which involves a mixture of strong moral feelings coupled with great power. Now, we are doing the right thing. We need to go to the kind of stuff. I don't think that has been the history of international relations the world over. We believe, therefore, that it would be a mistake, not only for us, but also for the viewers in the West, to think that they can extract concessions from China by using military pressure tactics. We live in close proximity to China, and we are well aware of China's perfidious designs. China wants to be first the number one power in Asia, and that's the only country that can withstand, or with it standing between that is India. So they will try to belittle or sort of reduce India's layer of influence. But we see in China not as a dangerous adversary so much as an imminent threat to which we have to face. The presumption of permanent hostility or adherence to a belief that China must be confronted forcefully on every issue is something that we find it difficult to adjust to. I would like to end by, yesterday I was struck by the forcefulness with which the Hetty Leong spoke about Taiwan. I know that Taiwan is like Banquo's ghost. All the time we keep talking about Taiwan. Taiwan is a problem. There's no mistaking the fact that it's a problem. But there is no immediate solution to Taiwan. I think we need to recognize, and I think this forum we can discuss that. I believe, and I think that when I say I am not only mine, but amongst the discussions we have in the security community in India, time is perhaps the best option to arrive at a formula, which means maintaining the status quo for some more years. Any attempt to change the status quo through force would not only upset the global equilibrium, and it would have disastrous consequences for the world. Our understanding is that China can live with the present position with equanimity for quite some more time. And I would like to say, please, listen, we can debate it later on in this. Finally, this is my view, a very personal, again, one more. I'm used to controversies. I've lived by my wits most of the time. I'd say that Asia, especially East Asia, needs to avoid the kind of situation that exists in Europe today, where Russia has a perennial feeling of danger and of a threat from Europe and the US, while the West sees Russia as a threat that needs to be eliminated. You know, two sets of people in major conflict. Dealing with China is going to be very complicated, but I think patience is important. We need to avoid the threat of a war on Taiwan, and we should be careful as to how to go about it. Finding desirable means to achieve a modus vivendi on Taiwan is perhaps the best way to foster stability in the region. Sorry if I sound too controversial, but...
Thank you very much, MK. Thank you. You mentioned Taiwan, and that's a perfect segue into, let's call you His Excellency the Ambassador to Taiwan. Doug, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to WPC and the organizers for this opportunity to share the stage and share so many learning opportunities as a member of the audience. I'd like to start by framing my perspective on where we are with China in the Indo-Pacific today. In terms of the revolutionary challenge that China presents, China has is now, I think, the fourth in a series of revolutionary challenges to the international system that we've seen since the Napoleonic Wars, which in that case ended in the defeat of France and the rebuilding of Asia by patient and complicated diplomatic work at that time. The next great revolutionary challenge was the fascist challenge, which was defeated in war. And again, the victors made the determination of how it would be managed in the aftermath. And then the Cold War came along in the and the Soviet Union represented a revolutionary challenge to the world, but it had an inward focus. It didn't really carry itself out to the same extent. And today we find China under guise of revising the international system, but increasingly talking about revolutionizing that system and changing it fundamentally. And China, unlike the previous defeated Napoleonic or defeated fascist forces or the collapsed Soviet Cold War era, the China today still has a foot in the world as we know it, the rules-based order. It's been profiting from that, but it also wants to change it. So I think we need to look in the long term at how we're going to find a new equilibrium, a new way to manage this Chinese ambition. China, as a result of being a product of 4 decades of involvement in the international system, of investment in China, and China's becoming the major trading and manufacturing partner for most of the world, China has also made itself vulnerable. It has to protect those interests as it goes forward with its own ambitions. The Biden administration came to office having inherited a chaotic approach to China in the Indo-Pacific under Donald Trump. If you recall, I think some mention was made earlier today of the finger pointing that went on in Anchorage, Alaska, between the American diplomatic representatives and the Chinese. And the Chinese complained, the US said it wanted to deal with China from a position of strength and derided that American position. Well, we had a couple of years pass by, and the US and the Biden administration has worked hard to reconstitute the quality of our relations to that which prevailed before the Trump administration came to office. And we saw the US in Japanese and Korean alliances strengthened. The alphabet soup has been mentioned of AUKUS and strengthening the Pacific Islands. We've been ignoring the Pacific Islands for 20 years, but China woke us up to our interests and concerns there. We have the AUKUS arrangement, which I'm hoping will be something material, but it's still a promise, not really a reality. And the Quad. Today, as Biden prepares to host Xi Jinping at the APEC meeting in San Francisco, I think he can take satisfaction that compared to 2 years ago in the Anchorage meetings, the United States now is in a much greater position of strength to deal with China as they go forward. Now, the APEC meeting will mark only one moment in the continuing competition between the US. China, despite a slowing economy, it continues to develop unprecedented military capabilities. The US is challenged to upgrade its own military capabilities while being compelled to provide assistance to Ukraine and now to the Israelis in Gaza. The US is also challenged by having old habits that have not been revised to meet modern requirements. Our military industry has fallen behind. The ways of dealing with the military industry through Congress and through the Defense Department need to be upgraded. Our processes are slow. There are multiple demands on resources. Domestic demands are up because the American people are tired of paying for maintenance of the peace around the world. They want a peace dividend. All of these are putting pressure on the U.S. in ways that make it not easy for the U.S. to simply, enter into a confrontation or make a series of demands. We have to find ways to chisel away at our problems in the Asia-Pacific region, in the Indo-Pacific region. And China will work all the while to make these harder. I understand China has announced that it's willing to be hosting a Hamas delegation shortly. China has interests in the Middle East. They need energy from the Middle East more than the United States does. But we both have an interest in keeping the energy supplies from the Middle East going forward. And there's a basis for a kind of standoffish cooperation between the U.S. and China on restoring peace in the Middle East. But that has to be explored, it has to be found, and that's not present. At the moment, China seems to be rather eager to take advantage of the distress the Middle East is causing and hope that the U.S. will be further distracted from the Taiwan and the Asia-Pacific sets of challenges that China is posing. The main area where the United States is falling behind, hasn't done enough to re-strengthen its position, is economic. We should never have walked away from TPP in 2016 and the end of the Clinton campaign. We should be talking about TPP. IPEC is it's a worthy effort, but it's not a substantial and attractive offer for the parties in the region who have become increasingly dependent on trade and investment with China itself. And I'm not optimistic that either the Democrats or the Republicans, should they take power in the next administration, would be willing to bite the bullet on dealing with the economic challenges that we face in the Indo-Pacific. Now, a word about Taiwan, where I served as an unofficial ambassador. This is now, remains the most dangerous flashpoint in the Indo-Pacific region. Over the past year, the Biden administration has, in my view, retreated from its more confrontational approach to our past agreements with China on how to manage Taiwan affairs. We had an era where, starting with the end of the Trump administration and through the beginning of the Biden administration, the U.S. was sort of pushing the envelope on official dealings with the people of Taiwan. Since May of this year, when Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, and China's counterpart Wang Yi met in Vienna, the U.S. has been walking the line more carefully. It's what I call a restoration of diplomatic discipline. This is not something you do alone. You don't just retreat and yield to Chinese demands, but you also pair that with an effort to strengthen Taiwan's ability to deter aggression. China's growing military capabilities can't be dismissed, but they can't be confronted directly either, except at great cost. The question is how to find the balance between deterrence and diplomatic discipline that keeps the peace in the Asia-Pacific region. What's the outlook for the 21st century in the Indo-Pacific? In my view, Xi Jinping and his revolutionary ambitions look to dominate the next decade or more, with Xi himself in charge. And a mixture of discipline and deterrence will be required if the U.S., despite competition for national priorities at home and leadership in other parts of the world, will have to have a sustained, steady, measure-by-measure approach to the Indo-Pacific. My belief, however, is that the people of China and that the China we know today of Xi Jinping is not forever. And as we move forward in our efforts to incentivize peaceful resolution of disputes in the Indo-Pacific and make the alternative of using force unattractive, we also should keep the door open to the Chinese people at all times so that they understand that our competition is not with the people of China, but with the behavior of a certain government in China. And that if China is willing to change its behavior, the U.S. will be willing to cooperate to help make a 21st century that achieves what the Congress of Vienna did in the 18th century and with the bright men and women of the end of the World War II period did to establish a way of maintaining a balance in global affairs to stem this revolutionary disruption and to allow us to build a peaceful future. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much indeed, Doug. I note that you are not allowing Xi Jinping to be immortal. You have a time limit for him. Do you have a guess at when China will change?
You know, I have been lucky enough to know a lot of Chinese for quite a few years. And when we can get together, I think they're pretty frank about the shortcomings of their current leadership. But they're also frank about the risks of taking on the current leadership. So the question is waiting out the current leadership and not closing doors to a more cooperative and productive future between China and the various the countries of the region and the world, for the matter.
I'm tempted to have a second round, but I don't think I will because we want to have questions from the audience. But what I note in all your presentations, I don't think North Korea was mentioned once. And yet it dominated, in a sense, the Trump, the first, I hope, personally, the last Trump presidency. Mr. Kim, what is happening with your neighbor to the north?
Well, that's quite interestingly, Economist Intelligence Unit has recently published Risk Outlook 2024. They have listed out top 10 risk elements, but North Korea, whether it's nuclear or missile proliferation or the nuclear issue, was not listed, was not singled out as one of the top 10 risks. So I think that's quite back in Korea, I think there's, of course, the South Korean people are more or less getting used to kind of the perennial threat coming from the north, but I think this North Korean threat or risk is a kind of the given factor for the Korean business, and also some of the Western and other foreign business partners are taking into account that is the kind of the constant kind of factor that would be fitted into their equation for the business. I think that's one part of the answer for why this North Korean factor was not
sort of
listed
dangerous complacency, or?
And I think that the level of threat or level of threat perception has remained more or less the same. Of course, they have included that the first use of that nuclear weapons even to be included in that their constitution. So that is quite alarming. And also this a series of intercontinental ballistic missile tests that is also alarming. But still, I think there's people in the boardroom, I mean CEOs, are more concerned about intensification of the U.S.-China hegemonic rivalry.
It was Doug who brought us back to the CPTPP, and sensibly, in my opinion, said how foolish it was of America to duck out of the TPP. But South Korea, of course, is not in the CPTPP.
We are not in yet, and perhaps I think there's next year, the Korean government is trying to make a push for their participation into CPTPP.
And of course, Britain, which is a long way away from,
from we are on the waiting list as well,
is
right?
joining. But I wonder, I mean, Hoichi, I mean, originally when the TPP was envisaged, it was a way of keeping China out. Now, China wants to join the CPTPP. From a Japanese point of view, would China be welcome?
Yes, quite interesting question. Of course, I think that within the Japanese government, many officials are examining the possibility as well as the result of Chinese participation. First of all, the hurdle is extremely high. So it is quite unlikely that China can pass the hurdle. This is one thing. The other thing is that if...
You mean this will be a way of keeping China out?
Well, in addition to the original members, now UK is going to be a member of the GPPP. So that hurdle will be higher for China to enter into it. So if China clear all the barriers to enter into the TPP, it means that China should promote political and economic reforms. These would be welcome to Japan or other members of the CPTPP. So the both cases, number one, the hurdle is still very high, and so it is quite unlikely that China can join in it. Number two, if China can reform politically and economically its own system, it's also very welcoming. But at the same time, we need to stick the original point. We shouldn't be affected by Chinese pressure to lower the hurdle. So as far as this continues, I think it's okay.
We only have 15 minutes left, 14 actually. Gentleman there, and the microphone is coming.
Yes, maybe a question for Jean-Pierre Cabestan. As we understood from the panel, the Indo-Pacific is a rather floating concept.
So to speak.
But as far as I know, Jean-Pierre, it is not used as such by Chinese diplomats. It is even refused. So what is the Chinese wording for the same region? Maybe it's not exactly the same limits. And which are the arguments to refuse the Japanese-born Indo-Pacific concept? Thank you.
Interesting question.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, I didn't mention that at the beginning, but China doesn't, as you said, doesn't like the concept of Indo-Pacific because it sees in it an intention to contain China. And the alternative concept proposed by China, and China stuck to it, is the Asia-Pacific region, where China is in a much stronger position. The irony is that China is more and more active in the Indian Ocean, actually. And now it has a base in Djibouti. Every day, 7 or 8 of its naval ships sail in the Indian Ocean. So India is important for China also because most of its oil comes from the Middle East or Africa. So even if it has tried to diversify its energy sources in importing more
And it has
oil
access
from
to the Indian Ocean through Gwalior from China,
from Burma, yes, from Burma, through Burma, and it has also diversified its sources of energy in importing more from the Central Asia and more recently from Russia. As you know, it has doubled its trade with Russia, mainly in importing much more oil than before. So that's where we are, and of course the fact that the U.S. PACOM has been renamed Indo-PACOM in Honolulu has also contributed to China's suspicion about the Indo-Pacific concept. And the fact that it was Abe Shinzo who coined the expression in 2007, and then it was picked up by the Trump administration in 2017 when the Trump administration decided to launch a new free and open Indo-Pacific strategy, of course targeting China more than anything else. So clearly there is no reason for China to promote that concept, but just the opposite, to criticize
question there, the microphone, perhaps 2 questions.
Thank you.
You can fight for the microphone. So I'll take 2 questions. From you, first of all, and then from the gentleman there. Yeah.
Sure, thank you. Cristian Rodriguez Schaefer from the Boston Consulting Group. In a previous life, I was one of Chile's lead negotiators for the TPP, so I felt compelled, given that you spoke a lot about the agreement. So the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and the CPTPP, as the Transatlantic Treaty between Europe and the US, as the China-US Bilateral Investment Treaty, which was negotiated for 10 years, and others are agreements, right, are rules, such as the World Trade Organization is. Everything we're seeing today are deals, understanding, alliances. And question for any one of the panelists, do you see space in the short term, I'm sure no, but even in the medium term, for rules to come back, for trade agreements, for actual treaties that have, provisions that become international rules which need to be abided by all countries at the bilateral or plurilateral level? I'm not dreaming about multilateral agreements anytime.
Okay, question there, and then gentleman there.
Well, I think we had a very important discussions about the new trend in the Indo-Pacific. Well, I think panels really reflected, very important stakeholders in the region. But I would like to bring your attention to the role Canada can play in the Pacific. Well, as latecomers, Korea and Canada released its important foreign policy and security guidelines in the Indo-Pacific strategy last December. So we will act, according to the strategy, released between Canada and Korea. Last week, there was a forum between Korea and Canada, and Canada emphasized they will increase and enhance the role play in the Indo-Pacific region by bringing in more resources than before. So they will help, some underdeveloped members of the Indo-Pacific for better, welfare and development of their economies. Well, I think we heard a very important point about the Quad, from Indian participant, my friend Narayan. Well, he emphasized the way we look at Chinese military advancement or potential threats quite different from other members of the Indo-Pacific. So there is Quad that is a very important component of the security policy of all Indo-Pacific nations. So Korea thought about joining the Quad as Quad Plus, but in the forum last week, well, some member pointed out, the point, Narayan just indicated. So there was some proposal that because North Pacific threats, security threats are from the countries in the North Pacific, North Korea, China, and Russia. So what about we form the new Quad, US, Japan, and Korea, and Canada? So what do you think?
Good question. Who's going to? There was the trade question as well from. Sorry, can you remind me of that question again?
Well, let me take on the question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think as the TPP negotiator, you'll recall that in the early days, the question was, why do a TPP? And the answer from the negotiators at the time was, if we create a high-quality trade agreement, it will not be universal at the outset. Trying to get the WTO to do the Doha round was a great failure because consensus was the enemy of practical progress. But to do a TPP among the world's largest trading partners at a high level of equality would be an attraction for others to join. The idea is you start as big as you can with a coalition of willing partners, and then you build on that by creating something whose gravitational pull will be very strong. I think as we go into a new period of reconstructing the world in this post-Cold War era, we're going to have to take things a bit by bit, step by step, practical by practical measure, sort of the way Jean Monnet and George Marshall and others made small steps in the aftermath of World War II to rebuild Europe. The trade world we should view as something we can't do overnight, but that we create a momentum toward an outcome that will, in the long run, be one that leads to a global consensus that is the right way to go.
Thank you very much. And Canada, of course, is always everybody's favorite North American. So, we only have 5 minutes and 43 seconds left. I know that both MK and Hervé wanted to say something. MK.
No, there's no magic wand to deal with China. I think the answer to how to deal with China is not to have more and more pacts. I think there are enough pacts available. I think the United States has taken on more than what should be its role in these matters. I think we need a concerted strategy as to how to reduce Chinese influence across the region. I think one measure has already started by, economically, if you can bring down China in many ways, you can do that. The other is for the other nations to understand the making of the Chinese mind. I think it's really a conflict. And I think I would think that countries like Japan, India, and others who've dealt with China over the years can play a very major role. It's not merely a question of guns and butter sort of stuff. I think it's a dealing with it's an ancient civilization. It's now divided and split in many ways. Can we do something to reduce that? If there is a confrontation, China will the Chinese population will get together. We need to sort of how do you separate Xi Jinping from the rest of the Chinese country? There are a lot of people in China who want a different kind of a system. I think we should emphasize that. And I think that's where some of the think tanks and others can play a very major role. I do think it is counterproductive to add more and more facts. And I'll stop at that.
Thank you. Yes, I would be more pessimistic than Douglas, since indeed the concept is really a floating concept, and with the very difficult appreciation of situations, I believe that the multiplicity of organizations and schemes today is convenient for many partners, the major ones and the medium and minor ones, and I do not see why this should evolve in the short and medium term.
Excellent. Final question. Anybody? Yes, gentleman over there on the right.
Good evening. My question is why South Korea...
Sorry, we can't hear you very well.
Yeah, my question is why South Korea was excluded from the Quadra alliance between UK, US, Australia, and Japan.
So why South Korea was excluded from AUKUS?
Yes.
No, from
the
Quad.
From the Quad.
From the Quad.
Or from AUKUS?
Was that a Japanese? Well, the Japanese sort of invented the Quad, so...
you may start with Yuichi,
right.
yes.
I couldn't catch
the question, I think, if I heard it correctly, was why was South Korea excluded from the Quad?
Well, no. From the beginning, South Korea didn't really like to join in a group which can be regarded as a confrontational to China, because China is extremely important trading partner to
South Korea.
Yeah. So in the beginning, I think South Korea thought that it was not quite wise to join in it. But wisely, the four countries, particularly India, partly Japan, have been transforming the nature of Quad. From at the beginning, Quad was much more security cooperation organization, a grouping. But after that, the four are focusing on much more technology and the COVID-19 vaccination and so on, these kind of technical issues. That's why the Quad now is much less confrontational to China. So I think Quad can be accepted to much broader numbers of countries in the region, I suppose.
Yes.
Just 30 seconds, I think, just to add to what Professor Yuichi Soya has mentioned, is that to answer your question, I think there's quite a myriad of issues or the regions behind the decision when Korea was not at the very beginning, not to initiate and also take part in the whole discussion to join Quad. I think the main primary factor is how to deal with China. And the second is kind of the bilateral relations between Korea and Japan at that time. It was not that comfortable and a bit souring relations between South Korea and Japan. And also kind of we do have, South Korea has quite rock solid alliance partnership with the United States. So I think this bilateral security alliance has been backbone of the foreign policy foundation on the part of the South Korea. Those are the reasons why South Korea at the beginning has not joined the discussion.
Thank you. We are almost out of time. There's a few seconds left. I mentioned at the very beginning that the Indo-Pacific region has plenty of flashpoints. So flashpoints, by definition, risk exploding. So on a scale of 10, they will explode somewhere, Taiwan, North Korea, whatever. or 0, no, they will not explode. If you take the next 5 years, where do you put your mark? Okay, 10, there will be an explosion, flashpoint within the next 5 years. 0, there will not be. Doug. It's a one-word, one-number answer.
Yeah, when it comes to the Taiwan question, it's about 2,
Okay,
in
2.
my view.
All right. So it's a low. MK.
I think the world has enough wisdom to avoid a flashpoint on Taiwan. So maybe I would put it at 1 or 2.
1 or 2, excellent, very good. Hervé.
2.
2, okay. Jean-François?
It's about Taiwan issue or the...
No, any flashpoint. It could be as long as the Indo-Pacific. So Taiwan could be Aksai Chinai in India, or it could be wherever.
For me, it's South China Sea.
Okay, and the answer would be, on your scale of 0, it's no problem. 10,
I think it's a 5.
Sorry?
5.
5, okay, excellent.
I'm optimistic, that's why Taiwan 7.
7? Yeah. So big explosion. Wow, okay. Jean-Pierre?
Well, two marks, 1 for the South China Sea, 3, Taiwan 4.
Well, it's a kind of sobering outlook, perhaps, with a 5-year time horizon. And there will be an important election in the United States next year. And the term will be a 4-year presidency. So that, I suppose, adds another perspective to the number. I'd like to thank the audience very much. I'd like to thank Sonim and Thierry, who's not here, for getting this excellent panel together. And I think the panel have been very good and deserve a very good round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you remain seated for our next session with His Excellency Dr. Anwar Gargash, Diplomatic Advisor to the President of the United Arab Emirates. We'd ask if you could please remain seated for the upcoming session. Thank you.
it works. That's the first good news. So, Anwar, thank you so much for being with us for the third time in this format to discuss freely about some of the big international issues of the day. And I would like to, of course, to put you a question to start with the new war between Israel and Hamas. I say Israel and Hamas. I will add one word for this way of naming the conflict. But I think it is important also to put it in a wider framework because in the last few years we have seen an accumulation of dysfunctionments of the international system, of which this tragedy is only the last one. So the reason why I say the war between Israel and Hamas is what kind of conflict is it really? It was after the aggression of Hamas on Israel on the 7th of October. The interpretation was immediately, for most of the commentators, that it was the resurgence of the Israeli-Palestinian issue. It's certainly partly true, at least. But is it really the right way of naming it? Has the Hamas itself not become a real actor as such? So my first question is a long question, I apologize, would be in two parts. So the nature of this new conflict, and of course we will discuss its consequences, its likely consequences. The naming, is it an Israeli-Palestinian issue or is it something a little more complex? And how you see it in the wider framework of the deterioration of the international system in the last few years.
Well, thank you very much, Thierry. Thank you very much. And I want to just start by saying that we had agreed to do this session months in advance. And of course, I think this is very, indicative of the region that we live in a way. So my initial thoughts would have been very different, except that events on October 7 have sort of forced themselves on the public debate. I was going to talk more really about a region that is more in tune with geoeconomics rather than strategic issues. The idea basically that national actors are basically trying to use economics as a way to de-escalate tension, etc. I think there is no reason why we should also veer away from that course of action. I think the events since the 7th of October with the Hamas attack on Israeli villages, the loss of life of many civilians, the hostages, and of course the Israeli also response, which I would also say is disproportionate, to be honest. I think all these events are really, to a government like the UAE, are telling us two things. Telling us that, number one, we still have to look at the region and to try and work together with other regional actors in order to ensure that regional stability is guaranteed and is contained and is something that we can maintain. But I think the other message is also national plans have to move on. I don't think that the national plans have to be on pause, because there will always be a major regional issue that will surprise us. Granted that this one on the 7th of October is of huge proportion and thus of huge repercussions. But at the same time, I think we also need to tend to the region, and we need to address the conflicts in the region. And I think this is the sort of dichotomy we have to deal with. The many who call for a pause on all national issues, national programs, because of a crisis as colossal as we are seeing in its different dimensions, I think, that is not the advice that is correct. But many also who come and say, let's just move on with our regional, our national, projects and national plans, etc., of investment and economy and revitalizing our economies. I think we will be the first to come and say that yes, we can do that, but we also have to tend to our region. I think that balance really looking at what I would call at the future is important, but at the same time dealing with the demons of the region, the demons of the past. And I think that's extremely important. If you allow me, I want to also move to what has been the UAE's priority during this crisis. I think we always have to recognize that Arab public opinion rightfully is very emotional when it comes to the Palestinian issue. This is something that you have read about and you have been brought up with, and so on and so forth. So the sort of overriding emotion of the wronged Palestinians is something that I think is extremely, extremely prevalent in every Arab society at varying degrees, but I think extremely prevalent. I think the second also important issue is that there is always some sort of self-flagellation whenever there is a crisis like this. I mean, it becomes, to a certain extent, into an Arab media war, to be honest, So it's always about who's had the biggest demonstrations or who had the highest rhetoric. And I think what is really lost in all this is the really constructive work. And I feel that since the beginning of the crisis, the UAE has not been the loudest, but the UAE has been one of the most constructive. And I have to draw this very clear line between being loud and being constructive. So with that in mind, I know, for example, that we have moved on three very important, sort of approaches. The first approach, which I think needs to be given a lot of credit, is the diplomatic approach. I know, following our president, that this is something that has taken a lot of his time, with a lot of high-level calls with all parties, really. And all these calls are emphasizing on 2-3 issues. I think a large part of it has been about humanitarian, and how can we actually address the humanitarian side of the issue, because really the loss of life that we have seen on both sides, the Israeli side and the Palestinian side, is something that is of epic proportions. And I think from that perspective, we have to address the humanitarian. And I think also we have taken some flack by emphasizing that human life is of equal value wherever it has been the subject of chaotic violence. But I think this is a flag that we accept. And I think that we can see also in various statements, whether in the GCC EU statement earlier in the conflict, whether in the Arab League statement, that this is becoming accepted language, that all civilian life matters and should not be targeted. And I would not take the full, I would not take the full credit for this, but I think this is something that our country has worked very hard for, is to try and put this across the table. That even in time where combatants are fighting combatants, it is extremely important that the children, the women, the civilian, the people of old age, whether they live in some Israeli village or whether they are being bombarded today in Gaza, that this is something that we have to accept, that this is something that is beyond the pale and will not be accepted. So diplomatically, I think we've also moved extremely energetically in the UN Security Council. It just happens that it's been our turn. We have been tooling to be a practical and energetic and useful player in our 2-year stint in the UN Security Council. And all our preparation for 4 or 5 years prior to the UN Security Council has been mostly on developmental issues. Try to get more knowledge on African issues, try to get more knowledge on developmental issues, water and health and I don't know what. And then suddenly we are dealing with 2 of the largest crises in this early century, the Ukrainian crisis and now, of course, the crisis in Gaza. So really our team has been able to be a bridge erector, so to speak. In many ways, for example, we've been practical about what we are trying to seek. So really, rather than call for a ceasefire and be just a moral voice, without that ceasefire materializing, we have been more realistic in trying to bring about a humanitarian ceasefire, with the hope that this humanitarian ceasefire will not be vetoed by any of the participants, that this is going to pass, because that's what we really need. We need to stop to the fighting. We need to address the suffering that we are seeing daily in Gaza of women and children, heartbreaking truly, and also to bring also the hostages out, especially the civilian parts of the hostages, as we see all the Qatari effort right now is concentrating on. So politics is not really about scoring a quick moral echo. It really is about practical results and ends, outcomes. I think this is something that we are trying to do extremely hard. The second issue that we have been working very hard on, and I'm sorry to take this long, but I think these are the 3 areas that I have to emphasize, is the humanitarian side. I think very early on, we have, this year, for example, we have been a traditional supporter of UNRWA. We have, this year, for example, on the Palestinian cause, we've put $45 million for UNRWA. Among them was $20 million after the 7th of October, because we feel that among international organizations working in that space, UNRWA has been the most effective, and we have been a traditional supporter here. Other than that, like many other Arab countries, we've had our own, what I would call public campaign by the name of Tarahum, where we are trying to also sort of channel the energies of many emotional families here, many families that are angry here at what they see today in Gaza, and to try and do that positively through this sort of public campaign. And thirdly, of course, is the declaration that the UAE will receive 1,000 injured from Gaza plus their families to bring them back to UAE hospitals. But again, we are looking at various initiatives. I can, come and say that the president himself is very much involved in the diplomatic efforts, in the humanitarian effort, because that's where we can add value. We can add much more value here, and then, of course, working with countries like Jordan and with countries like Egypt, where we believe that they know the lay of the land much better than we do, and to try work hard with them to try and bring results. I think the third element that's extremely been important for us has been the containment of the conflict. The longer this conflict takes, the longer the violence continues, the longer the attack on Gaza continues, the longer these hostages are held, I think means that there is more likely that the conflict will be expanded. I mean, we heard yesterday, for example, the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, basically in a speech saying that they are not going to expand the conflict from Hezbollah and many of Iran's allies in the region. And I think anything that does not expand the conflict is a positive development from that perspective. But also, not to expand the conflict means that we have to end the current issue. So basically, in my opinion, in an Arab world that's extremely emotional, that is tending to be, as I said, self-flagellation is the rules of the law. I would say that we have worked diligently, dynamically, responsively in order to do our part. Of course, the Palestinian issue is an Arab issue. So there are various components, various countries, but I can, come and say with, with a sense of duty that the UAE is doing all it can to help in the overall Arab, Arab efforts in addressing this issue.
Well, I think, thank you very much. I think your explanations makes, of course, a lot of sense. They are very wise. I think that's a very wise policy, and it's probably the best option that you have in your country. But I would like to come back to, you alluded at the beginning of your remarks to regional stability. The word stability makes sense from a mathematical viewpoint if you start from something like an equilibrium. If there is no equilibrium, there cannot be any stability. But there was no equilibrium in the Middle East before this, the October 7. So my question would be, if we take all the main regional actors without naming them because they are more or less obvious, do you think they all have an interest in maintaining the status quo, as if it were the ex-ante statu quo, as if it existed? Do you think that they some of them are looking for a new kind of equilibrium that would probably not be agreeable to other members? In other words, is there a shared will in the region to move towards some kind of equilibrium with, of course, change of the ex-ante balance of power?
Well, I would say that there are three elements here that are important. From the UAE's perspective, we have had a very difficult decade right up to COVID. And that decade was with the misnomer of the Arab Spring, as people call it today. That decade, I think, was an extremely difficult decade for everybody. And from that perspective, I think our approach has been basically defined as regional de-escalation, shared stability, but shared prosperity also. So from that perspective, I think we have, since 2018, 2019, have put a lot of effort on trying to articulate ideas for shared prosperity. So the idea basically, we're not only talking about the United Arab Emirates prosperity, but we are talking also about the prosperity beyond the Gulf region, to try and include countries like Iran, to try to include countries like Turkey or Israel or Egypt or others. I think this is still a very powerful message, where basically we are saying, for some, the status quo is a good thing, for others, it's not a good thing, but let's work together to make that status quo also a good thing for you. So I think that is one thing. You have to have a message that is not centered on stability, because stability with poverty doesn't mean anything. Stability has to be with the ability really to have that sort of shared prosperity. I think the second important part is we cannot clearly, and I think the events since the 7th of October, since the Hamas attack and the subsequent developments, show that containment has its limitations. So clearly, on the Palestinian issue, the containment that I would say has been the hallmark of the Palestinian issue for the last 20 or so years is really hitting the roof right now. We have to have a return to an approach of problem solving, approach that will deal with refugees, borders, and East Jerusalem. I think this is a totally new approach here, where we have to come and admit that the past 20 years of containment has really failed. I don't expect that this discussion is going to take place in the heat of war right now, but I think that this should be really the major takeaway from what we are seeing today. Containment has failed. Now, from a wider regional issue, we have too many, I would say, open conflicts in the region that have to be addressed. Syria is one. The refugees, millions of refugees from Syria that are in Jordan or Lebanon or Turkey, and the return of these refugees with all the sort of political and social pressure it is putting on these countries with limited resources. I think that the issue of just delay and contain are clearly not the way out. Again, we see a conflict really where Sudan was basically diverted from a process of transition. And suddenly we have now months of fighting. And the thing to learn really from all this is there are limits to a policy of containment. So going back to your question, I think we have to respect that the region will have diverse national and ideological interests. And we have to somehow reach, in my opinion, a sort of equilibrium of dealing with these things through, as I said, trying to use economics as much as we can, political de-escalation, and clearly also the sort of reining in the, the sort of media wars that we have that are very, very acrimonious in the Arab world. That's what I am seeing.
Would you say that Iran could be interested in such a method?
I think yes. I mean, we know for a fact that Iran is interested in being part of this prosperity. And of course, as we know, there are many, many impediments to larger investments in Iran. And once these impediments are not there from the international community, I think that we and many other countries are interested in engaging with Iran. Now, it doesn't mean that Iran is going to change in its sort of political ambitions. But I think if we try and weigh in, again, as I said, we have come out of 10 years of confrontation. So for us, another 10 years of confrontation is not what we are looking for. What we are really looking for is areas where we can actually sort of live together, prosper together, build together. It's very difficult. It's not easy. But I think if we are able to sort of bring in a more geoeconomic perspective on this, we will be able to achieve some things. Yet again, we, the region, and again, as the international community, we also, as I said, we have a responsibility to come and say that many policies of containment, especially in the Israeli-Palestinian issue, has really no future anymore. But I think this is something that will need really, will need a process, will need a mechanism in the coming period.
Thank you. It's not finished. It's not finished. Wait a minute to upload. Wait 3 minutes to upload. You see, one of the problems that we have to solve within the WPC is that time is going too fast. So perhaps with the support of the Patriarch, we will try to slow down, time. No, so I will put the last question, unfortunately, about the United States. Of course, everybody understands that the US is still, by far, the #1 power in the world, but it is no longer what it used to be. And in particular, it is no longer as powerful in the region as it was during the Cold War, for many reasons. So my question is, well, the US obviously has an important role to play in this situation. My question is about the limits of the power of the US. How do you see that?
Well, I'm tempted first to say that time runs very fast also when you have a humanitarian crisis. So again, it's not only with WPC, but I think we have to move very, very fast to save as many as we can, many of these injured children, many of these women. It's really heartbreaking. Just to watch the news every day is just heartbreaking. To release all the hostages, to try and do the right thing and maintain the crisis within that political space. But to do that, we have to also have a light at the end of the tunnel. We can't just keep doing it with a very dark tunnel that just keeps going on and on. I think vis-a-vis the United States, I feel that in a very multipolar world and becoming more multipolar, I think the Americans out of the Ukraine crisis are coming out stronger. I think that the outcome of the Ukraine crisis is giving the United States, in my opinion, added strength within the international system. So that, I think, is something that we need to take into account. Now, the Gaza crisis will depend. I think the United States now is showing that they have come full force to support a valued ally for the United States, which is Israel. That is understood in the region, full force. But then again, if this crisis continues, and especially the humanitarian side, and if this crisis brings us back full circle to the old containment policy of pre-7th of October, I think the American role here is not going to be, forget right and wrong, is not going to be seen as effective. So for me, I think in the longer term, the US involvement will be seen by when we end this war, the quicker the better, and whether we can have another, sort of process at problem solving, at issue solving, rather than containment. I think this will be another opportunity for the United States as we move forward.
Now you are allowed to applaud.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anwar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our workshop at the first floor